Chapter 42. The Greenway was nothing like the deep wood. Where the deep wood had the darkest nights Huon had ever experienced, here the sun glittered off the leaves. The trees were more sparse, the canopy less dense. You could see the sky through the branches, the sun's rays glancing through. That's why Huon had been here. When he'd lived in the wilds, he'd never liked spending too much time in any one place. It wasn't just humans who got your scent. It was the beasts, too. For the first year, he'd still thought Blaze was searching for him. Every night, he would wake up sweating, staring at the fire beside him. It was months until he finally slept through the night. Even then, it hadn't been a regular thing. Unless he'd found somewhere especially safe, like the cave he'd been in the day he'd heard Byrne's Oathmaster scream. Sleeping always felt dangerous. It was strange entering this place with Liona at his side, and Oathless once more. Huon had told Liona what had happened after the soul thief had caused her to fall unconscious, but beyond a short explanation, they hadn't spoken of Jameson or what Huon had done to him. He still wondered if he'd made the right choice. Byrne wouldn't have left Jameson alive. Huon nodded his head at Liona as they neared the clearing. She had an arrow nocked. He surged breath, sword hilt gripped tight, being as silent as he could. He glanced down at his right hand, ensuring his father's ring was still there. That had become a habit. He must have checked it 100 times that day. Every noise in the forest caught his ear. Branches touching each other in the wind, bird song echoing through the trees, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet. It all had his head darting back and forth, up and down, trying to see if they'd been observed. Was Byrne already in the clearing, waiting? Were a knight's senses that much stronger than a squire's, and he already knew they were on their way? He glanced at Liona. Her woodcraft had grown in their short time in the deep wood, and she was almost as silent as he was. She'd picked up the skill quickly. He didn't know if that was because of her level of advancement, or if she were just a quick learner. It was probably a bit of both. Either way, he was glad. She followed closely behind him as he skirted up to the back of the cliff face where his cave had been. If they climbed to the top of the hill, above the cave, he was sure they'd have an unobstructed view of the clearing. The wall looked like a tough climb. At least it would have been a tough climb before he'd been a squire. Huon took one last look around, then sheathed his sword. He didn't think Byrne would attack them. He just wanted to be cautious. Huon surged strength, finding his fingers were able to grip even the tiniest of handholds. Liona beat him to the top, which didn't come as a surprise. They crept along the top of the cliff. Not even the trees reached this high. Huon glimpsed over the ledge, peeking through the trees. Surely they wouldn't be seen up here. He wet his lips and whispered as quietly as he could. "There's no one in the clearing." Liona crawled forward, lying on her stomach as he was. "How long should we wait?" They'd made it here as fast as they could, cultivating and surging speed the whole way, staying awake through the night, stopping only for water and foraging food where they could. Days had passed this way. It had felt like those sleepless nights he'd spent training, pushing himself as hard as he could in an attempt to become a squire. As fast as they'd made it here, there was no telling when Byrne would arrive. Maybe he was waiting in the cave. Maybe he didn't expect Huon to get here so quickly. "As long as it takes," Huon whispered back. The footsteps came at nightfall. One person, at first, making no attempt to remain hidden. The moon was bright, bright enough that it glinted off the man's dark hair. Byrne stood in the clearing. He glanced around, cocking his head to the side as though listening for something, then lit a fire and sat. Eyes closed, he waited. Huon shivered. The crackle of the flames, coupled with the subtle hint of fire essence on the wind, made him crave the heat. He nudged Liona, who was sleeping softly beside him. She woke with a start, eyes bulging, hand going for her bow, only relaxing when she saw Huon's neutral expression. He was just glad she woke silently. He nodded to the clearing, and she slowly edged toward the ledge. Another pair of footsteps crunched through the trees. A tall man emerged into the clearing, the flickering flames making his shadow dance over the grass. He wore full plate armor, that of an honor-bound knight, though it had seen better days. As he stood by the fire, Huon saw the scratches and dents in the armor from all the way up on the cliff. Byrne's eyes flashed open, his head slowly raised to meet the stranger. "Is he coming?" The stranger's voice was deep. It had a booming quality that reminded Huon of the House of Terral's champion, or the immortals he'd heard speak, as if his voice had been enhanced by the transformation advancement brought. He's no mere knight, Huon thought. Byrne lowered his head. "I believe he will." The stranger's head raised, the light illuminating some of his features, though it was hard to see much more than the close-cropped beard past the faceplate of his helm. The fire glinted off his eyes. "But you don't know." Byrne bent lower. It was strange seeing him so deferential after he spoke of freedom. "He will come." Byrne bent even lower, practically prostrating on the grass. "He dreams of freedom, as we do." Are they talking about me? Huon thought. Why would this man, whoever he was, be interested in a weak squire? Byrne must have left a note for someone else too, but then how would they know to meet him here? "I'm sorry, Legend," Byrne said. "I never should have abandoned him in the deep wood. Had I known—" The stranger waved a hand. "It's not your fault, Byrne. You made the choice you thought you had to, and I am proud of the work you've done." He approached Byrne on the ground. "Rise. You need not bow to me like some oathbound page. Knights are free in my new society." Byrne stood. He raised his head to meet the stranger's eyes. "Have they capitulated? The knights from House Terral?" Leona's hand snapped out to grip Huon's arm. They looked at each other, wide-eyed. Were they talking about Kyla, Nian, and Elian? "One of them has. The others cannot be trusted yet." The stranger looked around the trees. "Wait here another 3 days. If my son has not come by then, return to the stronghold." Before Byrne could reply, the stranger was gone. He just disappeared. Had he surged speed, or did he have access to some other rare essence? "Son? If my son—" Huon gripped the cliff's edge, his body shaking. Were they talking about Huon? But his father was dead. That man— Byrne sat back on the ground, crossing his legs beneath him. He closed his eyes again. Huon couldn't move. "My father died. He can't be talking about me." He'd never met his father. He'd died before Huon was born. Huon's father wouldn't have even known he existed. There'd been a grave back in his village. He'd visited it before. There was a dark pit in his gut. This is why Byrne freed me. My father is alive, oathless, and a legend. Book 2. Knighthood. Chapter 1. The Huron Mountains were the farthest thing from Glenhaven that still remained within the everlasting king's realm. Huon had never ventured this far in the past. It was too dangerous a path for a page to walk, especially alone. Huon and Liona had fled from the Green Way without Byrne ever seeing them. They'd traveled to the Huron Mountains, trekked to its base, then climbed to one of its highest peaks, battling beasts along the way as they needed to, but waiting until they'd made it to the top to train. Huon sat, meditating deep within the Huron Mountains cave system. Liona was fetching ice to melt into water from the mountain's peak. It was dark in the cave, pitch black and cold. Huon fought away a shiver, focusing his mind. He was where the Immortal of Earth, Terral, had achieved his final advancement. Liona had heard about these mountains, knowing no one ever came here anymore, knowing they would be safe here, at least as safe as they could be in the wilds. Earth essence brushed against the edges of Huon's awareness, but every time he tried to grasp it, it slipped away. Earth was the hardest of the elemental essences to attain any sort of basic control over. Jameson had no trouble controlling it. Huon scrunched his eyes shut further. He didn't want to think about Jameson, about how Huon had left him, legs broken, on the ground. There was a lot he didn't want to think about, like his father being alive and working with Byrne. My father's responsible for the deaths of innocents. Anything? Liona hovered a large block of ice into the cave chamber. Huon glanced up. You're getting better at that. Leona's arms were raised and shaking. The block of ice touched down on the ground. Doesn't seem that way. I know the feeling. Huon rolled his neck, working out the kinks from having sat for so long. Weeks of meditation, and I can barely feel it. He rapped a knuckle against the rock beneath him. He'd thought cultivating earth essence would be relatively easy. Every time he'd come up against something he couldn't do, like imbuing essence into a surge gem or cultivating fire essence, he'd been able to manage it after putting in the time. Liona manipulated the ice, breaking off small shards and depositing them into bowls she'd crafted from stone. While her strongest elemental essences were wind and water, she was still able to use earth and fire. You'll get it in time. I'll have to. Huon grabbed the bowl. With a touch of fire essence, he melted the ice, then warmed the water and sipped it. The heat flowed through him, banishing the shiver he'd been fighting. If I want to advance... Liona stood and turned away. Huon cursed silently. Advancement. He'd mentioned the dreaded word. He took another sip, watching as Liona marched back out of the cave. The sun would be setting by now, and it would be freezing outside. More freezing. That didn't stop Liona from training. Ever since they'd gotten here, even before, she'd been pushing herself as hard as she could to advance tonight. The longer it took to achieve, the more frustrated she became, and the harder she worked. They took shifts, keeping watch, yet he rarely saw her sleep. He didn't blame her. If he were close to advancement, he would be training day and night, too. But ever since he'd seen his father, a weariness had entered his bones. Such a huge part of his life, his identity, had been wrapped up in the fact that he'd lost his father to the service of the honor-bound, that he'd died fighting someone else's war against his will. It was the reason Huon's mother had hidden him away when he'd become a surgecaller. And if Huon hadn't been hidden away, his mother never would have died. He wasn't sure if he truly blamed his father for his mother's death, but he should have been there. Huon took a shuddering breath. His hands were balled into fists, and he forced them to relax. Liona would be gone for another few hours yet. He should at least try to meditate while she was gone. But ever since he'd found out his father was alive, concentration had been near impossible. Should I be with him now? His father, like Byrne, wanted the same thing Huon did, to kill the Immortal Seven and the Everlasting King and overthrow the rule the Surgeless had over the Surgecallers. At least, I think that's what he wants. How could Huon know? He'd never spoken to the man. And his father condoned the killing of innocents. No matter how Huon thought about it, he couldn't justify that. Crowley wasn't an innocent. Huon would have died in the arena had he not advanced to Squire, all because Crowley had bribed someone to kill him. But the Squires bound to Crowley that Byrne had killed in cold blood? And the Knights? The Knights of the House of Tyrol. Huon still wasn't sure if they were actually dead after what Byrne had asked Huon's father back in that clearing in the Green Way. Have they capitulated? The Knights from House Tyrol? According to Huon's father, one of them had already turned. Liona wanted them to go after the other two. She may no longer hold an allegiance to the Surgeless of House Tyrol, but she had loved her knight. She wanted to go after them, but she knew they couldn't. They weren't strong enough to go up against a legend. To Squires, a legend might as well be an immortal. Huon let out a breath. He needed to purge all of this from his mind. None of it mattered, not while they were up here, alone, safe. Jameson, blaze, burn. They wouldn't find them up here. They needed to train while they could. After what must have been another hour of failing to cultivate the earth essence in the cave, Huon walked out into the chill night air. He surged fire into a ball, hovering it in front of him, relishing the warmth. Night had fallen and the sky was clear. They were above the clouds up here. The stars shone brightly. He'd never seen so many. He stared at the stars a long while, as he usually did when he ventured out of the cave during the night. Then his gaze trailed down. In the darkness, there wasn't much to see. The moon, even when it was full, failed to illuminate the great expanse beyond the mountains. The Shurin Mountains weren't just the farthest thing from Glenhaven in the Everlasting King's realm. They also marked the very edge of the boundary. Beyond them lay another realm. Huon knew little of the world beyond. There were beasts out there. Ones far more terrifying than anything he'd encountered, even more terrifying than the Immortal of Fire's red dragon, if the stories were true. Only those serving as honor-bound ever ventured outside of the realm. That was another thing Liona wanted to do. That's why she was trying so hard to become a knight. There were other realms out there, realms where surgecallers ruled. At least there must be. Blaze had almost told them as much. The Everlasting King was thwarted before he could unite the entire continent. So, what was out there? Who was out there? Liona wanted to find out. Huon did too. But he was afraid. The honor-bound never spoke of their service. It was like that in every book Huon had read, and Liona had confirmed it. Her parents had stayed on with the honor-bound beyond their 2 years. They'd never told Liona what they'd done when they'd left the realm. Then, one day, they'd left and never returned. When Liona advanced to knight, she would venture into the unknown, and Huon, still a lowly squire, would follow. Chapter 2. Scratching came from the entrance of the cave. Huon sat on watch, trying to feel the earth essence as his other senses reached out. The scratching came again. There weren't a great many beasts this high in the mountains, nor many animals. That had been part of the reason they'd chosen to come here. Hunting meant moving down the mountain, to the open pools where they could fish, or the tree-laden hills where deer roamed. So what was causing that scratching sound? Huon peered at Leona's sleeping figure. The girl barely slept. She'd been working herself down to the bone, training well into the night. Huon had been trying to do the same, but he simply couldn't handle the punishment, which was strange. Usually he reveled in hard work. But something had changed within him. He became more easily exhausted. There was a pit inside his stomach, one that never seemed to fill. The scratching came a third time. He didn't wish to wake Liona. It wasn't as if a beast was roaring into their cave. It must just be some small animal. Perhaps a bird had made its way up the mountain. Huon let go of trying to feel the earth essence and made it to his feet. He grabbed his sword, still sheathed, the only sword they had between them. He gripped the hilt, a precaution. Just because it wasn't usual for a beast to venture this high didn't mean it was impossible. It could be a troll or some sort of ice bear. He wasn't sure. He usually didn't spend much time in the mountains. Booted feet softly stepping on the cold stone, Huon crept to the cave entrance. He drew the sword, leaving the sheath on the ground, and surged flames to his offhand. Shadows danced along the jagged cave walls, making Huon's eyes dart every which way. He surged breath. Calm. There was nothing to be afraid of. And if there was, well, he'd have Liona at his back after one quick shout. He'd seen how fast she woke. As he approached the cave entrance, the scratching grew louder, more distinct. The wind yawned through the tunnels, bringing with it the icy night air. He positioned his fireball-wielding hand to the side, lest it damage his night vision, and crept on, narrowing his eyes to pierce the darkness. Then he spotted something, a little ways outside the cave. It looked like a rock, gently swaying back and forth on a blanket of snow. As it moved, he heard the scratching. He slowed, surging the flames to get a better look. It wasn't a rock. It was an egg. The largest egg he'd ever seen. It rocked side to side, the shell scratching against the snow. It was almost as big as his head. What in the realm hatches from that? Despite his better judgment, Huon walked right up to the egg. He knelt, one knee in the snow, and peered at it. It would hatch soon. He looked around. How had it gotten here? He'd seen eggs fall from nests before, but that had been in forests, not on mountains, and the eggs had been nowhere near as big as this one. He peered up into the darkness of the peak above. Both he and Liona had thought there was nothing up there. They must have been wrong. If the egg is this big, how big is its mother? He turned back to the cave's entrance, about a dozen paces away. A screech pierced the night. Huon clutched his ears. Maybe it's a chicken. The thought came unbidden from when Huon and Byrne had heard the raptors pursuing them. How could a raptor make it all the way up here? Huon surged speed, sprinting for the cave entrance. But before he took 2 steps, there was a whoosh, whoosh above him. The red dragon. He looked up. Outstretched talons fell down at him. He had no time to twist out of the way. Burning strips of pain alighted his face, his skin tearing. He thrust his sword up, the fireball along with it, and was met by another ear-splitting screech as the thing backed off. Huon surged stamina, wiping blood from his face as he scrambled toward the entrance. Glancing up, he saw the beast in full. It looked like an eagle, if eagles were as blue as the sky and the size of a rich merchant's wagon. Oh, no! It was swooping down with impossible speed. He threw his hands over his head. He just needed to get into the cave. I don't want your egg! He would yell that at the bird, but what would be the point? He dived into the entrance, almost out of the snowy night, but something sharp dug into his back and lifted him into the air. He was wrenched up violently in the clutches of the giant eagle's claws. Liona! He screamed, surging fire into one of his hands and trying to hit the bird with his sword, flinging it behind him in wild swings. He surged stamina, but his wounds wouldn't heal with the talons digging through his armor and into his skin. Huon shut his eyes and focused his essence, pooling it around his back. It was a technique Liona had been teaching him, and it often came in handy to strengthen particular parts of the body. He'd used it without realizing before, whenever he surged fire from his palms, the easiest point at which to pool essence. Now he needed to surge fire from his back. He fought through the pain. There are no limits. The words replayed in his mind, as they had when he'd fought Jameson. They'd worked then. They needed to work now. Flames shot from his back. He felt their heat, sensed their essence. The eagle screeched once more. Huon double-surged the flames, focusing as much of his will on where the talons grasped him. But if this bird, this beast, was a surgecaller as he was, it might be able to heal its wounds the moment they came. As long as it got past the pain, it would keep clinging to him. All he could hear was the screeching and the wind. The air was thin, thinner than it should be even up here, and so cold. He opened his eyes and instantly ceased surging fire. He was above the highest peak. The eagle had taken him too high. If it let go, he'd plunge to his death. Huon! The shout came from the cave, which he could barely make out in the dark. Liona! She wouldn't be able to see him, not well enough in the dark. He flared fire into the sword and swung it around. Liona! As he yelled her name, he couldn't help but wonder what she would do. It wasn't as if she could fly. The eagle flew ever higher. I'm dead, he thought. Even surging all the strength he had, how could he survive such a fall? Looking down, he saw the great mountain, the moonlight reflecting off the snow, but he couldn't see the bottom. He knew how far down it went. They'd spent a week climbing it. Something shot through the air, coming from the peak he'd been plucked from. An arrow, a rope tied to it. Liona was a good shot, but there was no way she could see him up here. Was there? The arrow whizzed past Huon and thunked into the giant eagle, sending another deafening screech into his ears. Huon flinched at the horrible sound, waiting for the moment the bird would release him and he'd fall to his death. Then the rope was pulled taut. "Grab the rope," he thought to himself. "Grab the damned rope." He was jerked downward as Liona pulled the rope. She must have been using all her strength. He was surprised she wasn't pulled up into the air with them. The talons in his back loosened. If he wasn't holding the rope when the eagle lost its grip. Huon reached out, but it was just beyond his grasp. He'd have to grab the rope when the bird dropped him and time it perfectly. Through the pain, he focused, pooling his fire essence into his back once more, keeping his eyes wide open. He double-surged flame, surging speed and strength to quicken his perceptions, readying himself to grip the rope. The talons slowly slid out of him, the eagle's grip loosening each quarter second. He had nothing to kick off from, no wind essence to surge, nothing to do but hope he fell in the right direction. The eagle dropped him. Huon fell like a rock, head first. The speed essence made it feel like it was happening in slow motion. He reached for the rope, but it was still beyond his grasp. That's when he had a stupid idea. As he fell, he pooled fire essence into his feet while surging stamina to heal his wounds. He angled his feet away from the rope, then surged fire. The flames roared, moving him a fraction in the direction he needed, just close enough for his fingers to curl around the rope. The rope was still pulled taut, connected to the eagle flapping in the sky, its wings whooshing as it screeched. He gripped the rope with one hand, the other still holding his sword. As long as the bird stayed up there, the eagle swooped straight for the peak where the cave lay. "It's after the egg." The rope slackened. The eagle's flight would smash him into the peak below. Huon cut the rope. He fell down the side of the mountain, hoping Liona had a good hold on the rope. He fell for so long he wondered if Liona had let go. Then the rope wrenched his arm as it met its full length. Huon swung in the void, bracing himself as the mountain's rock wall came speeding at him. He caught the wall, feet first, his strength surge taking the brunt of the force with minimal injury. The peak was still high above him. He looked up, then back at the rock wall. She won't be able to hold the rope long. Huon found hand and footholds on the wall, gripping them tight. He shoved the sword through his belt, wishing he'd had the sheath. That will have to do. Then, one hand on the wall, he used the other to tie the rope around his waist. Hopefully, Liona had managed to tie the rope to a rock before engaging the eagle. A moment after he'd tied the rope, it went loose, then fell right by him, tugging slightly at his waist. So much for that. He hoped it meant she was fighting, and not that she'd died. He climbed, surging speed and strength, hoping his core wouldn't be completely empty by the time he made it to the top. Even with his surges, his muscles burned and his back ached. Climbing this fast took a toll on a squire. A knight would practically fly up this wall. After everything he'd faced, he wasn't going to die falling off a cliff. The handholds were icy and cold. Using only his natural strength, this climb would be impossible without spikes to thrust into the wall. He dragged himself up as fast as he could, finally making it back to top. When he pulled himself over the ledge, he saw the eagle flap its wings at Liona. It was surging. A great gust of wind slammed Liona into the rock wall beside the cave's entrance. Huon struggled to his feet, then pulled the sword from his belt, surging his remaining fire essence into the blade. He charged. Chapter 3. The bird must have heard him. It whirled, wings arcing back, ready to throw him with a gust of wind just as it threw Liona. Only if it hit him, he'd be pushed right back off the cliff, with no one to catch his fall this time. Double surging speed, Huon closed the gap. He struck the eagle's wing before it had a chance to surge wind. As he did, he flared the flames running up the blade. The eagle's feathers caught fire. Huon jumped, rolling to the side, trying to put his back to the cave in case he got hit by a gust of wind. Footfalls rushed behind him. An arrow whizzed past. He felt the air from it on the side of his face. The arrowhead looked heavy, encased in ice. The arrow struck. Ice spread out from the entry point, freezing part of the bird's wing, the one that wasn't on fire. The eagle screeched. "Get in the cave!" Liona loosed another arrow. But Huon saw an opportunity, and this was a fight he didn't want to run from. If he were to advance, he must push himself. Ever since he'd gotten here, he'd not had the same drive as before. This fight, nearly dying, that's what he needed. Surging speed and strength, just about all he had left, he sprinted at the wall outside the cave and kicked off, leaping into the air. As the eagle flailed its wings in pain, he angled the sword at its head and hit, dead on. The eagle went down, its body falling limply to the snow. He gasped in a breath of cold air as he landed atop the dead beast. He clambered off it and looked at Liona with a smile. He'd done it. He'd defeated the beast. She stared wide-eyed at the dead eagle. "Why did you kill it?" It attacked us. It was just trying to protect its egg." Huon glanced at the egg, then frowned at Liona. "I almost died." Liona approached the dead beast. "We could have retreated into the cave. It would have left with its egg once we were gone." She knelt by the eagle's head. She looked sad. "Sky eagles are rare as dragons." "I thought you feared dragons." "I do." Liona looked at him. "But this isn't a dragon." Huon stepped toward her, his mouth opened. He should apologize, but what had he done wrong? The beast might have killed him. A moment passed, Liona still sitting on the ground. Then she held her hand up. "Give me the sword." Her eyes were downcast. "Shouldn't let the core go to waste." Numbly, Huon passed her the sword. He turned away from the grim work, crossing his arms over his chest as she cut into the beast's abdomen. Liona made it sound as though he'd done something horribly wrong. But hadn't he just been defending them? It's a beast. Why is she sad about a beast? But the more he thought about the line of events, the more he realized she'd been right. Yes, the beast had almost killed him, but they would have been out of danger had they hidden in the cave. The tunnels were too narrow for the giant eagle to fit through, and it had just been after its egg. Crack! Huon snapped his head toward the noise. The egg was moving, and there was a fine line in its shell where it had cracked. Liona, he stepped toward it. "You'll want to see this." "I'm busy." There was a slushing sound. Huon wasn't squeamish, but he'd seen cores cut out before. It wasn't pleasant. "It's hatching." Liona sighed. There was another unpleasant sound. "Got it. Wait. What did you say?" Huon's gaze was fixed on the egg as Liona appeared at his side, one of her arms covered in the beast's blood. Huon crinkled his nose as he side-eyed her, then knelt by the egg. "What do we do?" "I killed its mother." The guilt hit him then. Beasts had always been beasts to him. He'd run from them all his life, only stopping to fight when he had to, but this was different. Maybe the bird about to hatch was just a beast, but did that mean it lacked feelings? "I know what it's like to lose a mother." Liona stared at the egg in wonder, then looked at the sky, searching. After a moment, her eyes rested on the cracking shell. "Have you ever thought what your mount might be, Huon?" "You're not saying—" "It will die left here alone. Sky eagles are rare, majestic." Liona tilted her head. "You killed its mother. It's your duty to raise it." She sat on the snow. Huon stared back at the egg. "Raise it? I don't know how." She put a hand on his shoulder, and for the first time since he'd killed the sky eagle, she looked sorry for him. "You'll figure it out. Besides," she raised an eyebrow, "if the bird trusts you enough, you might have a loyal mount." "Unless it finds out I killed its mother," he thought. Not that it could know that. Could it? Then the idea of having a mount made him imagine flying on a giant eagle, soaring through the skies, high above all the dangerous beasts on the ground. His goal was to rival the Immortal Seven in strength. A flying mount sounded fitting. "Are you sure about this?" Liona shrugged. "It will give you something to focus on when you're training. Perhaps having something to protect will make you work harder." So she'd noticed he hadn't had the same drive as he used to. "You need something to distract yourself from who your father is. Besides, you did kill its mother." The egg cracked again. Huon surged breath, without meaning to. Could he be responsible for another life? It was hard to imagine. He'd spent so long alone, taking care of himself. Part of the shell peeled off, falling to the snow. A small head popped out. Its feathers were fluffy and light gray, not the vibrant blue of their dead mother. Its eyes were closed, and it nudged at the egg around it, cracking more of the shell, knocking pieces to the ground. What do I do?" Huon peered at the small bird, though it wasn't really small. As it stretched out, it was the size of an actual chicken, a full-grown chicken. It shouldn't be surprising the eaglets of a giant sky eagle were large at hatching. He reached toward the small bird, but hesitated. The last thing he wanted to do was hurt it. Liona, a little wide-eyed, smiled. "I have no idea what you need to do." She tilted her head to the side. "It is cute, though." Cute. Huon remembered the massive talons digging into his back only moments ago. Cute wasn't the word he'd use. The baby bird made it out of the shell on wobbly legs. It walked toward him as if it knew he was there. "Hello." Huon reached out for it again, brushing its soft head with a finger. The bird nudged the finger and chirped. "It is cute." Suddenly the bird became more than just a possible mount. Carefully he picked it up, cradling it in his hands. Huon checked, cradling her in his hands. "You must be cold." Huon stood, the baby sky eagle cuddled up to his chest. He glanced at the mother, dead in the snow, its glowing core lying beside it. Despite the bird's eyes being closed, he shielded it from seeing its mother and headed for the cave. Chapter 4. Huon huddled close to the fire in their cave. He'd cut off a section of his cloak for the eaglet, and she was sleeping on it beside him. The beast— no, not beast. It felt wrong calling her a beast, though he was still thinking of a name. The eaglet was probably used to these temperatures, as her mother had kept a nest high on the peak, but he didn't want the poor thing to freeze. He'd seen birds feed their young before, and so earlier that day he'd taken a makeshift spear to the pools and fished out a few large cod. He minced them up in water, then crushed them with the butt of a knife before feeding them to the eaglet. She cooed after each bite, and in the days since she'd been born, had already grown a bit larger and opened her eyes. Huon breathed in the fire essence, surging it gently to warm his entire body. It was a technique he'd come across accidentally while learning how to pool his essence. He realized fire essence helped warm the extremities, even before it became flames. Simply making it flow around his body warmed his core temperature. It was incredibly useful up here. The eaglet chirped, awake once more. Dawn was soon approaching. Huon was on the morning watch. The chirp made Liona stir, but only briefly. Huon coaxed the bird close. "Come here, little one," he whispered. The eaglet's gaze swung at him. Her eyes were piercing, odd for a creature so young. She bounded toward him. She barely had any trouble walking now, but she ran with an awkward gait. He brushed her head with the side of a hand as she nuzzled his leg. Whenever she showed him affection, it spurred a bit of guilt. Was this like if the Immortal of Fire were to take Huon under his wing? "You're going to grow big, aren't you, little one?" He tilted his head. Little one wouldn't cut it for long. "Shuri?" he asked her, after the mountain they were on. The eaglet cocked her head and chirped. Huon couldn't help but smile. "Shuri it is." Shuri nudged his hand. There was strength behind it. He wondered how long she would take to grow. When he became a knight, would she be large enough to ride? An eagle rider. He liked the sound of that. Huon picked up Shuri and sat her on his lap. She cuddled up, falling back to sleep. He smiled down at her, then did the thing he'd been avoiding. Earth essence. He'd struggled to cultivate the elusive surge, but he wasn't just doing it for himself now, or for his own goals that oscillated between feeling attainable and ridiculous. He didn't need to become strong for Liona. She would always be stronger than him, he was sure. But the baby sky eagle? She would be vulnerable out there by herself. Soon they would venture outside of their realm and into another. He couldn't be weak when they did. He glanced at Shuri once more before closing his eyes and assuming a receptive, meditative state. He stretched out his back. The wound Shuri's mother had inflicted had healed the day before, bottoming out his stamina reserves twice over, and breathed. Earth essence brushed the edges of his senses, as it always did. Fire essence was far easier to cultivate. All he needed to do was take it in and push through the pain. Wind he was yet to cultivate. Liona was adamant he do earth first. It was how she trained. Fire, earth, air, then water. There was something special about the order, though he didn't understand it. Earth was not so simple as fire, and Liona wouldn't explain it to him. It can only be learnt, not taught. It was her favorite saying. Every time she uttered it, it made him want to thwack her. Not that he would be fast enough to. Just feel. Sit here and feel. He breathed and focused and let himself sink into the floor. In this cave, earth essence was all around. In the walls, the ceiling, the stalactites and stalagmites, but as always it was strongest in the ground. So he sank. Minutes stretched to hours. Shuri grew bored of sleeping and ventured about the cave. He heard her chirps, her little talons tapping the rock floor as she walked. Liona rose, ate, and left to train without a word. Huon sank, and sank some more. As time passed, the essence grew stronger, though he wasn't sure if it was the essence that grew in strength, or his perception of it. Whenever he tried to nudge it with his mind, it pulled away from him. That was how it had been every other day he'd tried this, and he'd been trying this for weeks. So he didn't try to nudge it. He was patient like stone, patient like the earth is patient when it waits for the seasons to change. He would have sunk into the floor all day if Shuri didn't need feeding. Just as he was thinking of getting up and tending to her, earth essence seemed to envelop him. It wasn't like how fire essence entered him with burning and pain. It was more like the earth was holding him, forming around him, making him feel sturdy, strong, as unmoving as the mountain he sat upon. Then the earth essence seeped through his skin. It wasn't painful, but it brought with it a tremendous weight. Like if he were to stand right now, he'd need to double surge strength just to shift his bulk. He breathed it in, and slowly, ever so slowly, it filled his core. His core felt more substantial, more solid than it ever had. Shuri chirped, head-butted his thigh, then chirped some more. Huon opened his eyes and smiled. He brushed the top of the eaglet's head, then gently rubbed under her chin. She cooed, eyes fluttering closed until she remembered her hunger. Chirp! All right, little one. Huon stood, stretching out his shoulders and moving around. The earth essence sat heavy in his core, like a rock lodged in his stomach, but it didn't affect his movement as he'd thought it might. He still had some mushed-up fish, kept fresh by the coldness of the cave in a small container covered by snow. He pulled it out. Shuri jumped up in the air and bobbed her head up and down. He'd never seen her this excited. She sidled up to him and tilted her head all the way back, opening her beak impossibly wide. Huon cringed slightly as he dropped a bit of the mushed-up fish into the eaglet's mouth. Shuri swallowed it eagerly. It made him wonder what she would eat when she was older and considerably larger. When she'd had her fill, he melted some snow into a bowl and boiled it with a fire surge, removing any possible impurities, then waited a moment for it to cool before putting it in front of Shuri. She pecked at the water, and Huon smiled down at her. He returned to his spot by the fire, the earth essence weighing heavily within him. The best way to increase his skill was to continue cultivating it until his core reached its current limit, a feat he wasn't sure how long would take. It was easier to cultivate the second time. The moment he closed his eyes, he felt the essence all around. He still couldn't grasp it, not right away. He had to dig deep, sink in, before it enveloped him again. Soon enough, he'd be able to cultivate it with his eyes open. Then, while standing, walking, running. As long as he was close to his source of earth essence, constant cultivation would be possible, just as with breath. This has potential. It could become my strongest surge. Many surgecallers were proficient in several of the elemental surges, and other surges only knights could obtain from beasts, but they often specialized in only one. Huon wasn't sure he wanted to use just one. An earth surger riding a giant eagle? He would need air in the sky. And fire. He'd hated fire so much before he began using it. Its power. It had a chaotic but pure feel to it. Water he'd yet to use, but he'd felt its essence when they'd hidden in that river stream as the Immortal of Fire's red dragon burned the deep wood. Water essence had nudged the edges of his senses. He saw the utility in water. Liona didn't need to cut and melt ice. That was mostly for him. She could cultivate water essence, then surge water straight from her core. That didn't even account for the combat possibilities. Even the Immortal of Fire showed how strong he was in other surges. Huon felt his earth essence reaching its capacity. He wasn't sure how long he'd been cultivating it, but darkness must have fallen outside because Liona walked back in from her training just as he reached his limit. Huon opened his eyes and smiled up at her. Liona raised an eyebrow. "You did it?" Huon stood. The weight in his core made him stumble a step, but it didn't wipe away his smile. "I hit my limit for Earth." "It's about time," Liona smirked, then slapped him on the shoulder. "You did good." She leant over and peered at Shuri. "How's she doing?" "Shuri is doing well." The eaglet dozed in the corner. She'd chirped herself out. In the 2 days since she'd been born, she was now able to run, so she'd been doing so all around the cave. And that she was already bigger than the day before made him wonder how fast these beasts grew. Beasts! He winced at even thinking of little Shuri that way. But when he thought about her mother, the talons in his back, the fall down the cliff when he'd been dropped, there was no other way he knew to describe them. "Shuri?" Liona frowned. "Like the mountain?" He nodded. Liona went to the corner, where their stock of meat was. She only seemed to eat twice a day lately. Huon found himself doing the same. They had no cookpots, so they couldn't make soup or stew, but they were becoming quite adept at cooking with fire essence. Liona placed the meat and scattered vegetables on a length of wood. She sat in seiza, legs folded beneath her, and brought her hands together briefly, then faced her palms at the food. "I think we should leave the mountain soon." Fire essence seeped from her hands, and the food began to heat. "Aren't we waiting for your advancement?" Huon glanced at Shuri. They were safe here. The Sky Eagle wasn't big enough to venture out of the cave. He wasn't strong enough. Not yet. "When we faced the Sky Eagle, I realized what my training has been missing." Leona's gaze left the food and met his. "Pressure. It's the only way I can push past this block. Sparring you," she looked back at the food, "isn't enough. I still have so much to learn." And you will learn it, on the road. Huon frowned. You've already made your decision. Do you care what I think? Leona's gaze flicked up. I care, but it won't change my mind. I'm leaving tomorrow. But, Huon lowered his head, what of Shuri? We'll protect her, as we protect each other. Huon's mouth was suddenly dry. He fumbled for his canteen and took a sip. I'm not ready. You're not a knight yet. We don't know what's out there. He took the moment he was drinking to let all those thoughts fall away. He replaced the lid on his canteen, wiped his face, then put it down. He took a breath and looked down at Liona. The food was almost cooked. The fire essence was an efficient way to cook, as the temperature could be adjusted by the surger. He sat across from her, practically collapsing. Leave the realm. What if we die? What if? But maybe she was right. Maybe they needed to push themselves right out of their comfort zones, give them real pressure. That's how I made it to Squire. It was either advance or die. No one would have expected a page to survive for 4 years out in the wilds. Who knew what the world was like outside their realm? It could be that the wilds of another realm were less dangerous. 2 squires, one a full squire well on their way to knighthood, should be able to handle whatever comes, right? Huon glanced at Shuri. 2 squires and 1 eaglet. He grinned, despite himself. No limits. He needed to advance. They both did. If this was the answer, then he would do it. He looked at Liona. At least I won't be doing it alone. Okay. Huon's voice sounded a little weak. He nodded empathetically, cleared his throat. Let's do it. Liona looked up at him. She tilted her head. You're sure? He nodded again, and she smiled. She hadn't smiled like that since they'd lost the knights, since they'd become Oathless and fled Glenhaven. Tomorrow? He asked. Tomorrow. Liona finished cooking. They ate in silence. Huon fed Shuri more of the mushed-up fish, cringing as he did. Liona laughed when she saw it. Laughed. And so Huon couldn't help laughing too. They were leaving the realm. Chapter 5. The 2 squires climbed down the other side of the mountain, the side that led into the realm beyond the everlasting kings. They bundled their meager possessions into their cloaks, tying them to makeshift spears to rest them on their shoulders. Huon wore his sword. He'd come to think of it as his sword now, though it had taken a while. Liona had her bow slung on her back, the quiver on her hip. Shuri was bundled up on Huon's chest. The climb down felt easier than the climb up, but carrying Shuri made it difficult in parts. There were very few cliff faces to climb down, but when there were, they made good use of the rope that had saved Huon's life. They'd filled their reserves before the climb and were using their strength and stamina judiciously. Breath came in handy up here, too, what with the thin air. Each night before they rested, they trained long enough to renew their essence for the physical surges. It took a week of climbing. The road was blessedly clear of beasts, unlike the way up on the other side had been. It was strange heading down this way. When they made it close to the ground, where the trees grew tall and snow no longer covered everything, they stopped for a break in a small clearing. Huon placed Shuri on the ground. She chirped and started running about. For a moment, Huon worried she would run off, but she never ventured far. Whenever she reached the edge of the clearing, she would chirp, look over her shoulder in search of Huon, then run as fast as her little legs could take her straight back to him. Huon couldn't help but laugh. He was in good spirits. He wasn't sure he remembered the last time he'd been in such a good mood. His laugh died in his throat. The last time had been those first few weeks with Byrne. Huon bit his lip and fed Shuri her food before eating his own. Leona's gaze trailed Shuri running about the clearing again, satisfied from her feeding. She's growing fast. She'll be as tall as me soon. Huon inclined his head. Thank you. Liona frowned. For what? Huon gestured at Shuri. For making me take care of her. Liona smiled, then took a bite of her food. When she finished chewing, she looked at him again. I thought it would be a good fit for you, not just for your advancement. Huon focused on his own food, avoiding her gaze, but he didn't take a bite. It is. She's looking out for me. Maybe I finally have made a friend after all. He bit into his food, not realizing his hunger until he did. The sun fell behind the Shurin Mountains, the peaks taking on an orange glow. The mountain looked so much taller than he remembered. As he ate, he closed his eyes, feeling his core. It was drained of much of the physical surges, but he had plenty of fire essence and earth essence. He'd not had much opportunity to train his control over earth essence, but after they cultivated their physical surges of an evening, he'd spent as much time in meditation as he could. He knew a week of training while climbing wouldn't make a huge difference, but he wanted to be as strong as possible when they walked out of the realm. Huon jerked his head up, looking about the clearing. Wait, have we passed the border? Liona raised her head and glanced around. Her eyes widened slightly. We have. Huon let out a breath. We're outside the realm. He put his food down and chased after Shuri, picking her up as she chirped. We're outside the realm, Shuri. He smiled wide, then looked over at Liona, her eyebrows raised. Suddenly he felt ridiculous. Why was he so excited? Right now, all he was feeling was the sense of adventure. But they were going into unknown, potentially incredibly dangerous territory. He cleared his throat and placed Shuri back on the ground, where she continued to peck around the clearing, finding worms in the soft earth. Huon sat and took a bite of his food. He glanced at Liona, finding a grin on her face, which made him feel slightly better. Huon looked at the trees. He attuned his senses. It wasn't bad to be in good spirits, but he should be more alert. What do you think we'll find here? All manner of beasts, I imagine. The forest was quiet, at least quiet for a forest. Birds sang, perched on high branches, and the wind sighed through the trees. What before had been a beautiful sight took on a more sinister feel. They finished eating in a more subdued mood, then trained into the night, refilling their physical reserves before Liona took the first watch. Huon lay on his cloak, huddled close to the fire. He was used to falling asleep on the mountain, in the safety of their cave. It took him far too long to drift off down here. It wasn't just the location, it was what it meant. His mind turned over and over. When he'd finally fallen asleep, it felt like he was roused for his watch moments later. As always, Huon spent his watch cultivating. First, he refilled his fire essence. The forest wasn't as cold as the cave had been, but it still wasn't warm during the night. The burning pain of cultivating fire spurned him into full wakefulness, and his eyes kept darting toward the trees. He'd yet to hear any signs of beasts, no roars in the darkness, no screeching in the night sky. But that didn't mean they weren't lurking. Some beasts, like the saber-tooth he'd encountered in the Green Way, were adept at stealth. They stalked their prey, lying in wait for the perfect opportunity to strike. He shuddered, and not from the chill in the air. When his fire essence reached its full capacity, he started on earth essence. He'd been determined to strengthen his control over it, but he'd lacked the opportunity. Despite the fact that he, in theory, should be able to cultivate it while walking, it still eluded him when he wasn't able to focus his mind completely on the task. But now he had 4 hours to kill while Liona tried to sleep. Huon took a deep breath and focused his mind. He observed his core and the essence within. 5 of his reserves were at capacity: breath, strength, speed, stamina, and fire. He was yet to learn how to expend his earth essence in a productive way. It was much easier for the other surges, but earth was as hard to move from his core as a boulder was from the ground. So far, he'd only been able to cultivate it to its limit, then let it dissipate slowly over a matter of days. As a squire, his reserve no longer bottomed out while he slept, but it wasn't completely full when morning came. It took 3 full days for him to lose all of his essence. while it took Liona an entire week before her reserves met their end, and she never let it get that far. Huon sank into the ground, as he'd done several times before. The earth essence no longer simply brushed against the edges of his senses. It lit up like a beacon inside his mind, though it wasn't all around him like it had been in the cave. No rock above him, no rock beside him, just the whole wide world beneath. It was still as strong as ever. He sank and let it envelop him. Slowly at first, then faster and faster. It still took him more than an hour by his measure, but it was far more of an improvement than it had been the last time. When he felt that heavy weight bunching up inside him, he opened his eyes and let out a breath. Liona still slept, breathing softly. Shuri was bundled up in her makeshift blanket, and there hadn't been a single sound in the night to set him further on edge. He frowned. Not a single sound. Even a few hours before dawn, there should have been something. He looked at Liona again. She was breathing, her chest rising and falling, but he couldn't hear each breath. The trees, their branches were swaying gently, the leaves flittering in the light breeze, yet he heard no wind. He brought up a hand and clicked by his ear. Once, twice, 3 times. Nothing. He worked his mouth, forming the word hello. Again, no sound. Why was there no sound? He stood and crept toward Liona, nudging her shoulder. Wake up, he tried to say, but again nothing came out. She woke, jolting to look at Huon. What? Her mouth formed, then her forehead creased. She formed the word again as if trying to shout, then pointed to her ear. Huon pointed to his own ear, then shrugged with open hands. He clicked in front of them and shook his head. Liona looked around at the trees. She was on her feet in only a moment, reaching for the bow and quiver that was always by her side when she slept. Huon looked around, though he didn't see anything. He drew the sword at his side. So he hadn't gone deaf. Either that, or they both had. He glanced at Shuri, bundled on her blanket. She was asleep. Good. Whatever commotion they were causing, clearly she couldn't hear it either. A surge. It must be. Huon attuned his senses, but it felt wrong not being able to hear. He sniffed the air, but his sense of smell had never been as strong as his hearing. The scent of the forest, the earth wet from morning dew, was about all he smelled. A silence surge? Like how the midnight bear could surge darkness? He'd never heard of such a thing. Liona must have come to the same conclusion. She nocked an arrow, her gaze searching. What manner of beast could perform this? He surged flames into his sword to brighten the darkness of the trees, eyes darting about the clearing. Whatever it was, it must be close. He wanted to talk to Liona, ask her what they should do. His instinct was to run, but where would they go? They didn't know this area. They didn't know what lurked deeper in the woods. Then he caught something in the corner of his vision, a dark shape emerging from between the trees. Liona caught it too. She pulled the string back, the fletchings by her ear. The dark shape came into the light. It was a boy. He looked about 13 years old. There must be others with him. He can't be more than a squire, maybe even a page. He couldn't be using a night-level surge. Huon's gaze kept searching the trees. He saw nothing. They could be shouting, and I wouldn't hear them. The boy raised his hand. Huon tightened his grip on his sword. In his peripheral vision, he saw ice surge into the arrow Liona had knocked. The boy made a slight motion. Huon's ears popped. He could hear again. He is using a night-level surge, Huon thought. How is that possible? Of course, he must be using a surge gem. Who are you? Liona angled her bow to aim at the boy's head. Huon wondered if she'd take the shot. The boy tilted his head to the side. Sir Galen, of the Queendom of Arisalon. His forehead creased. You should not be here. He nodded toward the mountain. Turn back. Huon and Liona exchanged a glance. They hadn't expected to come across people so quickly. The Queendom of Arisalon. He'd never heard of such a place. "Are you alone?" Liona asked. The boy looked at her. He appeared to be unarmed, though there could have been weapons under his cloak. "I'm never alone." The boy whistled. Loud thumps sounded in the trees. Huon flinched back as a massive white wolf padded into the clearing to stand by the boy. It lowered its head, and Sir Galen scratched it behind the ear. "I don't want to see you hurt." Sir Galen once again nodded at the Shurin Mountains. "Leave." "There's nothing left for us back there," Huon said. The boy might not be a threat. He hadn't decided yet, but that wolf certainly was. "Where are your parents?" Liona asked. Sir Galen's gaze swung to her. "That is not your concern." There was something about the boy. He was too confident for someone his age. There was strength behind his eyes. He couldn't be a knight, could he? Sir Galen eyed Huon, then Liona. "You will not turn back?" "We can't." Liona seemed to bite the words as she spoke them, her teeth gritted. The boy blinked at her. "Show me your wrists." Huon frowned. He's looking for oath bindings. Huon kept his sword in his hand, pulling down the sleeve of his left wrist with one finger, revealing the perfect circle there. Sir Galen's eyes widened briefly, then he nodded, turning to Liona, waiting. Liona sighed. She kept the arrow in her hand, quickly pulled down her sleeve, then re-knocked the arrow. The bow still braced in her left. She angled it toward him. Huon didn't blame her for her lack of trust. Sir Galen nodded once more, then turned on his heel. "Follow me, if you wish to live." He began walking, not even looking back to see if they were following. The giant wolf stared at them, eyes piercing. Shuri chirped awake. Huon glanced over at her. The eaglet froze as it saw the wolf. The wolf's gaze snapped toward her, its head tilting to the side curiously. Huon stepped over to Shuri and took her in one arm. He looked at Liona. "We want to live, right?" "You trust him?" Huon shook his head. "No," he nodded at the wolf, "but I don't think we can take him." Liona narrowed her eyes. "I can take him." The wolf barked, then growled low in its throat. The hair around its muzzle stood on end, and its eyes narrowed far more menacingly than Leona's. "Okay, let's follow the strange boy and the scary wolf into the woods." Liona put the cloak she'd been sleeping on over her, then held the bow once more. What could go wrong? Chapter 6. Sir Galen led them through the forest, his giant white wolf padding behind them. He'd barely spoken and answered none of their questions. Liona kept giving Huon side-eye, glancing over her shoulder at the wolf, then looking at her bow. He could read the question in her eyes. Why are we following him? Why aren't we fighting? Why aren't we running? Part of Huon wanted to fight, to run, but Sir Galen just didn't seem threatening. Huon should be more worried than he was. He sighed, licked his lips, and called out to the boy for what must have been the 20th time. "Where are you leading us?" Sir Galen stopped. It was the first time they'd gotten a reaction from him with one of their questions. He turned and faced them. His cloak was drawn up by the wind, a sword revealed beneath, sheathed at his hip. So, he is armed, Huon thought, but he couldn't see any bandoliers. "All visitors of the Queendom of Arisalon must be taken to the nearest ruling lady." Sir Galen looked toward where he'd been walking. "I am taking you to the forest city of Landor, where Lady Helene reigns." Liona stopped walking. She yanked Huon's arm, stopping him too. Shuri chirped. "Is she who you are bound to?" Liona asked. Sir Galen blinked. "Bound?" Liona, bow still in hand, arrow no longer nocked, motioned to her wrist. Sir Galen's chin rose, his eyebrows with it. "Knights in the Queendom of Arisalon are bound to no one." "You are a knight?" Huon blurted out. He had suspected it, but it still made no sense. He was 13 years old. Huon thought Knighthood would be the youngest person to have reached knighthood he would ever meet. The 13-year-old knight looked down his nose at Huon, which was quite a feat, considering his height. "Why would that surprise you?" Huon gestured at the boy. "Because." Liona yanked at Huon's sleeve, giving him a look. Then she faced Surgecaller. "All your knights are oathless?" "Oathless?" Surgecaller frowned. "I have oaths." He stepped toward her. "Are you challenging my honor? I may only be a knight, but that does not mean I won't fight you." He jutted his chin higher. Only a knight? Did he think they were of a higher advancement than him? Perhaps Huon had read this situation all wrong. "Follow me if you wish to live." It hadn't been a threat, it had been a warning. He exchanged a glance with Liona. From the look she gave, she'd come to the same conclusion. Huon spoke slowly. They could not survive a challenge with a knight. "Oathless, where we come from, means a surgecaller unbound." Surgecaller narrowed his eyes, then nodded. "You are strange folk." He waved toward the Huon mountains behind them. "If you wish to return to your own lands, you may. But if you remain here, you must be taken to my lady." Knights are bound to no one. It said nothing of how squires were treated. What would happen if they were found out to be only squires? Huon had finally achieved that rank, a rank most surgecallers his own age shared, and now they'd walked somewhere where even Liona would be considered weak. "May we speak alone for a moment?" Huon asked. It was strange being so deferential to a child, but he couldn't be any other way toward a knight. Surgecaller nodded. He whistled, and the white wolf came running. They walked a little ways ahead, leaving the two squires alone in the forest. "He's a knight," Liona said. "A knight! How is that possible? He's only a child." "And he thinks we're champions or something." Huon looked up through the canopy. They could still see the peaks of the Huon mountains from here. "What happens if we don't follow him? What happens if we just—" She motioned toward the trees. "Disappeared." "Then we'd have to go back." Huon shook his head. "There's no way we'll survive out here. You heard what he said. Follow him or die. If he thinks we're more than knights, we can't survive here." They both looked to where the boy and the wolf had gone. The wolf's cream-white fur was still visible through the trees. Huon bit his lip. "If we follow him, we'll be bound. He said knights are not bound here. We are not knights. You're close to advancing. This place, this queendom, what if it's the answer?" Leona's brow furrowed. "The answer? We need to advance." He waved toward the boy. "He's 13 and he's a knight. Obviously they know something we don't hear." "You want to be bound again?" "Maybe this place is different. Maybe it's run by surgecallers, not surgeless. When we advance, we'll not be bound. I know I'm nowhere near as close as you." He winced, knowing that was an understatement. "But isn't it worth trying?" Liona pursed her lips. "I don't know, Huon. We might be exchanging one poor master for another. But—" "You're considering it, aren't you?" Liona inclined her head. "I am." Huon looked at Shuri in his hands. "What do you think, little one?" Shuri chirped sleepily. Liona rolled her eyes. "You're asking the eaglet's opinion? You won't be rolling your eyes when she's all grown up." A smirk tugged at the side of her lips. "No, I suppose I won't." The smirk fell away. "This could be dangerous, Huon." "I know, but isn't that why we left the realm in the first place? To be challenged? To push ourselves?" Liona sighed. "This was your idea." She started walking. "Remember that." 2 days of walking, and somehow they hadn't encountered a single beast. Were they making the right decision? Perhaps this place wasn't as dangerous as the boy made it out to be, or perhaps no beasts wished to attack a group in the presence of a giant white wolf. The forest city of Landor was like nothing Huon had ever seen. He'd been expecting buildings made from stone, a large fortress with tall towers. Instead, he found a city that couldn't be seen from the ground. The trees were as large as the towers he'd imagined. Sir Galen whistled, and moments later a long rope ladder fell from the tree they stood beneath. "We're climbing that?" Liona asked. Sir Galen raised an eyebrow. "Unless you can fly." Liona sighed. Huon didn't blame her. "Is there really a city up there?" Huon asked. Sir Galen climbed the ladder. "One way for you to find out." Huon watched the boy make quick time up the rungs, then looked to his wolf. He was about to ask how the giant wolf was going to make it up there when the wolf padded off. Perhaps the beast lived down in the forest. Liona gave Huon a long look before she stepped up to the ladder and began climbing. It's a long way up. Huon waited until they were well above him before grabbing the ladder himself. He worried about how much weight it could hold, but when he touched it, he felt the strength within. It had been imbued with an abundance of essence. The ladder must have been stronger than steel. He took one last look around the clearing before surging speed along with his strength and following the other two up. He held Shuri under one arm. The eaglet chirped excitedly, and he made sure she was tightly within his grasp. He'd need to climb one-handed. For a while he couldn't see anything. He wondered if there truly was a city up here. Then he broke through the first part of the canopy, and the city was revealed. The buildings were built around massive trunks of trees, branching off and connecting to each other by wooden rope bridges. It didn't look sturdy and strong like stone structures would, but if the buildings were anything like the rope, they would be imbued with strength. This place was likely far sturdier than a natural stone structure. How much essence did these people possess to maintain such structures? His eyes couldn't take everything in. The buildings, the people. He craned his neck, looking at it all. Then his feet slipped off the ladder. He hung off a rung with one hand, staring at the drop below, Shuri chirping in his other arm. Surging breath, he ignored the sights and focused on the climb. "It's okay, little one. We'll be up there soon. One rung at a time." When he made it to the top, Liona grabbed his wrist, pulling him up to stand beside her with ease. Sometimes he forgot how strong she was. He didn't think she even had to surge strength. Sir Galen swept a hand. "The forest city of Landor." He smiled, standing straighter. "Come, Lady Helene is this way." He walked along the wooden platforms without so much as glancing over the edge. There were no railings, nothing to stop him from falling, but his own balance. Yet he seemed completely at ease. He probably grew up here, Huon thought. The breeze was strong high in the trees, whipping at their cloaks. Huon's gaze wandered. Now he was no longer dangling from a ladder. "How long do you think they've lived up here?" Liona touched the trunk of the tree their platform had been built around. "These trees could be hundreds of years old, perhaps older. Can you feel the essence?" Huon nodded. "Strength essence." "Not just that." She let go of the tree. "They've infused earth essence into all these structures, making them not only strong, but hard as rock." She knelt, rapping a knuckle against the wood. Sir Galen was still walking, not looking back to see if they were following. "We better catch up," Huon said, though he'd much rather stay and stare at everything. As they walked, he paid close attention to where he stepped, holding a wriggling Shuri in his arms. She seemed a little excitable. Did she like being up this high? It wouldn't surprise him. The buildings were larger than he'd expected. Sir Galen led them into one that rivaled the House of Tyrol. When they stepped in, Huon could almost forget they were more than 100 feet off the ground. They walked down long wooden hallways, and now Liona had pointed it out. He felt the earth essence. This place wasn't just huge. It was powerful. He stared at the back of Sir Galen's head. a 13-year-old knight. It made him wonder what this Lady Helene would be. He just hoped she wasn't surgeless. He'd had enough surgeless oathmasters in his life. He still wasn't sure what they would do when Lady Helene asked their rank. The final hallway opened to a large foyer. Tall wooden double doors, with symbols etched into them, barred their passage. 2 guards stood before the doors. They were the first guards Huon had seen since they'd entered the city. Their armor, like the buildings, was made from wood, but he imagined that wood was tougher than steel. They each wielded heavy halberds, the blades of which were steel. Sir Galen stepped right up to the guards. Their height made him look even more like a boy. He glanced at Huon and Liona.
"These are outsiders, surgecallers from another realm, here to see the Lady of the Forest."
The guards who'd been looking straight ahead each opened one door, pushing them inward. Sir Galen walked through first, bidding them to follow. The doors opened to a large hall. The room was packed, full of men and women in various dress. Some wore armor similar to the guards at the gate. All had weapons, and none were young like Sir Galen. There was chatter as the party of 3 stepped through, but the people parted at the sight of Sir Galen, creating a path to 2 high chairs on a dais. Everyone stared at the newcomers. Huon avoided their gazes, holding Shuri close. Even the eaglet was quiet, her gaze searching the place. 2 women sat on the high chairs. Thrones. Their crowns looked like circles of flowers, but were made of gold. It was the first metal, other than people's weapons, Huon had seen here. Sir Galen knelt in front of the thrones. The 2 women stared at Huon and Liona until the newcomers knelt as well. Huon suppressed a frown. He lowered his head as his knees touched the cold stone, Shuri wriggling in his arms, still able to see the 2 women in the top of his vision.
"Mothers," Sir Galen said, "I found these 2 within our border, below the Shuri Mountains. They hail from the everlasting king's realm."
"Rise," one of the women said. The 3 of them rose. She scrutinized Huon and Liona. "Your wrists."
"They are not bound,"
Sir Galen said. Huon pulled back his sleeve nonetheless. Liona did the same. Lady Helene, for it must have been as the other woman looked to her, raised her chin. "This is highly unusual. Unbound surgecallers from the realm of the everlasting king, waltzing into the queendom of Arisalon. Tell me, what has made you venture here?" Huon and Liona exchanged a glance. They hadn't had much chance to speak of what they would say once they got to this part. From looking at Lady Helene, he couldn't tell if she was a surgecaller or not. Her sleeves, made from rich fabrics, covered her wrists. Liona spoke first. "We seek refuge in your lands." Lady Helene's heavy gaze fell on Liona. "Why? Are you criminals?" She leant forward, as if lending weight to her question. "Traitors?" Huon bit the inside of his cheek. Under the everlasting king's laws, they were criminals, but stating that didn't seem wise. "We simply wish more control over our future. Surgecallers in our realm are treated poorly." Lady Helene raised her head. Her hair was brown, worked into an intricate braid, and her eyes were the green of the forest outside. "I have heard what it is like in your realm, the everlasting king." Her lips curled into a brief sneer, gone as soon as it appeared. "An unpleasant man." She tilted her head. "However, we do not wish to dampen relationships between our countries on account of 2 surgecallers." She raised her delicate eyebrows. "Are you being pursued?" Huon bit the inside of his cheek again. "Jameson might still be after us. If not him, some honor-bound, perhaps the Immortal of Fire himself. Maybe even the Immortal of Earth, if he thinks us responsible for Inara's death." Liona was opening her mouth when the lady raised a hand. "Of course you are being pursued. Oathless, they call you over there, isn't it?" Lady Helene shook her head. She swept her gaze around the court. "No one here would stoop so low as to inform your realm of your whereabouts." The way she spoke was somewhere between a statement and an order. "But tell me, what is it you have to offer us?" Huon had no answer. His first thought was loyalty. But how could he offer such a thing? He didn't know these people, this place. "What is it you need?" Liona asked. Lady Helene smiled. "A wise question. We need little here. Our community is self-sustaining, with little interference from the Queen. It is not often we take on new citizens, but when we do, it is through sponsorship. In the forest city of Landor, we have many schools for surge calling. Speak to the masters of these schools, obtain a sponsorship from one of them, and you may remain." "And if we fail?" Liona asked. "Usually, that would mean you would be turned away. However, this is a unique situation. If you return to your realm, you will be bound, unable to lie, and they would discover we harbored you." Lady Helene tilted her head to the side. "We cannot allow that. So, failing would not be advantageous." A smile tugged the side of her lips. "Do not worry. Our schools can always use a few more champions." Huon locked his jaw, preventing it from dropping. She thinks they're champions? And failing might mean what? Death? What have I gotten us into? Neither Huon nor Liona contradicted the lady, and so it sank into Huon, as they were ushered out of the court, that they'd lied by omission. Liona stared intently at Huon as they walked after Sir Galen through the double doors. Chapter 7. Huon nursed the back of his head. The second the double doors had closed behind them, Liona had given him a good thwack. He deserved it, though his first instinct was to argue leaving their realm had been her idea. Sir Galen, the son of Lady Helene as it turned out, led them to a marketplace high in the trees. The sweet scents of dozens of different fruits met Huon's nose, turning his stomach in hunger. "How long do we have?" Liona asked. Galen stood in front of one of the fruit vendors and pulled a coin from his pocket. Like almost everything up here, the coin was made from wood, but there was something odd about it. It reeked of essence. "Until you are chosen." He glanced over his shoulder at her, and his gaze looked older than a 13-year-old's. "Or you are denied by the last master." He passed the coin to the vendor and was given a small sack of an odd-looking red fruit. He tossed one to each of them. Liona sniffed it suspiciously. Huon bit into it without hesitation. The sweet juices filled his mouth as his teeth crunched through the fruit skin. His eyes widened. Sir Galen smirked. "Never had an apple before?" He kept walking down the market, no longer stopping at the vendors, though a few waved at him. He'd be well known here, the lady's son. "No need to worry. I'm sure we'll find a school for the two of you. For the time being, you're our guests, and you'll be treated as such. We have guest quarters this way." He led them back out of the market, toward the wooden palace. It was only then that Huon noticed they were being followed. 2 guards, who must have come from the court, were keeping a close eye on them. It made Huon twitchy, but it made sense. If only they knew Sir Galen could beat us both. Huon was still wondering what would happen when they were found to be squires. Maybe one of the schools would still take them on, despite that. Nothing is impossible, he thought. But it was a weak thought. Sir Galen led them back into the palace, and they walked down the opposite way as last time, down an expansive hallway covered in murals of surgecallers battling wild beasts in a forest. This forest. Lady Helene featured in some. She must be at least a legend if she thinks we're champions. In one painting, vines curled around Lady Helene, and she shot them at giant rat-like beasts. Earth essence couldn't control vines. It must have been some other surge she was using. Here we are. Sir Galen stopped near the end of the hallway and opened a single door. Your quarters. Just the one? Liona had a sour expression as she stepped in. Oh. They walked into a large room, outfitted with a dining table, a fully stocked bookshelf, a writing desk, and a small kitchen to one side. Other doors led into 2 separate rooms. A feather bed. Huon had wondered if he'd ever sleep in one again. Sir Galen put the apples onto the kitchen bench, but the kitchen was already well stocked with food. Is this what being a guest of the lady is like? Huon asked. Indeed. While you are here, you will be well cared for. Sir Galen paused. As long as you do not disturb the peace of our fair city. It is far more enjoyable to be a guest of my mother than an enemy. He headed for the door, pausing to face them. Clean yourselves up. You'll find clothes in your rooms that should fit you well enough, and food in the kitchen. He eyed Shuri. Even something for the eaglet. That is a sky eagle, isn't it? Huon placed Shuri on the ground. She bounded about the room, excited to be on her feet again. He'd been worried about letting her roam free outside. She couldn't fly, not yet. What if she fell from one of the high platforms and bridges? She is. Must be quite a story, how you got her. Sir Galen bowed, minutely, then left, calling behind him. I'll be back soon to deliver you to the first school. The door shut. Huon and Liona were alone for the first time since entering Landor. Champions! Liona clasped a hand over her mouth, glancing at the door. They think we're champions, she whispered. The School of Heavenly Fire was far to the edges of the forest city of Landor, tucked away at the base of a small mountain. So, the entire city isn't in the trees, Huon thought. The structures here were markedly different to that of the rest of the city. Stone instead of wood, grounded instead of up in the air. This was a school for those primarily wishing to pursue the art of fire surging. It couldn't be among the trees. The school's master was presiding over what looked to be a vigorous sparring session. There was a great big pit behind the back of the school, dug right into the earth, with stone benches angled up like stairs on 3 sides. Huon shuddered when he first saw it. It reminded him far too much of the arena where he'd almost died, twice, back in Glenhaven. The master wore dark red martial arts robes, with a golden crest of a flame worked into the back and the left side of the chest, with a purple sash tied at his waist. His head and face were completely shaved. Huon assumed because otherwise his hair would always catch on fire. He stood at the edges of the pit, arms folded, chin resting on a hand, observing the match. The fighters were children, younger than Sir Galen. They looked only 10 years old and wore yellow sashes at their waists. Pages? Liona whispered. Sir Galen raised an eyebrow. Squires. If Liona had waited a moment longer, she would have realized this. The 2 students, a girl and a boy, were circling each other. So far, they'd only exchanged physical blows. Now they were shooting fireballs, exhibiting as much, if not more, control as Huon had, even after months of training. How long do their surgecallers remain pages? If Huon hadn't already felt incredibly behind before, having been a page for 8 years, he did now. Liona must be feeling something similar. In their home realm, she had been advanced for her age. Here, the 13-year-old standing beside her was stronger. The fight concluded when the girl flipped right over the boy, launching 2 simultaneous fireballs, 1 from each hand, while upside down. As she made a perfect landing, turning with her hands in an open palm guard, the master called an end to their sparring. Master Yal Nora, Sir Galen whispered, leaning toward Huon and Liona. Legend of the Third Order. The Third Order? Huon wanted to ask, but didn't wish to appear even more ignorant. Master Yalnara turned to them. When he saw Sir Galen, a smile spread onto his face.
Sir Galen!
He gave Huon and Liona a once-over as they approached the edge of the pit. The inside of the pit was littered in scorch marks. Master Yalnara's eyebrows rose.
Who have you brought?
He leant forward, eyes widening, gaze flipping between the two.
They are not from Landor.
They are from the everlasting king's realm, Sir Galen said. The master straightened, his smile slipping away.
Oh, and why, pray tell, have you brought them here?
Sir Galen blinked at the master. Lady Helene has welcomed them as guests.
How are your mothers? It's been some time since I was invited for tea in the palace.
Sir Galen smirked. That is because the last time you were there, you set the main dining table on fire.
That was a misunderstanding.
It was a fire, Master Yalnara. The master muttered something, then faced his potential students once more.
Throw off your veils. Let me read you.
Huon glanced at Liona. Her face was pale. He imagined his was too. He looked at his finger where his father's ring was, masking his essence and his advancement level from other surgecallers. No more delaying it. He removed the ring. Master Yalnara and Sir Galen took a collective intake of breath.
A joke?
The master asked Sir Galen. He waved to the two of them.
Why are you trying to appear as squires?
Sir Galen's mouth stayed open. Huon lowered his head. We are squires.
You...
Master Yalnara scratched his bald head, wearing a pure look of bewilderment.
But you're, what, 16 years old?
They nodded in unison. I did not know about this. Sir Galen, for the first time since they'd met him, actually acted like a 13-year-old. His mouth stayed open again. After a moment, he closed it, then looked to the master. Are you willing to take them on?
What use are two 16-year-old squires?
There was no malice in Master Yalnara's voice. May I speak, Master Yalnara? Leona's head was bowed. This man was a legend, and he held their lives in his hands. Huon lowered his eyes, trying to look as deferential as possible. Master Yalnara eyed her for a moment, then shrugged.
You may as well, but I am not sure how you could sway me.
Huon bit the inside of his cheek. He couldn't think of a single thing Liona could say to change his mind. He was close to begging, as shameful as that would feel. We may only be squires, but that is simply because we lack the knowledge you have in your your queendom. She put a hand to her chest. I am near to advancing into a knight, and Huon is the hardest worker I know. The hardest worker I know. Huon forced his eyebrows not to raise. Was that true? He'd worked hard in the past, but if he were such a hard worker, why was he still so weak? The master put a hand on Sir Galen's shoulder.
Sir Galen attained knighthood at age 12, a year earlier than most. That is remarkable. A 16-year-old squire close to finally advancing is not.
He glanced at Huon, but his gaze returned to Liona.
I do not need more squires. I do not need knights. I need champions.
The master faced his students once more. He didn't dismiss them. He wouldn't deem them worthy of a dismissal. Sir Galen looked between the master and the two squires. Then he walked away from the pit. Huon and Liona followed in silence. When they were out of earshot of the master, Sir Galen turned on them. Why did you lie? Your squires? I never would have invited you into the city had I known this. I would have sent you back to your realm. He gripped his sword hilt. Whether you wanted to go or not. Huon stopped himself from asking, Can we go back? He grit his teeth. We never lied. You didn't ask us our rank. He paused. sir." While he was unfamiliar with the title, it seemed important.
"You didn't outright lie, but you misrepresented yourself. Surely you knew this would happen."
Huon slipped the ring back on his finger. He thought his days of being ashamed of his rank had passed when he'd advanced to Squire, but being here brought his level of mediocrity into frightening clarity.
"We need this, Sir Galen. We didn't know what we were getting into when we came here."
He clenched his fists.
"We want to advance. We want to become strong. We need to. Our goals lie far beyond becoming knights or champions. What you want and what you're likely to achieve are two different things. A school will not sponsor you on your wants, rather the potential they see in you."
"Come on, Huon," Liona said. "Maybe we'll have better luck at the next school." Huon looked at Leona's dejected face, at Sir Galen. The young knight's hand had strayed from his sword hilt, and he was now crossing his arms. Huon had never seen someone his age look so stern.
"I'm not giving up."
Huon walked right for the pit. He surged strength and stamina and jumped straight in. The students who'd been fighting stopped.
"What is the meaning of this?"
Master Yalnara shouted.
"Get out of the pit, outsider!"
A fireball surged from his hand, hovering over his palm.
"You've discarded us before seeing what we can do."
Huon surged breath, stilling his shaking body at the sight of a legend wielding a fireball at him.
"Let me fight one of your students. Let us both fight. You want to see our potential? Pit us against someone our age. No surging. Natural strength." "Huon!"
Sir Galen approached the edge of the pit.
"Get out of there!"
Liona just looked at him, shaking her head.
"She knows I won't win. Knows I can't win."
Even without surges, those of a higher advancement would have a far higher natural strength, and if they'd made it to champion, they'd be far more skilled. But winning wasn't why he wanted to fight. The silence stretched as Master Yalnara stared at him, fireball hovering with intense heat. Then he closed his hand, and the fireball disappeared in a puff of smoke.
"Far be it from me to deny you an opportunity to embarrass yourself." "Jalara!"
One of the 10-year-old squires standing in the pit snapped to attention.
"Fetch Kali,"
the master smiled. Jalara nodded and sped off, double surging speed. It wasn't long before she returned with a red-haired young woman wearing a blue sash. She bowed to her master, but didn't speak.
"Kali,"
Master Yalnara motioned to Huon in the pit.
"Show this outsider what a student of the School of Heavenly Fire is made of. No surges, and make it quick."
Chapter 8. Huon walked to the edge of the pit and threw his ring up to Liona, lifting the veil on his essence so Master Yalnara would know if he surged. Kali stood across from him. Like the master, she wore red martial arts robes. She still looked bored, even just before a fight. Once she'd learnt he was a squire, she'd barely looked at him.
"I'm about to fight a champion. What have I gotten myself into?"
It didn't matter that they weren't surging, even if their technique was equal, and Huon was sure it wasn't. Her natural strength and speed would be worlds above his. He remembered training with knight-level stamina, how much faster he was able to recover. Champion level? He could train and heal at the same time, and her body would have been reinforced on each level of advancement she had over him. Kali assumed a fighting stance. Huon did the same. He wished he had his sword or spear, but he supposed it didn't matter. He would lose either way.
"Begin,"
Master Yalnara said, sounding as bored as Kali looked. Kali smirked, beckoning toward herself.
"I'll go easy."
Huon let out a breath. It would be hard not to surge. It had become so natural. He examined his core and tried to imagine cutting himself off from it. It felt wrong. He sprang forward, sprinting at Kali. Slow. He was too slow, despite pushing himself as hard as he could. He jumped into the air, not as high as he'd imagined, sending a flying kick at her. Kali sidestepped out of the way, gently shoving him while he was still in the air. The ground hit him like a night-level punch. He tumbled over the dirt and scrambled back to his feet. Everything felt wrong. Were Surgeless really this weak, this slow? Kali didn't approach him. "How is it you're so weak?" "I am strong," Huon thought, but knew he was kidding himself. Maybe there were no limits. Maybe one day he'd become an immortal, rival the Seven, the everlasting king. But right now, he was weak. He ran forward again, not jumping this time. Instead, he snapped a sidekick at her face. She leant away, but didn't counter. He kicked again and again. She ducked and weaved. He came closer, sending fists at her head. All he hit was air. Then pain burst his stomach, a punch right in his gut. Kali took his head in her hands, pulling down, and smashed a knee into his face, then stepped away as he stumbled. "Give up." Huon stood firm. "No." Kali kicked him in the chest. He sprawled backward and crashed into the ground, pain twinging his spine, fighting the urge to surge stamina. Since becoming a squire, he rarely had to deal with pain for too long, unless his stamina was spent, or a giant sky eagle had its talons in his back.
"Concede, Squire,"
Master Yalnara said. Teeth gritted, Huon struggled to his feet.
"Just because I'm a squire doesn't mean I'm worthless."
As he'd stood, he'd gripped a fistful of dirt. Kali's smirk fled.
"Don't make me put you down again."
Huon threw the dirt in her eyes. Kali shrugged away, but she'd been expecting a different strike. In their brief altercations, Huon had begun to get the measure of her. He was weak and slow without his surges, but not as much as he'd made her believe. As her eyes flashed closed from the spray of dirt, Huon tackled her to the ground. His weight and momentum were enough to make her lose her footing. No doubt she'd be used to surging strength to stay standing in such situations. Neither of them had that luxury. They fell in a tumble of limbs. The second Huon could, he pummeled her with his fists. One swift kick from her knocked him off, and he was on his back again. Kali stood above him, breathing slightly hard. "That's a win, at least." "Give up." Frustration bled into her voice. Huon fed off it. "I'm not as weak as you think." He stood, wiping blood from his face. He strode toward her, throwing punch after punch. She blocked, grabbed his arm, and threw him over her shoulder. "You can't win, Squire." He tried to get up, but she kicked him back down. "Stay down."
"Enough!"
Master Yalnara stood between them. How in the world had he gotten there so fast? Legend-level speed. Master Yalnara stood over him. He radiated fire essence, dropping the veil on his core.
"You have shown you can take a beating. Nothing more."
He pointed in the direction of the city.
"My school has no place for outsiders, let alone squires. Leave now."
They walked back to the middle of the city in silence. Huon would have preferred they run. It was a few hours' walk, where if they ran, they could cut the time down significantly. And he had energy he needed to burn. Frustration better vented through exercise than on the young knight leading them away from their first refusal at one of Landor's schools. After they climbed back onto the canopy streets, Sir Galen cleared his throat. "While I'm not surprised by Master Yalnara's decision, I apologize for the way in which he spoke to you. In Erisalon, one's advancement is everything." "What of Surgeless?" Huon asked. Sir Galen halted. They were on a thin, long rope bridge between sturdier platforms, and Huon almost stumbled right into him.
"Surgeless?"
the young knight asked.
"What are those?"
Huon frowned. "You don't have Surgeless here?"
"How is that possible?"
Liona asked. Sir Galen blinked at them.
"Surgeless are, well, people who can't cultivate essence. They don't have a core."
Sir Galen's eyes widened.
"You mean soulless?"
Huon glanced at Liona. She looked as confused as he felt.
"Soulless?"
People who can't manifest a core? Sir Galen's frown deepened. He looked at the ground. I've heard stories of such people. They are rare, unfortunate folk. He raised his head. I hear they use them as slaves over in Burham, but we don't have anyone like that in Landor, not as far as I know. Huon stared at Sir Galen. How could this be? In the everlasting king's realm, Surgeless outnumbered Surgecallers 5-1. He hadn't heard of Burham, but he couldn't say he was surprised somewhere used Surgeless as slaves. It's what happened before the everlasting king took his throne. But calling them soulless? My mother wasn't soulless, Huon whispered. He hadn't meant to say it, but it came out. As much as he hated how he and others had been treated by Surgeless Oathmasters back home, it didn't mean he hated them. And it certainly didn't mean they had no souls. Sir Galen's eyes widened. He nodded, then turned. This way. We have time enough to visit another school. Perhaps you'll have better luck. They walked for a few more minutes before Liona spoke. I am sorry we are taking up so much of your time, Sir Galen. Is there not something else you should be doing, rather than showing a couple of outsider squires to the different schools? Huon raised an eyebrow. Sir Galen didn't slow his pace, nor turn to look at them. As I brought you to Landor, you are my responsibility. We apologize if we have been a burden, Liona said. Both of Huon's eyebrows rose at that. A burden? Our life could be on the line. You're not a burden. Sir Galen's head lowered. He slowed slightly. May I ask a question? Liona said. Of course. Do we have time before we go to the next school to train? I am close to advancing tonight. Perhaps if you were to teach us some things, it might better our chances. Sir Galen stopped. He turned and faced them. Train you? His forehead creased. That would be highly unusual. Would Lady Helene protest? Sir Galen bit his lip, again looking his age. She will not be happy when she discovers you lied about being champions. Huon's mouth opened. They had never said they were champions, but Sir Galen raised a finger before he could speak. A lie of omission is still a lie, so my mother tells me. Once word spreads, and after what happened at the School of Heavenly Fire, it will spread fast. They will feel as if they've been humiliated. Huon pursed his lip. We haven't done anything wrong by your queendom. Sir Galen looked Huon in the eye. What you did today proved more than your ability to take a beating. You have heart. I'm sure Liona does too. Mother never wishes to punish. She does so only when she has to. He put a hand on his chin. Perhaps this will work. Follow me. He turned and sped in a different direction to where they'd been going. Huon surged speed to catch up, trying not to look down at the drop. Chapter 9. They stood in what Sir Galen called his own personal training hall, the perks of being a lady's son, Huon supposed. The walls were lined with weapons, mostly swords, though there were enough spears, daggers, and bows to outfit a small army. Curiously, Huon saw no surge gems. He'd assumed that was how the young knight had advanced so quickly, by cultivating essence from others. But considering how he didn't seem unique in his advancement, perhaps that wasn't the case. A line of practice dummies stood in the middle of the room, along with large, round stones of different sizes, and bars hung from the high ceiling. Liona walked around the floor with wide eyes, examining the equipment. Huon did the same. This place was better outfitted than Crowley's compound. It was even better outfitted than the House of Tyrrell. He'd never seen a room with so much equipment before. Is this all just for you? Huon asked. Sir Galen nodded. For me and my instructors. Liona went to the line of swords hanging on the wall. You're not a part of any of the schools? Sir Galen put his hands behind his back. As the lady's son, I receive private tutoring. Must be nice, Huon wanted to say, but didn't. He wondered what it would be like to grow up in a place like this, being able to train every day, have guidance, support. Not to mention a family that was alive. I do have family that's alive. My father is alive. Not that he'd ever met the man, not that he wanted to, after being abandoned by him before he was even born, and after seeing him praise Byrne for killing innocent squires. Huon tamped down those feelings. He couldn't dwell on that, not now. Sir Galen stepped into the middle of the room. I'm not sure how much we can accomplish in such a short time. I've never trained anyone before. You're a knight, Liona said. Don't you have any squires under you? Sir Galen shook his head. That's not how it works in Landor. Only champions take on apprentices, mostly because knights tend to be too young. He faced Liona. When you say you're close to knighthood, how close? Liona shrugged, still looking at various weapons. I'm not sure. I can just feel it. Your physical surges, how close to capacity are their reserves? I haven't been able to expand their capacity in weeks. Sir Galen blinked. In that case, you're closer than you think. Liona turned to him. I am? Sir Galen nodded. The next thing you must do is declare your intentions. Liona frowned. What do you mean? Sir Galen tilted his head to the side. Declare your intentions, your goal in becoming a knight. Shouldn't you know this? Squires in Landor are told the moment they advance from page that they should contemplate their purpose. That way, when it comes to advancing to knight, they already understand that aspect of themselves. In the everlasting king's realm, surgecallers don't get to choose their own purpose. That, Sir Galen shook his head, that is blasphemous. A surgecaller should be in control of their own destiny as long as it's within the bounds of their liege. Pages, squires, they are bound to their sponsor, but once you become a knight, you get to choose your way in life. They get to choose here? Huon wondered if he would have been better off being born in Landor. Except I wouldn't have been born here, because my parents would have been forbidden from being together. This place is not perfect, just as the everlasting king's realm isn't perfect. Liona stared at Sir Galen. So all I have to do is figure out what I want? That sounds easy enough. She nodded emphatically. How do I declare my intentions? Sir Galen raised his chin, standing as he was, hands behind his back. He almost looked like a real instructor. You must sit and meditate. Assume a receptive state and commune with the universe. Only when you have made the connection will you be able to declare your intentions. Leona's mouth fell open. Commune with the universe? Have you not done it before? Liona shook her head. No, I don't even know what it means. Sir Galen ran a hand through his hair. How is it people in your realm advance to knight if they don't understand this? I had a friend, Garl, who advanced to knight, Huon said. He never spoke of such a thing. Sir Galen's hands fell to his sides. 16-year-old squires, people who can't commune with the universe. How has your realm survived this long? He shook his head, pacing. I've heard there is a way to force the advancement to knight without making a declaration, but it is highly unusual. At least it is here. Perhaps this is what your friend did, except it is unreliable and ends with a less focused transformation. It requires the surgecaller to push their core's physical surge reserves beyond their limit. It is not something done on purpose in Arisalon. Liona nodded. I'm not sure I understand completely, but I need to do this. I will do this. If you show me how, I will be eternally grateful. Sir Galen nodded back. I will try, but I cannot guarantee anything. He faced Huon. What about you? How close to becoming a knight are you? Where are your physical reserves? Huon bit his lip. I'm not sure, and I still haven't learnt how to cultivate all the elemental essences. I only just learnt how to cultivate earth essence before we came to Landor. I can cultivate fire, but not water or air. How? How long have you been a squire? A few months. Sir Galen once again ran a hand through his hair.
I never should have brought you into Landor.
He shook his head.
This will be very difficult.
Does it have to be someone from school who sponsors us? Huon asked. Could it be you? He wanted to say, but he wasn't sure he was ready to be so forward. They had yet to exhaust all their options. The boy knight looked at Huon through half-lidded eyes.
It is possible, though only legends and above have the authority to sponsor someone in Landor. All the masters in the schools in Landor are legends, and it's rare someone else of that rank would step in and do such a thing, especially for an outsider, unless they were to show a particular level of promise, something neither of you has done.
He sighed.
We waste time talking. He pointed at Huon. You, sit on the balcony. The wind up here should be sufficient enough for you to feel the essence. You may not need to fully develop your elemental reserves to advance, but you'll be useless without them. He pointed at Liona. You sit down. I will try to guide you in your meditation, help you commune with the universe.
When neither Huon nor Liona moved, Sir Galen snapped.
Now!
Huon glanced at Liona before heading to the balcony. It still felt strange taking orders from a 13-year-old, but he was a knight. Even with his training, we'll never find a sponsor here. As he stepped onto the balcony and sat, legs crossed under him, he wondered if they might be able to escape this place. Getting a sponsor would accelerate their training and advancement far better than they could do alone. These people were clearly more knowledgeable and powerful than those in the everlasting king's realm, but if they couldn't get a sponsor, they needed to run. Run. That's what it always seems to end with. Me running. He ran from his village. He ran from the Saber-Tooth. He ran from Glenhaven. Always running. I didn't run from Jameson. I stood and fought someone who'd once been my friend. He wouldn't run. Not yet, at least. They had to exhaust all their options. If none of the schools would take them, perhaps there was a legend somewhere in Landor that they could approach. It might be that if they were to tell them their story, they would feel sympathetic toward them. Huon would much rather someone take them based on merit, but that might be impossible. As he closed his eyes, trying to take on a receptive state, he thought of Shuri. The little eaglet was away from him for the first time since she'd hatched. Was she afraid, alone back in their rooms? Her mother had been a wind surger, and she would likely become one too. They still had the mother's core, but the essence would be far too powerful for Huon to take on. Huon let out a breath. He needed to focus. According to Liona, he shouldn't be working on cultivating wind essence until he was more proficient in earth, so he hadn't tried. His eyes closed, he struggled to slow his thoughts. So many things swirled through his mind. It was hard to know if they would survive the week. Focusing on this seemed low on the list of priorities. The people here were looking for champions to sponsor, not squires or even knights. It seemed entirely pointless. There are no limits. Whatever happened here, whether they had to escape or not, getting stronger was always the goal. He steeled himself. If Liona became a knight and Huon learnt how to cultivate wind and water and they had to escape, at least they would have progressed. Huon breathed deeply, in, out. He paid attention to the wind, the way it picked up his hair, the feel of it on his cheek, when it sped up or changed direction. The wind was easy to feel, but wind essence? Technically, though he'd never cultivated it, he had felt it before. He'd used the soul thief like a surge gem, using Leona's wind essence to fight Jameson. It hadn't touched his core, but it had flowed through his body. That didn't mean he could feel it now. At the edges of his senses, despite the closed door, he could hear Sir Galen speaking with Liona, trying to lead her through her meditation. Huon fidgeted, curling his toes. This was a waste of time without instruction. Sir Galen stopped talking. Footsteps echoed in the training hall.
"Where is the other one?"
a woman's voice said. Huon's forehead creased. Lady Helene? The balcony's sliding door opened. Huon turned. One of the guards from the ladies' hall stood above him, tall halberd looming even higher. Huon got to his feet and looked past the guard. Lady Helene stared at her son.
They are squires? Why did I hear this from another and not my own son?
Lady Helene turned away, running a hand through her hair.
They will have to be bound.
You're sponsoring us? Huon shut his mouth and bit the inside of his cheek, but he didn't regret asking the question. Lady Helene stared at him.
No, I am not. But as I realize the two of you aren't champions, there is little chance of you getting a sponsorship at all. While you may be weak, that doesn't mean you're stupid. You'll be thinking of escaping. Binding you will prevent that. What I said in the hall was true. I cannot let you return to the everlasting king's realm.
Why do you fear the realm? Liona stepped forward, then froze. She wasn't one to speak out of turn. She looked away, then seemed to steel herself, staring the lady in the eye. Compared to the people here, the Surgecallers in the everlasting king's realm are weak. Our army of honor-bound are comprised primarily of knights. She pointed at Sir Galen. Here you have knights at the age of 13. Why should you fear any repercussions from our realm? Lady Helene hesitated. It was the first time Huon had seen her look unsure.
Because your army is not as weak as you assume.
What could she mean? Huon was curious, but didn't let it distract him. He stepped toward the lady, head slightly bowed. We don't want to return to our realm. Things there are not the way they should be. I promise you, if we fail to find a sponsor and you let us go...
Your promises are useless. I know how the Oathless in your realm are hunted. They send your immortals after them. Even here you may not be completely safe. Your Immortal of Fire has entered Arisalon before.
Lady Helene straightened.
Your rank as squires surprises me. I was led to believe the people in your realm were far stronger than this.
She stopped herself, shaking her head slightly, then faced her son.
You brought them into Landor. They are your responsibility.
For a moment she dropped the veil on her core, letting the strength of her essence wash over them. She looked at Huon, then Liona.
Bind them!
Chapter 10. Huon sat in his guest quarters, rubbing the underside of his wrist. Where once the circle had been perfect, it now had Sir Galen's family crest, a shield with, of all things, an eagle on it. Interlocking lines like vines around a ring wrapped around the circle once again. He sighed, lying back down. He'd trade this bed, this room, the food that had been brought to him, all of it, to be back in that cold cave on the mountaintop. Being here, there were only two ways it could go. If they were sponsored, they'd advance faster than they'd previously thought possible. If they weren't, Lady Helene had been clear. Glenhaven wasn't the only place in the world with an arena. In the heart of the queendom of Arisalon lay what Lady Helene had called the Justice Arena. In this land, surgecallers were never executed, not traditionally. They were set to face their justice in the arena, given a chance to win back their freedom. Huon and Liona would have no chance. Shuri chirped. She was snuggled up beside him on the blanket, stretching out her wings. The eaglet had slowly been opening those wings wider and wider, and she'd grown in height by at least an inch just in the one day they'd been in Landor. There were 4 schools in the forest city of Landor. Lady Helene had told them they must visit 1 per day, and they'd already been turned away from the first. Today they were visiting the school that most embodied physical surges, the school of body and sword. Huon rolled his sleeve back down and grabbed his sword. Knight Kyla's sword. He'd never been properly trained in the way of the sword before. He'd never been trained long enough in anything to be properly trained. All he had was his surges, his goal, and a will to be strong. Such things had served him well enough to survive, but he needed to do more than that. He needed to impress. Nothing is impossible. He wasn't so sure anymore. Shuri made an odd, satisfied, gurgling noise as Huon scratched under her ear. She'd made a right mess of the room when they'd been gone the day before, tearing up cushions and shredding papers. Huon had almost chastised her, but he didn't much care about the conditions of these rooms. Lady Helene may be housing them as guests, but she'd just as easily push them into that arena when the time came. At least there'll be a chance. He'd survived one arena against all the odds. Perhaps he'd survive another. I'm already thinking like the next few days will fail. Huon strapped his sword belt about his waist and headed for the main room. Liona was already there, waiting, her bow slung over her shoulder. Sir Galen's outside. She turned for the door. Let's get this over with. I'm sorry. Huon stepped toward her. Leona's hand froze, about to grab the handle. It's not your fault we're in this mess, Huon. No more than it's mine. I pushed us to go with Sir Galen. She faced him. And I pushed us to leave the realm. There's no point dwelling on what's already past. She looked down at her wrist. We're oathbound again. She faced the door. We do as we're commanded. The school of body and sword, unlike the school of heavenly fire, was up in the trees. It was the closest school to the ladies' palace, and only took them a short walk across the wooden platforms to reach. Huon rubbed his wrist. He couldn't stop. The binding was burning, as it always seemed to after he'd just been bound. When he'd heard knights were free in this realm, he'd expected to be bound again until he advanced. He just didn't know it would be like this. The school of body and sword had a single guard at its wooden gates. The woman wore no armor, only the martial arts robes of her school. Black, with a fist emblazoned on the left side of her chest. Huon wondered about the martial arts robes. They must be reinforced, imbued with strength essence. She didn't look at them as they passed through. She simply nodded once. After the gate, there was no bridge, only a long rope that stretched from where the three of them stood, all the way to the school, a massive wooden building attached to the trees, almost the size of the palace itself. It was still strange to see a building so huge that lacked towers. But as Huon looked up, he noticed there were more structures above. The forest city of Landor was not restricted to building up from the ground, and he often forgot there were buildings up higher and lower than wherever he stood. Sir Galen looked at the rope, then spared Huon and Liona a single glance. Was he wondering if they were strong enough to traverse it? If he was, he didn't wonder long. He grabbed the rope with both hands, and one hand over the other began shimmying along. Liona followed, the arrows in her quiver jolting up and down as she moved. Like Sir Galen, she traversed the rope smoothly and quickly. Huon looked down at the drop, swallowing silently. A fall like that. He closed his eyes and felt a slight pain in his back, where the sky eagle had grabbed him. The wound was long healed, but the memory of staring down at the drop from the mountain as he was pulled up by the beast lingered. Huon opened his eyes and surged breath. He couldn't make out the figures waiting on the other side of the rope, but the last thing he wanted to do was look weak, weaker than he already was. When Liona was far enough along, Huon ignored the drop, surged strength, and grabbed the rope. The rope bit into his skin, his hands holding all his weight. As he went, he worried about using too much of his strength essence. He didn't know what awaited him on the other side, but he was sure he'd want his reserve at full capacity. He could probably even manage this with his natural strength. Another glance at the drop made him decide against that option. When he made it to the other platform, the rope stopped before reaching it. He swung back and forth, gaining momentum, then propelled off the rope and landed neatly on the wood. Why make the act of simply getting to school needlessly difficult? This isn't difficult, not for a surgecaller. Even as a page, he wouldn't have struggled, and he could see how the rope traversing could be used to cultivate strength. If someone fell, well, it probably meant they weren't worthy of this school. With a final glance at the drop, Huon followed Sir Galen, Liona, and a young page. No, they were probably a squire. He had to stop thinking of advancement levels being so strongly tied to the ages common back in the realm. They were led into an expansive hall, larger even than the ladies' hall, with tiered seats surrounding it. What must have been the school's master stood in the middle of the room. She was no taller than Liona. The woman was no doubt strong, but that strength was hidden by her robes. 2 students flanked her. Both looked younger than Sir Galen. All 3 wore the black robes of their school, though the master had a different colored sash than the others, purple, where theirs were yellow. Does that signify that she's a legend? The master at the School of Heavenly Fire had worn a similar sash. Huon kept the frown off his face as they approached. He had a bad feeling about this. "Sir Galen," the master bowed, "it is always good to have you visit our school." She didn't look at Huon and Liona. The master's chin rose. "Master Yalnora warned me of this. 2 outsiders, squires no less, that you're trying to find a sponsor for. It doesn't seem like a good use of your time, if I may say so. While I do not hold the same prejudices against outsiders as the master of the School of Heavenly Fire, I find it difficult to imagine taking on 2 students that are, shall we say, lagging behind." Huon pursed his lips. This was going as he'd imagined it would. "Lady Helene requests you at least consider the possibility of them becoming students." "Indeed." The master finally deigned to look at them. "I am Master Fiari." She turned her nose up. "I have prepared a simple test. These are 2 of my most promising squires, both aged 12. She motioned to the girl. "Yancy." Then the boy. "And Braylon." The squires stood a fraction straighter. Master Fiari turned away, paced to the edge of the hall, and sat on one of the benches, one leg crossed over the other, chin resting on a hand. "You will fight each other, as a team." She looked at Huon and Liona. "You are older, taller, no doubt stronger in your natural strength, with a better reach. Normally this would not be an even match, yet somehow I think the odds are against you." A smile quirked the side of her lips. Was she enjoying this? The 2 kids, squires, stepped up. Neither had weapons, but they carried themselves in that self-assured way experienced fighters did. Suddenly Huon realized why these people were so fearsome. At least he had a theory. They were all surgecallers. They didn't wait until the children turned 7 or 8 and received their tattoo. The assumption was that they would get the call. They were trained to be fighters since birth. Huon faced Braylon while Liona faced Yancy. "Don't hold back," Huon whispered to Liona. Liona just looked at him without saying a word. Then the fight started. Braylon ran at Huon. Huon surged speed and strength to meet the boy head-on as Braylon leapt into the air. The boy must have been double surging strength, and with his lighter body he was able to jump as high as a knight. Huon threw his hands up, bracing for impact as the boy fell at his head. The boy landed a solid kick on Huon's elbow, but, as Huon hoped, the boy, being lighter, bounced right off. A surge of stamina slowly healed the bone he'd heard snap when the kid impacted him. Beating up a kid wasn't on the list of things Huon wanted to achieve in this world. That was a small list, reserved for vengeance and the liberation of his people. But whatever stood in his way between him and that outcome, he'd get through it. Huon triple-surged speed and strength as he bounded forward, his guard up. He used his superior reach to send a kick the kid's way. The kid ducked easily and was 2 steps to the side when Huon's next attack came. Damn, he was fast. Must be his size. Huon pushed forward, sending a flurry of kicks, punches, and elbows the kid's way, but always hit air. It felt exactly like the fight with Kali, only this time he was actually able to surge. Then he realized just because this school focused on the physical surges didn't mean he couldn't use any elemental ones. He flowed fire essence from his core and pooled it around his palm, then surged it into a fireball. All he needed was to get the boy to concede. The boy's eyes widened as Huon flung the fireball at him. Am I really attacking a child? Braylon jumped out of the way, rolling and smoothly coming back to his feet. Huon prepared another fireball, but hesitated. This didn't feel right. In that moment of hesitation, Braylon moved in. He hit Huon 3 times with targeted, precise strikes on his right arm, the one holding the fireball. Huon's arm instantly went numb. The essence he'd pooled within it to power the fireball dissipated, and the fireball was snuffed out in a puff of smoke. He tried to swing at the boy, but his arm wouldn't move. When he surged strength, the essence filled every part of him, except his arm. A smirk slid onto the kid's lips. Braylon shot in, sending another flurry of fast jabs. Huon backed off, creating as much distance as he could, while surging fire essence to his other hand. Only he'd always conjured a fireball with his right, or both hands simultaneously. The essence pathways weren't strongly developed, and his concentration was too fragmented. The surge fizzled before it could be performed. Huon glanced down at his hand and the failed fire surge, so he didn't see the kick that knocked him out. Chapter 11. Word traveled. The outsider squires had been beaten by 12-year-olds. The next 2 schools they visited, one for earth and one for fire, both set challenges that were out of reach. By the morning of the 5th day, Huon woke exhausted and disheartened. They only had one more chance. Sir Galen hadn't spoken much of the last school. Huon had a feeling he'd been leaving it until the end for a reason. He didn't know if that reason was good or not. After each time they visited a school, Galen would try to train them, but Liona seemed no closer to achieving knighthood than she'd been when they'd arrived in Landor, and Huon could barely touch wind and water essence. They hadn't improved at all. Huon sat up in bed. Shuri was nestled up next to him. She shifted, and he softly patted her head. I don't know that we can get out of this, Shuri. 3 sharp raps sounded at Huon's door. Sir Galen's here, Liona said through the wood. It's time. Shuri opened bleary eyes, chirped lazily, then fell back to sleep. Our last chance to prove ourselves, Huon whispered to the sleeping bird. I'll be out in a moment, he called to Liona. He threw on some martial arts robes, then looked around the room. This had seemed like such a good opportunity. These people, they must know so much that those in the everlasting king's realm didn't. They would be able to help Huon and Liona advance far faster than they would have on their own. But they didn't want them, because they were too weak. Sir Galen was quiet as he took them to the last school. Like the fire school, this one wasn't up in the forest city. They climbed down a rope ladder, one rung at a time, and dropped to the forest floor. Sir Galen walked to the edge of the clearing they stood in and whistled through his fingers. Moments later, a giant white wolf bounded into the clearing, tackling the boy to the ground, licking his face. The boy laughed, and it was such a strange sight. Instead of making Huon angry, it warmed him a little. Sir Galen cared about them. That had been clear these last few days. He wasn't laughing because he didn't care about their imminent fate. He laughed because the bond between him and the beast was genuine. When will Shuri grow that big? Huon had trouble imagining the bird tackling him like that. After a word from Sir Galen, the white wolf stepped back and sat silently on its haunches. The boy knight stood and brushed himself off. He cleared his throat, nodded at Liona and Huon, then walked out of the clearing. A click of his fingers made the white wolf come to his side. They followed the knight in a heavy silence, one that had been weighing on them all morning. What's his name? Huon asked after they'd been walking for a few minutes. Sir Galen glanced at Huon over his shoulder. He looked straight ahead again. Snow. I named him when I was little. What's this last school? Liona asked. The silence fell again, the weight of it falling back on Huon's shoulders. He didn't want to think about the school, at least for the few minutes it would take them to get there. The School of Druina, Sir Galen said flatly. Liona glanced at Huon, then looked at the knight.
Druina? It's a myth. Druina was a beast that grew so powerful it could converse with humans.
Like the dragons of old? Huon asked. Sir Galen ran a hand through Snow's fur.
Something like that. The school values the connection between human and beast, as we are both surgecallers, and focuses on teaching its students how to fight as one.
Huon blinked. Humans and beasts fighting as one? It wasn't as if he hadn't seen that before. He'd been attacked in that way before, by Alana and her raptors, and he'd witnessed the Immortal of Fire with his dragon, burning the deep wood, and before that, he shook off those older, darker memories and tried to focus. Maybe this school would be different. Maybe they could find a sponsor. Should I have brought Shuri?
No, definitely not.
Sir Galen scratched under Snow's ear. Huon frowned. It made sense to him. Shuri was a beast, one he was taking care of, one who would grow into a giant sky eagle. He imagined them, one day, fighting as one. That's power. But he had to trust Sir Galen. He had no other choice. The longer they walked, the quieter the surrounding forest became. In Huon's experience, that generally meant there were predators nearby. Then again, the animals could have been scared away by the giant white wolf.
We're close.
Sir Galen halted, then turned to them.
Let me and Snow go first.
In one swift move, he leapt onto the wolf's back, clutching its fur by the neck. He whistled, and the wolf padded forward. The white wolf and the boy knight disappeared through the trees. Huon glanced at Liona, then rubbed the underside of his wrist. This would have been the perfect opportunity to escape, had they not been bound. Liona stared at the ground. There wasn't anything there but grass.
This is our last chance. The last school, she sighed. I'm sorry I got us into this. I'm sorry I made us leave the Shuren Mountains.
No, I urged us to follow Sir Galen. He warned us, and Huon squeezed his eyes shut. He'd been trying not to feel this pain, this regret. He didn't want to look weaker than he already was, not in front of Liona. Maybe it's neither of our faults. There was a scuffing sound. Huon opened his eyes. Liona had kicked up a patch of dirt.
Maybe it's just rotten luck. Our whole damn lives.
She kicked the ground again. Huon wanted to argue, but he didn't know how. Looking back on his life, she was right. Rotten luck filled his memories.
No,
Huon worked his jaw.
It's not our fault. It's not bad luck. It's one man. It's the everlasting king's fault.
Liona scoffed.
Our lives would have been better had we been born here. That's luck. And so what if it's his fault? How are we supposed to change that?
I'll change it. Huon didn't know how, but he would. A noise came from within the trees. Snow emerged, Sir Galen on her back.
Master Einan is ready for us.
The school of Druina was not what Huon had imagined. There were no buildings or even caves, just a large circle of tents amongst the trees. The students were of varying ages, like the other schools, but they didn't appear to have a uniform. They wore a mismatch of armor and martial arts robes, the most common robe color being green, and they didn't bother wearing sashes. Each student had a beast companion. Some of the beasts were as large as Snow, while others were much smaller. One girl, no older than 9, played in the grass with what looked like an ordinary cat, except for its eyes. They glowed a fierce red.
"Where's the master?"
Liona asked. Huon wrenched his gaze away from the creepy-looking cat, searching for the master. The group of 3 stood in the middle of the tents, by a large dead fire ringed with stones. Huon rubbed his arms, hugging himself. He let out a breath and could see it in the air. Somehow this part of the forest seemed colder than where they'd just been. He surged a trickle of fire essence, cycling it around his body, pooling it in his extremities. A slithering sound perked his ears. It made his whole body freeze. Huon shivered. It came from somewhere to his left. A giant snake slithered in from the trees. Huon stumbled back. Its body was as thick as a tree trunk. A forked tongue slipped from its mouth, producing a shuddering hiss. Wherever it slid, the ground froze to ice. Its pupils, slit vertically, were bright blue. It lowered its head, revealing a man maybe 5 years older than Huon. He looked far too young to be a master, but Huon didn't doubt this man was Einan. Master Einan smoothly dismounted, landing in a crouch. He rose, then ran a hand over the serpent's slick skin.
"This is Sasalani."
The serpent's massive fangs were exposed. They looked like icicles.
"She's not from around here."
The master peered at Liona, then Huon.
"And neither are the two of you, so I've heard."
He clucked his tongue. The serpent slithered away, disappearing into the trees. Huon suppressed a sigh. Having that beast so close, he bit the inside of his cheek, trying not to show his fear to this man. Seeing that snake, Huon was glad he hadn't brought Shuri along, though he couldn't imagine the master letting his serpent take her as a meal. The clearing grew warmer, now the serpent had gone. Master Einan walked to the dead fire. His hands stayed by his side, and he stared at the blackened logs. There was something odd about the way he moved, jerky and smooth at the same time.
"It is rare, even those amongst our people wish to join this school. Creating a bond with a beast is not something that can be chosen. One can be open to it, but they cannot force it. One day is rarely enough time to create such a bond."
He turned to them.
"But that is what the two of you must do."
He walked right up to Huon. They were exactly the same height. Somehow that felt unnerving. He looks too young to be a legend. The legend stared into Huon's eyes, unblinking.
"Some humans try to force a bond. They find a beast when it's young."
Master Einan tilted his head in a snake-like way.
"And they take it from its parents."
Huon surged breath. Should he lower his gaze? Would that make him look guilty?
"I murdered Shuri's mother."
Master Einan took one fluid step to the left to stand directly in front of Liona.
"Sometimes they murder its parents."
He tilted his head again.
"We do not do that here."
The master eyed Surgecaller, then the white wolf. Huon glanced between the boy knight and Snow. Surgecaller lowered his gaze. That was why he'd warned Huon off bringing Shuri. Master Einan turned on his heel and walked back to stand by the dead fire.
"I have devised a test. There is a pack of white wolves deep in the forest, a pack that has resided here for hundreds of years. I will take you to them. If you each bond one of the wolves, I will sponsor you."
Huon swallowed. He looked at Surgecaller. The boy's face had gone pale. He stepped over to Huon and Liona.
"You can't do this,"
Surgecaller whispered.
"You can't walk into a pack of white wolves and expect to survive, let alone bond one. What else are we supposed to do?"
Liona looked down at the knight.
"Give up?"
Surgecaller pinched his eyebrows together.
"You will not die at the arena. The arena is not a death sentence, but if you follow through with this test—"
He shook his head.
"It's not worth it."
"Do you really care about our safety?" Huon asked.
"You're in my charge, and—"
Surgecaller looked away.
"What's happening to you is not fair."
Huon faced his left wrist at the boy. "Then let us go."
"I can't."
"Then we're doing this." Liona walked around Surgecaller, right up to the master.
"What are we waiting for?"
Chapter 12. Master Einan made them leave Surgecaller and Snow back at the school. He led them through the forest, his serpent, Sasalani, slithering through the trees somewhere to their left, always close by. Huon shivered every time he sensed it near. The master didn't run. He seemed as though he had all the time in the world. On each step, Huon grew less and less sure that this was the right decision. Sir Galen's face had gone completely white as they'd left. For whatever reason, the boy did care for them, just not enough to defy his mother and free them. But he did worry about them. Not that that helped. This could be our chance. All we need to do is prove ourselves. Staring at the back of Master Einen's head, he tried to imagine what it would be like under his tutelage, seeing Sassolani every day. Better than getting sent to an arena. Again. The master raised his hand. Huon and Liona stopped, glancing at each other. Master Einen pointed through the trees. "The pack is close. That way." "Aren't you coming with us?" Liona asked. The master shook his head. "You must do this alone, or not at all." He gave them a grave look. "You can still change your mind." Huon bit the inside of his cheek. "This is the only way you sponsor us?" The master nodded slowly. Huon hesitated, but Liona didn't. She headed straight through the trees. She didn't rush. Each step was gentle and smooth, careful through the underbrush. Huon took one last look at the master, then followed his friend. After they'd walked for a little while, his eyes darting everywhere, he still couldn't see the wolves. He couldn't hear them either. Then, straight ahead, he caught a glimpse of a white shape zipping past, then another to his right, a third to his left. "They're surrounding us." They both stopped walking, turning their bodies, catching glances of more and more white wolves dashing around them, until they were standing, backs together. Huon put a hand on his sword hilt, and Liona must have been itching to shrug off her bow. But they couldn't look threatening, not if they wanted to bond these beasts. One white wolf, bigger than snow by half, stepped into the clearing. It had criss-crossed scars all over its face, teeth bared in a vicious snarl. Another padded in, about half its size. The wolves kept coming, until a dozen surrounded the pair of squires. "Are we still sure this is a good idea?" Every instinct in Huon, from years in the wilds, was on fire, screaming for him to run. He couldn't tell how powerful these wolves were. Squire level, knight level. The big one with the criss-crossed scars could have been as strong as a champion for all Huon knew. Huon surged breath and strength, trying to keep as still as possible. The big wolf padded right up to Huon, eyes glowing yellow, drool falling from its mouth. Huon's hands twitched. The wolf got so close he felt its breath. Would he be able to get out of this if the wolf decided he was breakfast? "Huon?" Liona whispered. "What do we do?" Huon turned as silently as he could to glance over his shoulder. Another giant white wolf stood in front of Liona, playing the same staring game, teeth bared. "I don't think they want to bond us." Huon pooled fire to his hands, readying himself, knowing anything he did would probably be futile. Then he stopped pooling the essence, turning back to stare into the scarred wolf's eyes. Maybe he just needed to try, to reach out, to soothe the wolf's aggression somehow. Would the master really have sent us to our deaths? Huon raised a hand, slow. The wolf's yellow eyes snapped toward it. The beast was 3 times taller than Huon. It bent down, snarling louder, lips pulled back farther. Huon dropped the hand, and the wolf straightened back up. Then the wolf snapped its jaws, its fur standing on end. Its pack padded closer, the circle of beasts contracting around the squires. They were all snarling, snapping their jaws. The scarred wolf clawed at the air in front of Huon. Huon stood his ground, perceiving that the strike would fall short. "They're testing us for weakness," Liona said. Huon blinked. Of course. They couldn't tell how strong the wolves were, but the wolves couldn't tell how strong they were either, not while veils were up. Could he use that to their advantage, scare them off somehow? Would Master Einen burst through the clearing if something went wrong? Doubtful. The wolf struck out again. This time, its claw scratched at Huon's ringmail, leaving a line of sliced metal. Again, Huon remained still. These beasts definitely wouldn't bond them, and the master had known that. Sir Galen had warned them, and Huon and Liona hadn't listened. We didn't have a choice. But he had had a choice. They could have stayed in the Huron Mountains. They could have gone back after Sir Galen told them to return. They could have refused Master Einan's test. Huon bit the inside of his cheek. We need to do something big. A burst of elemental essence. Then we sprint out of here. Will that be enough? Liona was cut off as she hissed, and there was a dull thud. She must have been hit. Okay, we do it now. Huon double-surged speed and fire, raising his arms to shoot flame in a circle above them. As the flames shot forth, a gust of wind joined it, forcing the wolves to blink. They sprinted in two different directions. Huon couldn't see where Liona went. He could only hear her footsteps. There was a break in the wolves surrounding them, a gap he knew he could bolt through. But they weren't the only ones that could surge speed. A wolf closed the gap, releasing a howl that reverberated in Huon's ears, making them sting with pain. He surged stamina, ready to leap over the wolf. Then something massive crashed into it. Sir Galen, riding Snow. Get up here! He reached a hand down to Huon as the other wolf was knocked to the ground. Snow's teeth were bared. She snarled at the wolves closing around her. Huon surged strength, grabbed Sir Galen's hand, letting him pull him up to sit behind him. Liona was stuck on the other side of the clearing, cornered by 6 wolves, including the largest of the pack, with the criss-crossed scars. Snow howled. The wolves that hadn't already noticed her there turned, hair raised, growling low in their throats. But the distraction was enough for Liona to slip away. Huon lost track of her as she sprinted back through the trees in the direction of Master Einan. He better protect her, Huon thought. Sir Galen leant forward, placing a hand on Snow's head. Come on, girl. We're not here to fight. Hold tight. He whistled sharply. It took Huon a second to realize the knight had been speaking to him, and he almost fell from Snow's back as she whirled around, surging what felt like champion-level speed to get out of there. Clutching the beast's fur, Huon stuck on through sheer grit, and more than a little strength essence, as the wolf bounded through the forest, all the way back to the school of Druina's camp. Huon dropped to the ground, frantically looking around the camp. Liona! Liona! Sir Galen took his arm. I'll search for her. I'm here. Liona ran into the clearing. She crashed into Huon, holding him tightly. Huon's arms were by his side, locked by her embrace. His face suddenly felt hot, and he wasn't sure what to say. Liona cleared her throat and let go, taking a step back. Then her face fell. The school of Druina had been their last chance. Chapter 13. Lady Helene refused to hear their pleas, sending Huon and Liona to the capital of the queendom of Arisalon without ceremony. Sir Galen broke their bonds on the forest floor beneath the treetop city, then watched them leave with sad eyes. He really did care about us, Huon thought, taking his last look at the boy knight. Their bonds were transferred to a man named Walker, a high-ranking officer in Landor's forest guard. He wore similar armor to the guards back in the palace, wooden, enforced, but his was painted green and brown. The man blended with his surroundings. He carried a hand-and-a-half sword, a bow, and a quiver full of arrows. Huon didn't know if he was a champion or a legend, but it didn't matter. He felt like he did that day Alana had captured him in the forest. All his plans, his ideas for his life were dashed out. He walked through the trees with his head down, rubbing his wrist, tender again with his 4th bond. Liona was beside him, her head down, too. Neither had spoken since they'd climbed down from Landor's tall platforms. Walker had barely spoken, too. He was a gruff fellow, reminiscent of Garl, but more refined, which, considering Garl, wasn't hard. After an hour of walking, Walker looked over at them. You've gotten yourselves in a tough spot, haven't you? Huon and Liona exchanged a glance, as they so often had since coming to this place, then looked at the man. Huon couldn't think of a single thing to say. How did one respond to that? Yes, we're in a bit of a jam. Just headed off to get thrown in an arena where we'll fight surgecallers far stronger than us for a chance to be free again, all because we walked into your fair queendom? Huon looked at the ground, at the dirt and grass, the fallen leaves, the back of the older man's boots encrusted in dried mud. Then he grunted.
I can see you're holding on to hope,
Walker said. There was a smirk in the man's face. If he weren't so much stronger than them, Huon might have tried to punch him. How far is it to the capital? Liona asked in a clipped tone. Walker raised an eyebrow at her over his shoulder.
Depends on if you want to run there or not.
Huon looked at Shuri in his arms. He still didn't know what would happen to her. Sir Galen let him take her, but should Huon really bring her to an arena? She wouldn't be safe there. He glanced around the forest. She wouldn't be safe here, either. Maybe with Master Einan, but that man had almost gotten them killed. Huon shook his head at Liona. Running was the last thing they wanted to do. Running meant they'd get to the arena faster, be in danger faster. Maybe if it took them days of traveling, they'd be stronger before they arrived. It won't make a difference. Training with Sir Galen made no difference. We don't want to run, Huon said.
Then I won't force you to. At this pace, it'll take several weeks to reach Coralor, the capital of Arissalon, home of the Justice Arena. One of the Queen's sons presides over it. He's an immortal. Fearsome, but honorable.
Walker's palm rested on the pommel of his hand in a half-sword.
The road to Coralor is a dangerous one. But don't worry, I'll keep you safe.
He turned, smiling at them.
You got a bad lot, as far as I'm concerned. I'm not sure what we can do in 2 weeks, but if you're willing to learn, I'm willing to train you along the way. Right now, you're bound to me. I'm no legend, he winked. Not yet, anyhow, but that doesn't mean I can't.
The smile fell from Walker's face, his hand flung up, held in a fist. Silence, it seemed to mean. Huon surged breath. Leona's steady breathing ceased too. Walker's eyes scanned every inch of the forest, silently turning in a small circle. Huon focused his hearing, but nothing sounded unusual. His hand went to the hilt of his own sword, but he didn't dare draw it, lest he make too much noise. Walker hadn't drawn his yet. Walker, whose eyes had been wide, relaxed, his shoulders slumped.
Must have been.
There was a crack, a loud one. Walker's head turned sharply to the side. His eyes went dim. His face slackened. He fell to the ground. Huon took a step back, his entire body shaking. He felt the binding on his wrist disappear. A tall man stood over Walker, staring down at the dead man. The dead champion with the broken neck. The man tilted his head to the side, then turned to face Huon and Liona. Run, Huon thought as he stared at the man. Run as fast as you've ever run before. But his feet were rooted to the spot, rooted in fear. The man wore a helmet, but Huon recognized him, recognized the armor, dented, worn, old, honor-bound armor. The man removed his helmet. His hair was brown, like Huon's, and his eyes were a vivid blue. Several scars marked his face, deep scars. He smiled at Huon, but it was a warm smile, yet it did nothing to drain Huon's fear.
Son.
Father? Huon's voice shuddered as much as his body. He didn't know what to do. Every fiber in him screamed for him to run, but he couldn't. He wasn't faster than a legend. Neither was Liona. They'd be caught before they got 2 steps away. His father, Jacob, a surgecaller who was thought to have died during his 2 years in service to the honor-bound as a knight before Huon had even been born, was standing right in front of him. He was alive and a legend, the second most powerful advancement a surgecaller could reach, at least as far as anyone knew. Jacob, for it was too strange for Huon to think of him as his father, considering this was the first time he'd met the man, took a step toward his son, the son he'd abandoned 16 years ago. As he did, he slipped something in his pocket. Huon caught a glimpse of it. A soul thief. Had Jacob used it on Walker? Huon had a soul thief of his own, the one he'd taken from Jameson, in his pack. He wished it were in his hand. Jacob's smile widened. My son. He shook his head. Huon stepped back. He held Shuri tight, too tight. The poor eaglet chirped, cradled in his left arm. Huon's other arm twitched, wanting to go to the hilt of his sword, to the soul thief in his pack, but there was nothing he could do. Why was he so afraid? This man had abandoned him. His father had abandoned him. But that didn't mean he would hurt Huon. Would he? The underside of Huon's wrist itched, the binding gone. He glanced at Walker, dead, on the ground, his neck turned at an impossible angle. Huon's father might not be dangerous to him, but he obviously had no conscience to kill a man in cold blood, a man of a lower advancement in one swift move. How could Huon trust someone like that? Someone like Byrne. Like Blaze. Instead of grabbing his sword hilt, Huon grabbed Leona's hand. She hesitated before gripping his tightly back. He didn't glance at her. His gaze kept moving from his father to the dead champion. You're not my father. I've never even met you. His voice sounded stronger than before. He surged strength before speaking. Jacob's smile disappeared. I never knew you existed. I didn't find out about you until your mother died. By then, it was too late. You'd run off into the wilds. I tried to look for you, but not even the Immortal of Fire himself could find you. Huon shook his head. You abandoned her. You're supposed to be dead. How are you alive? Jacob spread his arms wide. That is a long story, one for another time. A smile rolled onto his lips. Trust me, though, son. It's a good one. Don't call him that. Leona's voice was barely a whisper. Huon felt the fear in it. He said you're not his father. Jacob's gaze fell on her, and there was no sign of the smirk left. His expression reminded Huon of Byrne. He'd always been able to shift his mood so quickly, becoming cold in a split second. You must be Liona. Jacob dipped his head. Thank you for protecting my son. But do be careful how you speak to me. Don't you threaten her. The words fell from Huon's mouth before he'd even thought them. He moved forward, putting himself between Liona and Jacob. Not that he was stronger than Liona, not that either of them could defend against a legend. Jacob's head turned slowly and smoothly, like an owl's. He looked at Huon. Do remember, you're speaking to your father. Huon gritted his teeth. You're not my father. Jacob's head snapped up, his gaze piercing through the canopy above. We must leave. Quickly. He faced Walker and extended a hand. The earth shifted. Huon could almost taste the burst of essence. Walker sank into the ground, swallowed whole. Don't take that ring off your finger, son. Liona, keep your essence veiled. Both of you. Follow me. Jacob surged speed and fled through the trees. He moved fast, but not as fast as a legend could. He was suppressing his speed to allow them to keep up. Huon glanced at Liona and knew the same thought would have entered her mind. We could try to run. We might not get very far, but we could try. But he saw no conviction in her eyes. They weren't safe in this queendom wherever they went, whoever they were with. Maybe it wouldn't be safe with his father, but it would be safer than in an arena. Huon opened his mouth, but before he spoke he heard a faint sound in the distance. A familiar sound. One that set his hair on end and brought back the worst memories his mind held. The thwoosh of the red dragon's wings. Jacob wasn't the only one who'd found them. Blaze, the Immortal of Fire, was here. In unison, they surged speed and sped after Huon's estranged father. Chapter 14. Huon had never run so fast in his life. Liona was a step ahead of him. He still wasn't able to match her speed. He never would be. Jacob had waited for them to catch up, then started running again the moment he saw them. How in the world had the Immortal of Fire found them? Huon had been so careful. Unlike Liona, he wasn't yet able to hide the presence of his essence with his skill alone, but he'd never needed to. He still wore his father's ring. A ring that had taken on an entirely new meaning since he'd found out his father was still alive. A ring he no longer liked wearing, but did so out of necessity. Still, he wore it diligently. He knew the consequences if he didn't. Then he remembered he had taken it off. In Landor, some of the school's masters had instructed him to do so they could get a glimpse of the strength of his core and essence. He'd taken it off for the entire duration of the fight with Kali at the School of Heavenly Fire. But had the Immortal of Fire really sensed them from so far away, from another realm? How could his power be so immeasurably strong? There are no limits. Today, the thought wasn't a reassuring one. But he had his ring on now. Blaze would not be able to sense him any longer. Lady Helene had remarked that the Immortal of Fire had been in the queendom before. Perhaps he'd spoken to the people in the city. All these thoughts ran through Huon's mind as he sprinted over roots, ducked branches, double-surging his speed, and pushing himself to his very limit just to keep up with Liona, who in turn was hundreds of strides behind Jacob. It wasn't long before the Squire's speed reserves ran out. When they did, Jacob appeared out of nowhere. Had he heard their strides slow? Jacob put a finger to his lips. Huon surged breath, and the two squires walked in silence after the legend. As he'd been running, Huon had been trying to focus his hearing, seeking out the horrible whoosh that would mean the Immortal of Fire was still close, but he hadn't been able to hear anything as their boots trampled the forest. Now, as they walked quietly, he could focus his hearing more acutely. He heard nothing. Huon looked at his father. Jacob. He looked at Jacob. The legend must have far better hearing than him, yet he remained silent. Blaze must still be close. Huon looked over at Liona beside him, his hand twitching. He wanted to grab hers again, but there was no reason to anymore. And what if she didn't want to hold his hand back? She looked at him, her face full of defeat. They walked for hours in silence. 100, 1,000 times Huon wanted to run. But another part of him, a quiet part slowly becoming louder, wondered what it would be like to get to know Jacob. He had so many questions for the man. The first of which was why? Why had he abandoned Huon's mother? Was she not good enough for him? Why had he faked his death? Why hadn't he found Huon when he was desperate and alone in the wilds for 4 years? Where had he been all this time, and how? How was he even alive? The honor-bound were bound by the Immortal Seven themselves. A binding couldn't be broken, and none of the seven would ever break one. They wouldn't let someone free. Even if they wanted to, Huon doubted their commands allowed them to. The Immortal Seven were bound too, after all. Another question rose to the surface, one he hadn't even considered until they'd stopped running. How had his father found them? It wasn't until night had fallen and they were sitting around a fire that one of them finally spoke again.
"Byrne has told me a lot about you."
Jacob sat on the opposite side of the fire to Huon and Liona. They were in a clearing in a darkened wood, not as dark as the deep wood, but the place still unsettled Huon. Or maybe that was everything else that had happened. "Byrne abandoned me too." Huon didn't look at Jacob. He didn't look at Liona either. A guilt-filled pit had formed in his stomach. It was his fault she was in this mess. All of it. She'd still be back at the House of Tyrol if it hadn't been for him. She wouldn't have escaped. She wouldn't have left the realm. She wouldn't have come into danger in the queendom of Arisalon. And she wouldn't be pursued by an immortal and captured by a legend. No. Huon clenched his fists. It's not my fault. He finally raised his gaze to meet Jacob's. Just as it's not my fault my mother was killed, That was Blaze's fault. And this, all of this, was my father's fault. Are we your prisoners? Huon pulled down his sleeve and thrust his left wrist at Jacob. Are you going to bind us, like Byrne bound those squires? Or are you just going to kill us, like you killed Walker?
Walker was an enemy. It is always a shame when someone has to die, but I do not regret being the instrument of his death.
Why was he the enemy? Jacob blinked, staring at his son.
Because, Huon, he had you. Despite what you might think of me, of who I am or what I've done, I care about you, son. I've been looking for you. Ever since I knew you existed, I've wanted to find you.
Huon stared back at the fire. He was cultivating, letting the essence burn into him, taking in more than he normally might, the pain focusing his mind. He ground his teeth. Are we your prisoners? Liona shifted beside him.
As I said, I care about your safety. You have seen how many dangers there are in this world. The Immortal of Fire has your scent. It would be poor parenting for me to let you go.
Huon blinked. They were his prisoners. Huon hadn't known what to expect. He'd thought maybe.
Say the oaths, son.
Huon's vision blurred. And if I don't?
You will.
Jacob looked at Liona.
Or your friend dies.
Huon surged breath and strength. He stared Jacob in the eye. How will I ever trust you if you treat me like this? Jacob tilted his head to the side.
You will trust me. In time. However, right now, trust is not important. What I need is for you to be safe. There is too much going on in the Harrowland continent.
He stared at the flames.
These are times of change, and times of change are the most dangerous of all.
The Harrowland continent? Huon pushed the thought away. You would bind your own son?
It is not such a strange practice, if you're familiar with the histories.
Jacob spoke so coldly, casually, as if he didn't realize what his words were doing to Huon. But what could Huon do? Again, he was at the mercy of someone of a higher advancement. There wasn't anything he could do. He couldn't trust his father, but he believed many of the man's words. Huon had no reason to think Jacob would hurt him. He had the power to do that without a binding. He could kill a champion without breaking a sweat. We never should have left the realm. Huon gritted his teeth and swore the oaths. He hated himself for being so weak, for not being able to fight back. I will push forward. I will become the strongest Surgecaller in the realm, and I will defeat everyone who has ever wronged me. The thought vibrated through him, but where it usually might bring strength, it just made the pit of his stomach grow. His father was not the man Huon had hoped he might be, and he was worse than he'd been afraid he would be. Huon was almost starting to lose count of how many bindings he'd had since being bound by Alana in the deep wood. 5, he thought, though he wondered why he bothered keeping track. Will I keep changing hands like this for the rest of my life? Will I escape again only to be captured over and over forever? Liona slept beside him. Well, the rhythm of her breathing told Huon that she was still awake. He didn't blame her. He couldn't sleep either. Jacob was silent, sitting somewhere at the edge of the clearing on watch. Legends didn't need to sleep, apparently, not in the same way squires did, anyway. Huon's fingers twitched. The binding was of a wolf on a shield. He wanted to scratch at it, but resisted. Why was it? No matter how much stamina he surged, a binding still stung when it was fresh. He wanted to yell at Jacob too, but he just felt weak. Other than his speed, his reserve was almost full. There was no reason for his body to be weak, yet he completely lacked energy. The pit that had formed atop the Huron Mountains, the one that had dissipated when he'd started taking care of Shuri, was back with a vengeance, and all his energy was falling into it. Are the knights still alive? Liona asked. Huon heard her shift, sitting up in the night. He opened his eyes. She was staring at Jacob. Jacob's gaze rested on her.
The knights? Ah, the knights formerly of the House of Tyrol. He inclined his head. They are alive. They serve the cause now.
I don't believe you, Liona said. Huon had heard Liona angry before. She'd been angry at him more than once before they'd escaped House Tyrol, even a few times after. But this, if rage had an essence, it would be flowing from her mouth.
There is no reason for me to lie. Kyla, Elian, Neon, they are alive and helping us grow stronger, just as the two of you will help us grow stronger, once you've advanced.
Huon couldn't help it. He sat up. Advanced? Jacob's gaze swiveled to him.
Of course. You don't think I would leave my son as a lowly squire now, do you?
He sat on a rock, leaning forward, elbows on knees, hands together.
I can see strength in you, son. Strength like I have. It may not be reflected in your rank, but it's there. There is no limit to the potential a Surgecaller can reach if they work toward it. Had I found you earlier, you would be a knight by now.
How? How do I do it? Huon asked. These weren't the questions he should be asking, but it was what he needed, wasn't it? He felt so weak because he was weak. Jacob believed he could advance, was offering him a way to move toward it. How could he pass that up? The binding itched. Besides, what choice was there but to do what Jacob wanted?
You must face more and more difficult challenges. You must push past what you believe you are capable of, what the world thinks you should be capable of. Only then will you be able to move forward. Liona is already almost there. I can sense it. He faced Liona. They have different ways here to advance, stronger ways. Have you been communing with the universe?
Leona's head dropped. She didn't look like she wanted to speak with him, except to yell at him, but the binding compelled her to. I've tried, but I don't know how.
Understandable. Much is hidden from us in the everlasting King's realm, much that is clear elsewhere. Just as some surgeless oathmasters wish to hinder the advancement of squires under their command, so does the everlasting King wish to prevent Surgecallers within the realm from reaching immortality.
Huon blinked. That was something he'd never heard before. Could that be another reason as to why those in Landor were so much more advanced than those back in the realm? Knowledge was being hidden from them? There was so little about advancement in Glenhaven's library, Huon thought, and who better to control the flow of information than the king himself? When we were in Landor, we met a 13-year-old knight. Yet Lady Helene said our army is more powerful than it appears. How is that possible?
The same way the everlasting King can be so strong without being a Surgecaller. Honor-bound are enhanced. They are also commanded to never speak of their service. That command is given each time they are rebound, even after their service is concluded.
Couldn't an Oathmaster simply ask?
The Oathmasters know the truth of things. At least those who care to find out know. It's us Surgecallers who have been lied to.
A hint of anger seeped into Jacob's voice, yet he still sounded immeasurably calm. Somehow that made the anger seem even more fierce. How did you survive? How are you not bound?
I told you. That is a story for another time.
Jacob's voice went cold again. Staring at Jacob, Huon wondered what his mother had seen in the man. She had been so kind, so loving, and so afraid of the world. This man seemed like the opposite in every way. The more Huon looked at him, and he was able to maintain eye contact longer each time, the more resemblance he saw between Jacob and himself. He wondered if Liona noticed the similarities too. Did she hate him for it, for getting them into this? Are you going to train us? Liona spoke through gritted teeth. Like Huon, she didn't want to be here, but she must know they needed to take advantage of what they had. Maybe one day they could escape. Jacob dipped his head.
I will take you to Night.
He looked at Huon.
And I will help you gain a small measure of control over each elemental essence. By then we will have reached our destination.
Where are we going? Huon asked.
Somewhere you'll face more challenges.
Chapter 15. Over the next few days, all thought of escape drifted from Huon's mind. He didn't have enough energy to think. Wherever they were going, they weren't going there fast. Jacob woke them early each morning and commanded them to train. He would push each of them to their limit in the physical surges, had Liona train her elemental surges, then guided her in meditation, while simultaneously training Huon in fire and earth and helping him push toward cultivating wind and water. 2 weeks went by like this. They went deeper and deeper into the forest. They appeared to be heading in a similar direction to where Walker had been taking them. Huon had expected them to turn toward the Huron Mountains. He thought Jacob would take them back to the realm, but he supposed it would make sense that Jacob hadn't spent the last 16 years hiding within the wilds like Huon had. He must know this area. He'd been exploring the world. When Jacob announced they were a day from their destination, Huon's core was full with all 4 elemental essences. He could feel everything. Fire was still the surge he had the most control over, followed by earth. Wind and water would improve, though. He was confident of that. He'd never felt stronger in his life. They sat inside a cave that reminded Huon of the one he'd shared with Liona in the Huron Mountains. Liona meditated. Huon imagined she looked just as Garl had back in the arena, the day he'd advanced to Night, and Huon had to face the Midnight Bear alone for 5 minutes. This time he'd get to observe the transformation firsthand. Liona had found her intentions, though she hadn't shared them, and Jacob hadn't commanded she do so. The transformation wasn't as awe-inspiring as Huon had expected. In fact, after a while, he felt guilty to admit that it was a little boring. A casing of hard essence formed around Liona, same as the casing that had surrounded Garl in the arena when he'd advanced to Night, same as the one that had been around Huon when he'd advanced to Squire. In this state, nothing in the world could harm her. And she was silent, completely silent. He couldn't even see through the essence. It reminded Huon of a caterpillar wrapped in a cocoon, hidden away from the world while it transformed. Once that casing of hard essence cracked, it would reveal a new Liona, a stronger Liona. Huon couldn't help but feel jealous. Despite having learnt so much in the last 2 weeks, he still could never imagine catching up to her. "Where are you taking us?" Huon asked for the 100th time. He was almost surprised his father hadn't commanded him to stop. No, Jacob. Huon kept catching himself thinking of the man as his father, but he wasn't. Jacob had been a hard taskmaster, pushing them more and more each day, but they wanted to be pushed. During the evenings when they were huddled around a fire eating dinner, he'd been, well, almost nice. Jacob had told stories about Huon's mother. He'd spoken of how they'd met in a tavern when he was only a squire. He'd been bound to the innkeeper, tasked with keeping the surgeless from fighting each other, though mostly he'd spent his time sweeping floors. She'd been a waitress there. Huon had never heard these stories before. His mother had never spoken of them. She'd rarely spoken of his father at all. It brought her too much pain to do so. Pain because Jacob abandoned her.
"You will find out soon, son," Jacob said.
Huon blinked, almost having forgotten his question. The rest of the time Liona spent advancing went by in silence. Huon was proud of Liona. She was advancing as young as Knight Kyla had, but he couldn't help but feel the advancement was a little anticlimactic. It won't be anticlimactic when I advance, Huon thought. The essence casing cracked. Shuri chirped in the corner. Huon wondered if it reminded her of when she'd hatched. She'd grown too in the past week. Huon was no longer able to hold her comfortably, and he could have sworn he'd caught a trickle of essence in her core with his Squire-level perception. Jacob hadn't remarked on the eaglet, positively or negatively. He barely seemed to register that she was there. A burst of essence flowed from Liona in a massive wave. Huon felt all 8 surges coming off her at once. That was why they were in the cave. Though a surgecaller was resistant to any sort of damage while advancing, once they'd advanced, they could not veil their essence until their core had calmed down. Even the ring Huon wore wouldn't be able to prevent Leona's essence from being sensed. The cave, however, was rich in earth essence. That, coupled with some illusion essence Jacob used, was enough to mask the transformation from anyone outside, specifically from the Immortal of Fire. The hard essence cracked further, then fell away completely, flowing through the air of the cavern. Liona sat up, hands on her knees. She opened her eyes in a flash, then looked up at Jacob. "I feel it. The power. The strength." "Good," Jacob said. Then he whispered a word, one Huon couldn't make out. Leona's eyes widened. She snapped her gaze down at her wrist. The binding. It was disappearing, turning back into the perfect circle it had been before.
"You set me free?"
Knights are not bound in my society.
Jacob raised his head. His eyes went cold.
Your friends, the former Knights of Tyrol, will attest to that.
"You captured them,"
Liona breathed. "Yes, but I did not bind them. I convinced them through other means. They are free from any oaths, and walk the path by my side, not dragged along behind me. You will do the same, Liona. In time."
"What if I don't want to?"
"You will." Huon looked at his own wrist, the binding still intact. "Knights are free in my society." He'd heard those words before, when they spied on Jacob and Byrne back in the Green Way. Huon wasn't sure Jacob understood what freedom was. She might not be bound, but that didn't mean he would let her leave. How was that freedom?
"You have 2 choices, Knight Liona."
Jacob raised his index finger.
"The first choice is you follow me back to the stronghold. There you will be educated on the ways of the world. You will be shown what our new society will look like and what sacrifices must be made to turn it into a reality. We want the same thing, you and I. We want to free our brothers and sisters from the tyrant king. We will dethrone the everlasting king and be subjugated by the Surgeless no longer."
You will be educated. How could he make such a phrase sound so sinister?
"And my other option?"
Liona asked. Jacob raised a finger.
Huon has a longer journey ahead of him. We are a day away from our destination. Rather, his destination. He is too far behind in his advancement for conventional measures to be effective.
Huon looked up at the man who was his father. Jacob, the legend. He spoke of Huon as if he weren't in the room. Huon had so many mixed feelings about the man. So many things he couldn't express. "Where are you taking me?" Jacob didn't look at Huon. Instead, he simply raised his other hand, motioning for Huon to be silent. Huon's mouth fell closed. This man said he'd wished he'd known Huon his entire life, yet he rarely spoke to Huon. He gave commands or told stories, but not once had he asked how his son had survived in the wilds for 4 years. Not once had he asked how his son felt after his mother had died. Not once had he apologized for not being there.
Huon is going where the dead champion was sent to take you. To the Justice Arena in Carolor. It's doubtful they would kill him there. The arena is not meant as a death sentence. It is, however, a perfect opportunity for a weak surgecaller to become strong.
Huon stepped in front of his father. "You're sending me to the arena? I thought you came to save us." Jacob finally looked at Huon.
"I did save you. From the Immortal of Fire. Were I not there, Blaze would have taken you from the champion and dragged you back to the everlasting king's realm. Trust me, son, I have your best interests at heart."
"Don't call me son!" Huon balled his fists. He wanted to punch Jacob, but the very thought made the binding burn up his arm.
"Silence," Jacob said. "Sit in the corner."
Huon's mouth closed. He tried to fight it, tried to wrench his mouth open and shout at the man. But he couldn't. He couldn't stop his body from moving to the corner, couldn't stop it from making him sit. His entire body shook, the binding burning not just up his arm, but spreading all over. Huon seethed with rage. He touched the essence in his core, wishing he could surge it, but his binding prevented him from doing even that. Liona didn't say anything, but she looked ready to murder Jacob. Her jaw worked, teeth grinding.
"Well?"
Jacob asked. The tone of his voice sounded no different than it had before, as if nothing unusual had happened at all. "I will go with Huon," Liona said, seeming to force the words out.
Jacob nodded. "You are loyal. That is good. I do not know how long the two of you will remain within the arena, but I trust one day you will win your freedom. When you do, I will find you."
He turned, glanced briefly at Huon, then walked toward the cavern's exit.
"I will be back come nightfall. You may speak freely among yourselves until then."
The moment Jacob was out of view, the hold he had on Huon disappeared. Huon closed his eyes and took a long breath. He started cultivating, feeling the trickle of breath essence enter his core. Calm. I need to be calm. Getting angry wouldn't help. It never did. He pushed his hands into the ground and the earth shuddered, dirt falling from the cave's ceiling. Calm. When he'd gotten a hold of himself, ceasing his sudden earth surge, he opened his eyes to find Liona standing above him. She held out her left hand. Huon grabbed her wrist in a Surgecaller greeting, and she pulled him up. He didn't need to be helped from the ground, not with his strength, but holding her arm felt comforting. "You don't have to come with me," Huon said. I've been forced to fight in an arena before. I'll be all right." "You're not going alone." Liona glanced at the cave entrance. "And this may be the only time we're ever able to get away from him." She looked at Huon. "Assuming that's what you want." Huon frowned. "Of course it is." It doesn't matter who he is." Huon shook his head. "He may be my father, but that's not by choice. The way he's treated us. I know he helped you advance. I'd rather be back as a squire than owe any debt to that man. He has not treated you like a father should treat their son. I'm weak. He must be so disappointed in me." Liona grabbed Huon's shoulders. "You are not weak." She put a hand to his chest. "You have strength in here. Time and dedication will show you how to use it." She nodded. "We're still in this together. We train together, advance together." She nodded again. "We can do this, Huon. Your father is right about that. Advancement comes from facing challenges we're not ready for. I don't know about you, but I'm not ready for this." Huon forced a smile, though it probably looked more like a grimace. "Neither am I." His face fell, and he looked at the cavern's exit. "I can't believe he did that. Commanded me to be silent. I thought he'd bound me, but he'd never done anything like that until today." Huon shut his eyes. He forced thoughts about Jacob to disappear. At least he tried to. He looked at Liona again. "Congratulations, Knight Liona." A smile spread across her face, and it brightened the dark cave. He couldn't remember the last time he'd seen her smile, and he wasn't sure he'd ever seen her smile like that. "I've never felt so strong before." Liona grabbed a loose rock from the ground and crushed it in her hand. A triple surge. "Now you're just showing off." Huon smiled. He couldn't help it. Tomorrow they'd be thrown in an arena, forced to fight champions, maybe even legends. But today At least he could celebrate his friend's achievement. Chapter 16. The next day, Jacob marched them out of the cave in silence. They double-surge ran toward Carolor, the capital of Arissalon. Huon hadn't spoken to Jacob since he'd left the cave the night before. He had nothing to say to the man. Nothing nice, anyway. When they left the forest, Carolor came into view and stopped Huon in his tracks. There were metal towers, spires stretching up to the sky from all corners of the city. His Squire perception wasn't as strong as it could be, but even he noticed the thin, domed sheen around the place. It reminded him of the barrier back in the arena in Glenhaven, but more solid. He caught up to Jacob and Liona, who'd stopped up ahead. "What is that? The dome around it?" Huon shut his mouth. He didn't want to speak to Jacob.
"It's an essence shield," Jacob said. "It's part of Carolor's defenses, and stops any flyers from entering the city without permission. Much like Landor, Carolor doesn't appreciate outsiders turning up in their city without authorization."
"So how are you getting in there?" Liona asked. Jacob didn't turn to look at Liona. He'd barely looked at either of them since he'd decided their fates. He pulled something out of his cloak, the soul thief, the one Huon had seen him use on Walker. Jacob closed his eyes. A moment later, the air around him shimmered. Then Walker stood in Jacob's place. Illusion essence, like what Byrne used. Jacob turned. It was eerie seeing his father's cold expression on Walker's usually open face.
"I can use the essence I took from Walker to feel like him too, with my veil partially lifted."
Huon opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. "He's done this before, hasn't he?" Jacob started running again. Huon and Liona exchanged a glance. Not for the first time, Huon wished they could escape back to the Shurin Mountains, where they'd been safe. He held Shuri in both his arms, the bird getting too big to hold comfortably in one. But she wasn't yet fast enough to run by their side. Soon she'd be flying. Until then, Huon held her tight. He stared down into her eyes and spoke once Jacob was out of earshot. "Should I set her free?" "She won't survive out here." Liona put a hand on his shoulder. Maybe when we make it to the arena, they'll find a home for her." "What if they let me keep her?" "Then she'd be stuck in whatever dungeons they throw us in." Huon nodded numbly. They had no idea what it would be like at the arena. He'd not even contemplated the fact that it was basically a jail. All he'd been thinking about was having to face surgecallers well beyond his level. Shuri wouldn't do well in a dungeon. She liked open spaces. How could she learn to fly stuck in a cell? Carolor's gates were far larger than Glenhaven's. According to Jacob, there were only 2 entry points to the city, the North Gate and the South Gate. They were approaching the South Gate, 2 double doors made of steel. How many swords could be made with that much steel? Huon thought. It was such a contrast to Landor, where everything had been made from surge-reinforced wood. There were more guards, too, than Landor and Glenhaven both. 6 guards stood alert by the massive steel doors, 3 on each side. The outside guards on either side held steel halberds, steel from shaft to blade, a weapon that would have been massively heavy to wield. It reminded Huon of Knight Elian's hammer, a weapon not comfortably wielded without surges. These guards are champions at the least. They can probably wield such weapons with ease, using their natural strength. The middle guard on each side had a steel shield and sword. The inner guards held fierce-looking crossbows, no doubt enforced by large amounts of essence. Huon looked up at the tall gates. The guards on the ground weren't the only ones here. There were holes in the wall, the stone wall. He supposed they couldn't use steel for everything. Surgecallers stood on the other side of those holes, no doubt wielding similar crossbows to the guards down at the gate.
"Keep silent," Jacob said as the 2 sword-wielders walked toward them. The crossbow guards pulled back their bolts, but didn't raise their weapons. A trusting place, Huon thought. Jacob raised an arm in a wave. "Hail!"
"Hail, Walker," one of the guards said. The greeting sounded friendly enough, but a sternness remained on the woman's face. She stopped a few paces from Walker, her counterpart doing the same. The guard nodded toward Huon and Liona. "Who are the fresh faces?" Jacob sighed, and it almost sounded like Walker.
"These two are bound for the arena, on orders of Lady Helene."
The guard surveyed them. Her gaze rested on Huon a moment.
"Have them drop their veils."
Jacob shook his head.
"They are being pursued."
He glanced at the gate.
"Let them drop their veils inside the walls, where there's less chance of them being detected."
The woman raised her chin.
"That's against protocol."
A silence stretched between them. Then Jacob nodded. The woman's attention returned to Huon and Liona. Huon bit the inside of his cheek. He looked at his hand, at his father's, at Jacob's ring. If he took this off, there was a chance the Immortal of Fire would sense them, but would he really come after them? He hadn't come after them while they'd been inside Landor. No, he'd waited until they'd left. This city, Huon imagined there was more than one immortal inside it. Even if there wasn't, that barrier, could it withstand the red dragon? Huon took off the ring. At the same moment he felt Leona's veil drop, strength emanating from her. The woman blinked.
"A squire and a knight, bound for the arena. They'll be stuck in there forever."
The guard beside her raised an eyebrow. Then the woman cleared her throat and straightened her back, her professional demeanor returning.
"We can see to their transport ourselves, if you wish."
Huon shoved the ring back on his finger. He resisted the urge to look over his shoulder. However fast the Immortal of Fire was, and however powerful he wouldn't suddenly turn up and snatch them from Carolor's doorstep. Would he? Jacob nodded to the guard.
"That would be preferred. I have other business to attend to within the city."
The woman exchanged a glance with the guard beside her. The way Jacob spoke, Huon hadn't known Walker long, but that didn't sound anything like him. Did the guards notice that too? The gates opened all the same, and they walked on through. On the other side of the gate, Jacob spoke to yet another guard, who nodded along to his words. Then Jacob whispered something, and the binding itched. Huon was released from his bond. He looked at his wrist, at Liona. If only they were more powerful, this could mean their escape. But he wasn't as afraid of the arena as he'd been before. Jacob, however he treated Huon, didn't seem to want him dead. He wanted him strong. He wouldn't have been training him for the past 2 weeks if that weren't the case. This arena, it could mean taking the fast route not only to knight, but to champion. By the time he won his freedom, he would have bounded forward in his levels of advancement. But how long would that take? How many years of his life would he lose in there? Jacob left without a word, without even glancing at Huon. The guard took them into his custody. He didn't bind them, but he wasn't gentle with them either. He had a weird grin, and they both received a sharp shove toward the center of the city.
"Watching the contenders is one of my favorite pastimes," the guard said as Huon stumbled forward. "They're gonna eat you alive."
Huon turned his head as they walked, his gaze still searching for Jacob. His father had abandoned him once more, and this time he'd known exactly what he was doing. Huon hadn't known there was so much metal in the world. Carolor was almost entirely made of the stuff. The few buildings Huon had spotted that weren't metal looked run down and old. It was a strange sight, seeing a metal tower as tall as the trees back in the forest city of Landor, gleaming in the midday sun next to a ramshackle house of brick and stone. The place seemed to be going through a monumental change. They passed a half-dozen buildings that were either in the process of being destroyed or built. But it wasn't the buildings that caught Huon's eye. It was the people. Just as in Landor, everyone they passed was a surgecaller. They didn't all wear metal armor, like he might have assumed. Many of them wore simple-looking martial arts robes with a myriad of different symbols on their backs and sashes wrapped around their waists. Most of them were blue, which he'd figured out back in Landor meant they were champions. But he'd glimpsed far more legends than he'd thought possible. As far as he could tell, he was yet to see an immortal here. What color would their sash be? On their way, they passed through a marketplace. As they did, Huon couldn't help but compare this city with Glenhaven. The first time he'd walked through that city, all he'd noticed were the abundance of fights and taverns. This place was different. He didn't see a single establishment that looked like it served alcohol, nor did he see any fights. What he did see were people training, even in the streets. Champions sprinted past them or sparred in cordoned-off sections of streets. They all moved fast. It was difficult for Huon to catch their individual movements. He swallowed. I'm expected to fight people like this? It wasn't just training either. Younger surgecallers, this he found similar to Glenhaven, pulled carts or manned stalls selling mostly weapons. A waft of spice and cooked food met Huon's nose, sparking his hunger. He'd barely spared a thought about what the food would be like at the arena. After smelling the food in the market, it took up far too much of his mind. He'd read so many books as a child, hidden away from the world, yet he'd never imagined somewhere like this. None of those books spoke of what was outside the realm, making it feel like there was nothing out there at all. The arena was in the center of the city. He'd seen it well before reaching it, a massive metal dome. It was far larger than the arena back in Glenhaven. It was smooth on the outside, with no signs of what was happening within. When they reached the gates, Huon and Liona were passed to another set of guards and taken to the side entrance. The guards jostled them down a long silver hallway with doors on each side. Huon heard shouts, rising ever higher the farther they stepped. The shouts must have been incredibly loud for him to hear them down here. A crowd of surgecallers chanting at the fights. There were thick bars at the end of the hallway. It looked like a gate that was raised for people to walk through. Huon couldn't make out what was beyond it, but he remembered the layout of the arena in Glenhaven. It was probably where the fighters donned their gear and waited for their matches to begin. Huon didn't look forward to being in there. Chapter 17. The arena's warden, not the prince, but someone who must work for him directly, was a short, sturdy-looking woman. She didn't wear martial arts robes nor ordinary armor. Instead, she wore a strange metal outfit. It resembled cloth in how it moved, but must have been more akin to ringmail. Warden Farenz looked at Huon, then at Liona. She stood behind her desk, hands on her hips. Even standing, she barely reached Huon's sitting height.
It won't be the first time we've had outsiders in our arena, but a squire and a knight?
She raised a silver-painted eyebrow.
I'll have to restrict your opponents, and you still won't stand a chance. And if, by some miracle, you do defeat them, it will barely alter your score.
Huon frowned. He raised his head, about to speak, but thought better of it. Warden Farenz peered at him.
Speak your mind, child.
What do you mean by score? The warden sighed, then plopped into her chair and rested an elbow on the metal desk.
You don't understand our ways. That is understandable. The moment you walked into my office, the both of you became contenders. Every contender has a chance to gain their freedom. To do so, they must gain a score of 1,000.
Huon's frown deepened. The warden continued.
The scores gained differ depending on the contenders being matched. If a champion late in their advancement were to fight a champion fresh from being a knight, for instance, the strong champion would gain very few points toward their score from winning, and the weak champion would lose very few if they were defeated. However, if the weak champion were to win...
She raised her eyebrow again. This time the edge of her lips quirked up.
They would gain, perhaps, 200 points, and the contender who should have won would lose the same.
Liona shifted in her chair. The warden's gaze turned to her. Speak! Are you saying our freedom is a game to you? Warden Ferenz tilted her head to the side. Precisely. This is a highly organized city. We lack the same crime rates as other places in the Queendom. Our citizens don't drink. They rarely get into fights. They stay on their path. They train. They advance. That's because here they're able to blow off steam betting on the matches. If the crime rate is low, where did the contenders come from? Huon asked. The warden waved a hand. That is hardly your highest concern right now. Huon lowered his head. He still held Shuri in his arms. None of the guards had taken her away. He brushed a finger against the underside of her neck, and the eaglet nuzzled into him. What happens to her? She may remain with you. You wouldn't be the first to bring their companion with them, the warden said. She may fight with you once she has grown enough. Huon frowned. Staring down at Shuri, it was hard to imagine her in a fight. He closed his eyes, remembered the pain in the back from her mother's claws. If he were able to take down a full-grown sky eagle, would she even be able to compete against champions? He knew so little of a beast's advancement. Were they like humans, in that they would grow to their adult size whether they advanced or not? You will be shown to your rooms. There is a training facility within the arena, out of sight of spectators. I suggest the two of you use it diligently. Else you may be stuck here for the rest of your lives. While the arena was essentially a prison, they were able to walk its halls freely. As Huon and Liona stepped into the mess hall, he was reminded of the House of Tyrol. This place wasn't quite as homey as that one had been, but the House of Tyrol had been a prison, too. He looked down at his wrist. He wasn't bound here. They didn't need to bind him. There was no way he'd be able to escape. All eyes turned to them. 1,000 surgecallers, champions and above, staring intently at the two newcomers. Whispers spread, and Huon caught the common word uttered. Outsiders. After what felt like a long moment, but couldn't have been more than a few seconds, the majority of the surgecallers turned back to their food. Some remained staring. A few even dropped their veils, pulsing their essence, emanating strength. Great, Liona said. They already hate us. At least there's food. Huon had left Shuri back in his room. The room was small, like he'd anticipated, but there were enough cells down here that he didn't have to share it with anyone. He grabbed a plate, again reminded of the House of Tyrol. Maybe this place wouldn't be as bad as he'd thought. Free food, a place to train. Jacob seemed to think it was their best bet for advancing. Jacob. Huon shoveled food onto his plate and sat at one of the tables. Liona sat across from him. He stabbed one of his potatoes with a fork. The man who was his father turned out to be a horrible disappointment. And Byrne is working for him. It was so eerie the way Jacob had spoken, devoid of emotion. When Huon had met the Immortal of Fire in the deep wood, the dragon rider himself, the man who killed his mother, had seemed more concerned for Huon's safety than his own father had. Yet his father was the one who walked the path Huon wished to walk. Jacob wanted exactly what Huon did, to kill the Immortal Seven, to topple the Everlasting King's realm. Huon wished he could trust the man. He'd tried to, but how could he trust someone who'd bound him, then sent him here? Save that anger for the arena, Liona said. We're going to need it. The arena's lights blinded him. He stood by the gate, looking out at the expansive field where in moments he would be fighting. Fear filled his stomach and ran around his entire body, making every limb tingle and every breath hard. His reserve was full. He barely had any control over air and water, but he felt their essence in his core. None of it would do him any good. The lights were too bright to see the crowd, but he heard them. This arena was different to the last he'd been in. It was far larger, and if there was an essence barrier between the contenders and those piled in the stands, Huon couldn't see it. It's there, and it's strong. It has to be. They've made immortals fight in here. Fortunately for Huon, he wasn't fighting an immortal. This was his first fight, on his first night. Fighters, contenders in this arena, didn't have the luxury of only having a match once per week. Fights ran around the clock, and each contender fought at least once per day. Huon swallowed as he stepped out. His opponent was stepping forward on the opposite side of the arena, but he could barely make them out with the glare of the lights disrupting his vision. I'll have to get used to that. The announcer spoke.
Good evening, fair citizens of Arisalon. You're in for something new tonight. On the right side, we have a fresh contender, their very first fight. Huon, an outsider from outside the queendom.
Boos came from the crowd, echoing around the great metal arena, drowning out the voice of the announcer. Huon couldn't help but notice the announcer failed to mention where they were from. He probably didn't know. The warden had instructed Huon and Liona to keep that part of their history secret. Huon wasn't sure what the consequences of telling people were, but he didn't wish to find out.
Yes, an outsider, the announcer continued. But that's not all he is, folks. He's a squire.
A hush fell, but only for a moment. It was interrupted by odd bursts of laughter and shouts scattered about the crowd. Huon couldn't tell what people were shouting. There were too many, but the tone sounded the same. Incredulous.
Now, it usually takes time for me to come up with a contender's title, a few matches to see what they're made of. But I already have one ready for this young man.
The announcer paused.
Huon the Weak.
More laughter burst from the crowd. Huon's shoulders slumped. It wasn't inaccurate, but it still hurt. His vision was beginning to clear, his eyes adjusting. His opponent came into focus. A woman, maybe 18 years old. She wore simple martial arts robes like Huon. It was random, he'd found out, whether someone would fight with weapons. Sometimes one contender fought with them, and the other didn't, though where Huon's robes were plain black, handed to him by one of the arena staff, with a yellow sash that denoted his rank as Squire. Hers was gold, and she had a blue sash. Champion. The announcer cleared his throat.
On the left side, we have a champion.
The crowd roared their approval.
Eldara, the Bone Cracker.
Huon gulped. He did not like the sound of that. Eldara smiled.
To make it a fair fight, Eldara has been restricted to Squire-level surges. A first, I might add, and only 3 surges. She's chosen stamina, speed, and strength. Huon has no restrictions held upon him. He may use every surge he has.
The announcer chuckled.
Assuming he knows how.
Huon ground his teeth.
If Eldara wins, the gain and loss will be 5 points. If Huon wins, it will be 20. Now, without further ado, let the match begin.
Huon pooled fire essence into his hands, surged breath, and readied himself. A bell rang. Eldara surged forward. Chapter 18. Huon simultaneously surged speed, strength, and fire. He leapt backward in a move he'd done hundreds of times while sparring Liona at the top of that mountain. He may be a lowly squire, but he was far better trained than the last time he'd been forced to fight in an arena, and he could use all his surges where Eldara couldn't. 20 points of 1,000. He needed those points. Arcing backward through the air, he launched a half-dozen fireballs at Eldara, one after the other. Eldara didn't jump into the air after him. Instead, she ran along the ground, dodging the fireballs as they came. There was a massive grin on her face the entire time. She reached where he landed, throwing a hard right punch at his head. 7 breaths. She was quick, even restricted. He couldn't get out of the way fast enough. He threw up his arms to block. In a split second, she changed attacks and went for a leg sweep. Crack! His legs were torn from under him. She kicked him so hard he was sure that crack had been his shin. He went down, surging stamina, and managed to turn the fall into a diving roll. His core reserves held more essence than they used to, but he couldn't handle surging everything through the entire fight. Eldara could. She'd have the reserves of a champion, but only be double surging. She'd outlast him 10-fold, 100. It didn't matter. His shin was still healing as he got to his feet. Squire-level stamina was strong, but it wasn't strong enough to heal a break in an instant. He did a hop-skip-sprint away from his opponent as stamina essence flowed toward the injury. Eldara the Bonecracker lived up to her name. Huon hoped he wouldn't live up to his. He took a page from Jameson's book, Double Surging Earth. Elemental surges still weren't his strong point, but that didn't mean he was entirely useless with them. Once he'd gotten 20 paces away, he practically dived at the ground, thrusting his palms to the dirt. He'd only done something like this a couple of times, and never in the middle of a fight. Essence flowed out of him and into the ground. For a moment, he felt at one with the earth, like his presence wasn't only inside himself, but everywhere within the arena. He knew exactly where Eldara was, though he'd known that anyway from the sound of her footfalls. 2 steps behind him. The awareness didn't last long. He wasn't strong enough for it to last. He pushed, bending the earth to his will, making a wall sprout from the ground, just as Jameson had made a dome of dirt form around him, Huon, and Liona when the beasts had stampeded out of the deep wood. Something thudded into the wall. Eldara's shoulder, no doubt, but he'd reinforced it with strength essence at the same time as it formed. The wall should be able to resist a few of her... Huon's perception sparked off a warning. He was too slow to heed. Eldara came flying over the wall, that massive grin still plastered on her face. Her fingers were sprawled like a saber-tooth's claws. She crashed into him, sending him to the ground. His head cracked against it. Only double-surging stamina stopped him from going unconscious. He tried to shield his face, but it didn't do any good. She pummeled him with elbow strikes, each sending a resounding crack through his body. His wounds couldn't heal fast enough. Eldara was relentless. Huon's body pooled fire essence into his forearms almost automatically. He'd been in this position more than once. Flames surged out at the woman. He couldn't see, but he knew the fire would be melting her skin. Yet she didn't stop. The strikes kept coming, harder and faster, faster and harder. He couldn't get out of it. The crowd began to shout along with the announcer. They were counting down from 10. Huon's stamina ran dry. His world went dark before they reached 1.
"At least you're not dead,"
Liona said from the foot of Huon's bed. He'd woken a few minutes before she'd entered the infirmary. A woman had been gripping his wrists, surging stamina into his body, forcing him to surge it. It almost felt like using a surge gem. It was a weird sensation, but his body was free of the pain caused by Eldara the Bone Crusher. His core, however, felt empty and sore. He'd pushed his own stamina reserves too hard, exhausting them more than he knew he could. He felt more than just empty. He felt drained, weak. Huon the Weak. "I lost 5 points. Instead of being at 0, I'm at -5. Huon still lay in bed, even though he wasn't hurt anymore. He clenched his fists and looked down at his forearms. They weren't broken anymore, but the sensation of them having been cracked lingered, like when his back throbbed randomly, reminding him of the pain the Sky Eagle's talons had rent.
"That's okay. It was only your first fight. We'll build it back up."
"How?" Huon asked.
"She was restricted to 3 surges at my level, and she
She took less than a minute to take me down, and she did it with ease. Liona inclined her head. True. True? Huon frowned. Is that supposed to make me feel better? Of course she took you down. She's a frickin' champion, Huon. But you know what else happened out in that arena? I got humiliated. Liona sighed. Don't you remember how you moved? I've sparred you hundreds of times, and I've never seen you move like that. What you did with Earth Essence, you performed a technique in less than a second you've only managed to pull off in minutes of concentration before. Huon opened his mouth to argue. It didn't matter how he'd moved, he'd been defeated. But instead of arguing, he closed his mouth and ran the fight through his mind. How had he managed to create that wall? How had he even known he could? He'd gone into that fight expecting to lose. Why was he so disappointed? That fight had done exactly as intended. It had pushed him beyond his limits. He'd done things he didn't think he was capable of doing. No limits, just as Knight Kyla had said. Can you imagine how much stronger you'll be after a dozen of those fights? 100? Who cares if they beat you every time? You'll come out, every one, stronger than before. They'll push you harder than you knew you could be pushed. I care if they beat me every time, Huon thought, but didn't say. Huon the Weak. That title had hit him harder than it should have. I will become strong. I will advance. These contenders might be able to wipe the floor with him now, but Liona was right. As humiliating as it might be, failing wasn't always a bad thing, especially if what he was trying to do was beyond his current capabilities. Huon let out a long breath. He'd been focusing only on how he was doing. Liona, sitting at the edge of his bed, looked worried about him. They'd become closer than he'd ever imagined they would. When they'd escaped the House of Tyrol, he'd been sure she would abandon him soon after. That's what people did. They died or they left. But she'd stayed. Over these past few months, she'd become the first true friend he'd ever had, and she was loyal. She hadn't needed to come to this arena with him. She'd chosen to. Thank you, Huon said. Liona blinked. For what? For being here. For being my friend. A small smile slipped onto Leona's lips, and Huon suddenly didn't know what to say. Liona nudged his leg. We're in this together, remember? Mouth dry, Huon nodded. Your first fight is soon, isn't it? Less than an hour. Getting out of bed, Huon focused on his core. He'd only ran out of stamina, yet it felt emptier than ever before. Want to go to the training hall with me? I need to get my stamina back. Liona nodded. Where will I be after 100 fights? Huon thought as they walked out of the infirmary, glancing across at Liona. Knight Liona beside him. A buzzing excitement flowed through him, seeming to reverse the effects of his strained core. He had no idea where he'd be, but he was eager to find out. Chapter 19. Huon walked past the other contenders. He was in the fighters' viewing area, a platform high above the arena. The fighters eyed him. Some looked suspicious, some angry, others ambivalent. None spoke to him. They didn't jostle or yell at him, thankfully. It was more like he was a stray animal who'd wandered somewhere it shouldn't. He didn't know if it was because he was an outsider or because he was weak. Probably it was both. There were other outsiders here, just as the warden had mentioned. He'd seen one of them, a man with tattoos all over his body. He wasn't from the everlasting king's realm, that Huon could tell by looking at him. That outsider was the one facing Liona today. 3 weeks had passed since they'd arrived here, 3 weeks of daily fights, 3 weeks of losing every single one. Huon leant against the rail at the end of the platform. The tattooed outsider's name was Goa Wowalir, though everyone called him the Wolf. No one spoke to the Wolf, though Huon wasn't sure that was solely because he was an outsider. The first time Huon and Liona had heard about the man, that he was an outsider like them, they'd tried talking to him in the mess hall. When they'd approached his table, empty but for himself, he'd growled at them. Like Eldara the Bonecracker, the wolf lived up to his name. Huon had never seen the man fight. He tried not to waste time watching the fights. They ran day and night, and crowds' shouts never ending, echoing through the metal halls of the arena. But whenever Liona fought, he made sure to be in the stands. Liona did the same for him.
On the right, we have Liona, the foolhardy, the outsider knight with a bark worse than her bite. And on the left, the wolf, a champion from the mysterious southern empire of solitude. The wolf is restricted to 4 surges at night level, as he refused to speak. His choice was made for him. The announcer gave a dry chuckle. Ha ha! Breath, strength, fire, and earth. Liona, of course, is unrestricted, given her inferior advancement. The gain and loss will be 10 points each way, given the wolf's poor choice of restrictions. Now, let the match begin!
Huon's grip on the rail tightened. Breath, strength, fire, and earth. Liona might just win this one. Liona stood her ground as the bell rang. The wolf had mangy, shoulder-length hair and a matted, bushy beard. A low growl emanated from him, and he bared his teeth. Were surgecallers different in this empire of solitude? The wolf seemed more beast than man. The wolf dropped to all 4s, bounding toward Liona. For someone limited to natural speed, even champion-level natural speed, the man was fast, but he was still far slower than a triple surging knight. Liona could win. Huon was just worried about what would happen if the wolf got in a hit. He, thankfully, didn't have claws, but he was heavily built, corded with muscle beneath his tattoos. He made Liona look like a child. The wind in the arena picked up. Liona's strength in her elemental surges had increased dramatically since her advancement to knight. Huon couldn't defeat her before. Now, after 3 weeks of daily fights, he wouldn't last 5 seconds. Liona moved her arms in a fluid circular motion, gathering essence in the air. As the wolf was about to reach her, she triple-surged a massive gust of wind at him. The wind barely slowed him down. On all 4s, he wore no shoes. His fingers and toes dug into the earth, keeping him from flying backward. Liona stepped back. She stomped the ground, forming an earthen wall. The wall rose beneath her feet, taking her high into the air. As it did, she jumped. The wolf dug his fingers into the wall and climbed up it. Huon was glad the man couldn't surge speed. Liona, briefly suspended in the air from her jump, surged water from her core, throwing it down in whipping whirlpools. Fire sprang from the wolf as he ran up the wall. It covered him in a protective barrier. The water turned to steam before it contacted him. Liona kept surging it, but it didn't do a thing. He was untouchable. Huon leant forward, over the railing, as the wolf reached the top of the wall and leapt. He's got to be melting his skin off, maintaining a barrier like that without surging stamina. They were both in the air now. Liona falling from her jump, the wolf rising from his leap. She turned in the air, kicking down as they collided. Her boot met his nose. Blood sprayed out. A yelp escaped him, but so did a flash of fire as he grabbed her ankle. They tumbled to the ground, engulfed in flame. Huon couldn't see them at all. No stamina. How was he taking the heat of his own flames? Wind swept through the arena, blowing out the flames, revealing the 2 fighters rolling in the dirt. The wolf had Liona pinned down. Her arms were up, guarding her head. Able to triple surge while he could only use his natural speed, she should be able to get out of this. But no matter how fast she was, it looked like he was stronger. He was pummeling her, scratching her, biting her. He had access to 2 elemental surges, yet he didn't seem to care. Liona guarded her head, blood pouring from a dozen different wounds, dampening her black martial arts robes. She surged water. It flowed around the wolf, enveloping him, creating a bubble around his head. What is she doing? Huon thought. He can still surge breath. The wolf's movement didn't slow, but Liona had access to enough stamina to withstand the punishment. The announcer hadn't yet began counting down from 10. She wasn't out of the fight yet. In an instant, the water stopped flowing. It froze, turning into ice. Still, the wolf didn't stop. "Get him off you, Liona," Huon whispered, surging breath to keep himself under control. "Come on!" He could hear the wolf's growls from all the way up on the viewing platform, and was glad they'd walked into the queendom of Arisalon and not the Empire of Solitude. The earth beneath Liona shook. She sank down, taking the wolf with her. Then the earth stopped shaking. The wolf could control earth essence too. He kept pummeling her again and again. The block of ice still formed over his head. Wind, earth, fire, water. Liona surged them all in a wild flow of essence. But she was stuck, and he never stopped. The countdown began. Chapter 20. Huon found Liona in the training hall. Her fight had ended mere minutes ago. Her stamina was enough to heal her wounds, yet she looked more tired than he'd ever seen her. Liona was punching a large metal pillar. Her night-level strength let her dent its reinforced surface, her stamina healing her knuckles even as they cracked. The healing wouldn't stop her from feeling the pain, but as Knight Kyla had said when Huon had first cultivated fire essence, pain becomes familiar, and a surgecaller's tolerance only grows. Huon walked up to her. "You should rest." "I haven't." Liona sent a roundhouse kick, her shin cracking as it contacted. "Got time." An elbow strike, leaving a dent at head height. "To rest." Huon winced. Just because her tolerance could bear it didn't make it easy. Though he didn't know what it was like, in a night-level body, he knew the next advancement to champion would make her bones strong enough to withstand the force of those strikes. She trained like she was already there. She'd only just hit knight and had barely been able to bask in that achievement for more than a moment. Huon knew the feeling. He also knew he couldn't force her to rest. He'd learnt that back in the Huron Mountains. So he trained with her. The training hall was as large as the arena itself. It had to be, considering how many surgecallers called the arena home. It was underground, like much of the arena's complex. As usual, Huon ignored the other people in the place, which was fine. They ignored him too. He'd already fought and lost his fight for the day, and had long lost track of his score. Huon took a sword from the wall. He couldn't use his own sword. They'd confiscated that, along with his other possessions, excluding, fortunately, his ring upon his arrival. He grabbed a shield, too, then headed back to stand near Liona. Before coming here, he never used to like the idea of using a shield with his sword. It meant he couldn't put all his strength behind it by wielding it with both hands. But as he'd fought, he'd seen the utility in being able to block or bash with it. A two-handed sword could only do so much. He hadn't been taught any katas involving the sword, so he practiced strikes instead. There was another metal cylinder beside Liona. There was a whole line of them spreading across the training hall, and he began swinging strikes at it. The sword was reinforced, so it could take the force of hitting a hard surface without its blade chipping or breaking. As he struck, his worries about Liona fell away. She was working herself too hard, but when had that not been the case? Wasn't that why they were here? He was working himself hard too. Neither of them had won a single fight since coming here. Their opponents had all been restricted, yet still they hadn't won. Huon no longer felt humiliated, like he had on that first day. The name the announcer had given him, Huon the Weak, had stuck, but that didn't matter. He just needed to advance, catch up, become strong once and for all. They would stop calling him weak. He'd defeat everyone he came up against. Then he'd finally leave this place. As he struck the cylinder with his sword, throwing in elemental strikes every now and then, learning how to better incorporate them into the flow of the fight, he wondered if advancement would be enough. These people weren't just stronger than them. The way they fought. When Huon had heard the restrictions given to the wolf, he'd been sure Liona could defeat him. But in the end, the match hadn't been close. The wolf had withstood all she threw at him. His body, of course, was more advanced, being a champion, but it couldn't have only been that. He hadn't had any stamina. The pain he'd experienced must have been incredibly intense. His skin had melted during the fight, unable to resist his own flames. Why had he fought so hard? How had he been able to withstand such punishment? Was it because he wanted his freedom, or was it something else? Huon and Liona had become stronger. Huon could do things now he'd thought would take years to learn. Yet, at this rate, it felt as if he'd spend the rest of his life stuck here. Jacob had handed him over to the arena. His own father. The man who wanted him to advance. Believed he would. But there was no way Huon and Liona could defeat their opponents, even restricted opponents, until they'd both advanced to champion. Liona will make it there first, however long it takes. I will lag behind. She'll gain her freedom and leave me here. As loyal as she'd been, how could she pass up an opportunity to leave? He tried to banish those thoughts as he pummeled the metal cylinder with an earth-reinforced shield and a flaming sword. He liked using a combination of the two surges, earth and fire. They seemed to complement each other in interesting ways. Liona didn't speak to him for the rest of the day. She wasn't mad at him. He knew her moods after spending so much time with her. She just needed to be alone with her thoughts. He could give her that. When he left the training hall, he felt no stronger than when he'd walked in. He'd trained his strikes, all 8 surges, and cultivated them each multiple times. Cultivate, surge, just as Garl had taught him. And his cultivation had become more efficient by the day, as Knight Kyla had taught him it could be. Still, it wasn't enough. Only the fights pushed him hard enough. Even though he always lost, he felt himself itching for the next, itching for the opportunity to finally win, though it felt so out of reach. As he lay down to sleep that night, he hoped the thought he'd had earlier wasn't true, that they wouldn't win a match until they reached the rank of champion, that Liona would abandon him. When he slept, he dreamt of what he always did, the Immortal of Fire, burning his village, killing his mother. But something else entered his dream. His father binding him, a cold look on his face, his father handing him over to the guards at the gate of Caralor, then disappearing, his father abandoning him, betraying him. Huon's 23rd fight seemed to start like all the others before it. The announcer talked of how weak he was an outsider, chuckling at those facts. Then he introduced his opponent. Huon's opponent was Jarl, the Rock Weaver. Huon had never seen the man fight before. There were so many fighters here, and he didn't like watching the fights. It was a waste of his time. Maybe when he was stronger, faster, better, he'd be able to study his potential opponents. But at this point, it didn't matter how long he watched them. He'd always lose. This fight, Huon got lucky as he could be at least when matched up against a champion. This fight, he got to wield weapons, whereas his opponent didn't. Huon didn't understand why. It seemed entirely random to him, but he was glad. The sword felt right in his hand. The shield was beginning to feel right, too. He felt strong, holding them. Not that weapons would help him. Jarl, his opponent, was restricted down to 3 surges, as Huon's opponents often were. No surprise his first choice had been earth. What was unusual, however, was that he didn't choose speed. Earth, stamina, and strength weren't a bad combination, but it meant he was vulnerable to Huon's advanced speed. Didn't it? Before the bell rang, the crowd in the arena hushed. Even the announcer stopped talking, a rare enough thing to make Huon look up at the stands. His gaze trailed over everyone there. He looked for the announcer, who sat in a box next to the prince's own. The announcer was staring across at someone who'd just entered the prince's box. Huon narrowed his eyes, trying to figure out what was going on. Was the queen visiting? It had happened before, though only once since he'd been here. No, that wasn't a woman. The person walked up to the prince, spoke to him briefly, then sat on a seat beside him. Huon couldn't make out his face from down here, but his eyes widened all the same. He's wearing all red. The Immortal of Fire was here, sitting in the stands right next to the prince. Huon breathed rapidly. He didn't surge breath. He couldn't think enough to. The announcer began to talk again. Huon barely registered his words, but they had nothing to do with Blaze. Focus. Just focus. He surged breath and looked across at his opponent. Gerald the Rockweaver. He was a big man. They always seemed to be. He was stripped to the midsection, wearing only short pants, no martial arts robes or armor like Huon was wearing. He'll form earthen armor. Huon tried to assess how the fight would go, but his mind kept wandering to the Immortal of Fire. Why was Blaze here? When they'd came to this city, they'd had to lower their veils at the gates. The Immortal of Fire, he'd known they were here the whole time, but he wouldn't really be coming for them, would he? Would the prince let Blaze take them? The bell must have rung because Gerald was sprinting toward Huon, earthen armor forming around him. He wasn't moving very quickly, not for a champion anyway, hindered by his natural speed, but it looked as if the man didn't need to be fast. The earthen armor that formed around him was far more extensive than any Huon had seen before. It didn't just protect him, it made him far larger than he already was. The man grew taller as the armor formed, and it completely covered his head. He couldn't surge breath in there, not with his restrictions, so he must have access to air somehow. Huon blinked, thinking of what the best move would be. Thinking. He spent too much time thinking. The Immortal of Fire had thrown him off. Thinking was never the best thing to do during a fight. When preparing for one, maybe, but during? He needed to act. Huon ran, creating distance. He double-surged speed, easily leaving the earthen warrior in the dust. When Liona had fought the wolf, she'd had a similar advantage, except she'd leapt into the air, something Huon wouldn't emulate. Neither of them had any way to maneuver in the air, not effectively at least. Technically, Huon had managed to use flames from his feet to push him in the right direction. It was the only reason he'd survived the fight with the giant sky eagle, Shuri's mother. Either way, right now, he was better off on the ground. His sword would do nothing to rock that thick, not without being reinforced, so that was the first thing he did, without thinking this time. He acted, surging strength and fire into the sword, imbuing it with power. Now it should be able to slice through rock and melt through metal at a touch. It might still not be enough, depending on how strong this earthen warrior was, but considering Gerald had been restricted to using the same potency of surges as Huon, it should work. The only problem was, getting in close to a man like that was a bad idea. Huon glanced over his shoulder. He was running around the arena in a circle, keeping the man behind him. Rocks flew through the air, missing him by mere inches. The rocks crashed into the arena's barrier, disintegrating on impact. He'd hate to feel the impact of one of those. If it hit his head, he might go down without a chance to surge stamina. It had happened before. As he ran, he angled his shield to aim at the man. Fire essence pooled within it. This was a technique he'd spent hours upon hours practicing. One of the downsides he'd found fighting with a shield was he couldn't launch fireballs from his offhand. Fighting other contenders, however, he'd noticed people could launch their elements from their weapons. Fireballs shot from his shield, aimed at the man. They were double-surged, compacted essence. He fired 3 in quick succession. As he did, something in the crowd caught his attention. The red of the Immortal of Fire's gleaming armor. Fire essence emanated from Blaze as he dropped his veil. The feeling overwhelmed Huon as the first fireball impacted Gerald the Rockweaver. Huon tripped over his own foot, crashing into the arena's dirt floor. He'd been running fast and slid over the pebble-ridden surface. His face got all scratched up, his body instinctively surging stamina in response to the pain. Had the Immortal done that on purpose? Was he trying to distract Huon? Huon scrambled to his feet as the Rockweaver's stomps neared. Huon swung his shield up, knowing that even with his speed he wouldn't be able to get out of the way. Gerald hit Huon with a haymaker, not just any haymaker, an arm and a fist entirely encased in layers and layers of rock, no doubt reinforced with a double surging of strength. The shield, imbued with Huon's own strength essence, cracked, metal fracturing until it broke completely, leaving only Huon's outstretched arm holding onto its handle. The Rockweaver swung his other arm. Huon threw his sword up to block. The sword came up fast, easily making it in time, but Huon doubted it would do any good. "I need to move. I need to run." A moment before the Rockweaver's massive arm impacted Huon's sword, Huon quick-stepped backward. The swing turned into a glancing blow, and, to Huon's surprise, his sword survived. After a few steps, Huon transitioned into a backward run. "Huon the weak. I can't spend the entire fight running. What does it matter if I lose? I've lost every match before this one. No matter how hard I try, I always lose. So why try?" Blaze's fire essence sparked again as Huon ran, like he ran from his village. "The Immortal of Fire is here. He'll take me away." Something thudded into Huon's skull. He felt a crack. Then all went black. Chapter 21. Usually when Huon ended a fight unconscious, which was more often than he liked, he woke in the infirmary. Today he woke in the arena. He'd felt the familiar sensation of another Surgecaller feeding him stamina essence. He'd felt his skull reknit itself, the pain dissipate, the world becoming more solid. Surging the champion-level stamina infused him with sudden energy and made him remember. The Immortal of Fire is here. When he opened his eyes, he found the arena floor empty, the stands quiet, his opponent gone. Huon's score would be adjusted down by 15 points. Why was he still here? Were they making him fight again so soon? Then he looked up at the prince's box. The Immortal of Fire stood, staring down at him. The announcer cleared his throat. "We have a special announcement. The Justice Arena of Carolor has a visitor, an immortal from the everlasting king's realm." Whispers spread throughout the crowd. The Immortal turned his head. The whispers ceased. "He has made an unusual request." Metal sliding on metal met Huon's ear. He turned. The gate was opening. Liona padded out toward Huon. Warden Farenz, her hands behind her back, stood in the mouth of the gate. Huon scrambled to his feet. He wanted to surge. Everything. But there was nothing he could do. Leona's forehead creased. "What's—" Her words were cut. Her steps halted. She stared up at the box. Huon walked over to her. His whole body shook, but he could do this at least. He could stand beside Liona as their fate was decided by others once more. "The Immortal of Fire proclaims that these two Surgecallers, Huon and Liona, the announcer trailed off. Huon had never seen the man falter before. He'd also never heard the man say their names without the insulting titles. "Apparently, Harold," a strong, deep voice said. The word vibrated through Huon. He didn't need to search to know who'd spoken. Only an immortal had a voice that strong. And it wasn't Blaze's. The prince stood. "I will speak." The silence was somehow heavier than before. The immortal prince motioned to the Immortal of Fire. "While the laws of our land differ greatly, we do try to respect our neighbors.
The two surgecallers before us, Squire Huon and Knight Liona, are citizens of the realm. They sought sanctuary in our fair queendom."
Huon could barely make out his face, but he seemed to be frowning.
"They should never have gotten this far. Someone must speak to Lady Helene." He shook his head. "That is beside the point. They are in this arena. Therefore their fates belong to me. However, since we wish no ill will toward the everlasting king and their people, a deal has been struck."
The immortal prince motioned to the gate opposite the one Liona had walked out from. The gate rose, and two men stepped through. Huon recognized the first man instantly. He was wearing different clothes, red martial arts robes with a fire symbol on the left side of his chest. But in his right hand he carried a hammer. Knight Elian's hammer. Jameson. Huon's gaze locked onto Jameson. He stared so long it took him a moment to realize the surgecaller beside him looked familiar too. A big man with deep furrows in his brow, wearing the same martial arts robes as Jameson, denoting them as Oathbound to the Immortal of Fire. This man carried a double-bearded axe. While Jameson looked determined, even angry, this man looked sad. Garl. Huon hadn't expected to see either of them ever again, at least not here, not outside the everlasting king's realm.
"The Immortal of Fire has brought forth two surgecallers of equal ranks to Huon and Liona. Should his contenders win, his claim will be honored. Should they lose, this arena will gain two more surgecallers."
The immortal prince sat back in his chair.
"The matches will be in 1 month, ample time for each contender to prepare."
Warden Ferenz waited for them by the gate. She led them to her office, commanding them to sit. Then she sank into her chair with her head in her hands. "This is not good." Huon blinked at the warden. The immortal prince's words still ran through his mind. He couldn't think of a single thing to say. Liona leant forward in her chair. "I know why it isn't good for us, but why is it bad for you?" The warden sighed and raised her head. "Our countries have a tenuous peace, as you can tell from the way you have been treated here. Citizens of the queendom of Arisalon are not fond of outsiders." Liona scoffed. She'd changed in many ways since leaving the House of Tyrol. One of those ways was she no longer minced her words when speaking to those in authority. "Not fond is putting it lightly, Warden." Warden Ferenz nodded minutely. "Indeed, though people in places like this tend to be the worst offenders of such behavior." "Not exactly comforting, since this is where we're stuck." The warden put her hands together on the table. "If we don't do something, you might not be stuck here much longer." Huon frowned. He opened his mouth and found he could speak again. "You want to help us?" The warden stared at him. "Of course I want to help you. As I was saying before I was interrupted, the peace between Arisalon and your realm is fragile. When you were placed into this arena, you effectively became citizens of our queendom in the eyes of the law. Therefore, if you were to lose, it would make us appear weak." "That's why you want to help us? So you won't appear weak?" Liona blurted out. Huon shifted in his chair. He didn't much care why they helped, as long as they did. The warden opened her hands and shrugged. "Realities are what they are. I am merely an instrument of the prince's will. What I want is irrelevant. What my queendom wants is the only thing of importance." "We have a month to prepare. He brought opponents of equal rank, but—" Huon looked at Liona beside him. "They're stronger than us. Garl has been a knight for longer than Liona, and the only way I defeated Jameson last time was by using a soul thief."
You know these people? The warden asked.
Huon lowered his head. They used to be my friends. It felt strange, saying it out loud. He wasn't sure if he'd ever considered Garl a friend, but the truth was the man had saved his life, and he hadn't had to. He'd stayed behind to help Huon, advancing during the middle of a match when he could have advanced before it and gotten away from Crowley. Jameson had betrayed them, but before that he had saved Huon's life too. The warden leant forward, elbows on the desk.
What do you know about them?
They both use earth as their main element. At least they used to. A lot could have changed since we last saw them. Warden Ferenz nodded.
The two of you are each in unique circumstances and require different hands to train you. Now, we cannot bring in anyone from outside of the arena, so contenders must be chosen as your instructors. We cannot appear as if we're giving the two of you an advantage.
They have an immortal to instruct them, Liona said. They clearly have the advantage. The warden's eyebrows rose.
You really think the immortal will waste time training them for this? He's left his contenders behind and won't be back until the time of the match.
He knew we were here weeks ago, and he chose them because I know them, Huon said. He's after me. Liona looked at him. He's after both of us. Huon wanted to argue. The Immortal of Fire knew what Huon's goals were. He knew Huon wanted him dead, wanted the everlasting king dead. He might be after Liona, as an Oathless, but he'd come here for Huon. Huon didn't want to talk about all that in front of the warden. He didn't trust her, like most people who had power over them. If she were to help them, it would only be for her own interests, or the interests of the queendom. She'd already said as much. It wouldn't be wise to reveal all aspects of his past to her. The warden was silent for a moment, watching them. Then her gaze rested on Huon.
The two of you are not only fighting for your freedom anymore. If you both win these matches, you'll earn the respect of the other contenders. The prince won't reward you. It is not in his nature to reward such weak contenders, but it will be a step forward. And if you do win, the Immortal of Fire's contenders will be sent to the arena as well.
She smiled.
You'll no longer be the weakest here.
Huon didn't find that as comforting as she probably assumed. To have Jameson here, he couldn't imagine that being pleasant. But to be oathbound again, dragged back to the everlasting king's realm by the dragon rider, that would be worse. And what if the Immortal of Fire made an example of them? They hadn't just run off into the wilds, they'd escaped the realm entirely. What would be the punishment for such a crime? Chapter 22. 1 month. In the grand scheme, it wasn't a lot of time. Huon and Liona were separated for their training. According to the warden, it was better if they had no distractions. She seemed to think the two of them got more distracted by the other than they should. She'd even had an odd smirk as she'd said it, a smirk that had made Huon immensely uncomfortable. Huon stood in the training hall, peering across the massive room toward the other side, where Liona would be meeting with her own instructor. They usually trained together, and Huon missed her being beside him. Danasia, his new instructor, clicked at him. "Eyes on me, Squire." Huon did as he was told, looking up at the legend. Danasia wore silver martial arts robes with a symbol of a sword on her back, arms crossed, silver hair tied up. She stared down her nose at him. "If I'm going to be forced to waste my training time on you, you better not make me look like a fool." She pointed at him. Danasia was exactly the same height as Huon, yet it felt like she towered over him. "I don't care what you want. I don't care if you want to lose, because you wish to be taken back to your horrible realm. And I don't care how weak you are. Steel is weak before it's forged, before it's folded over and over, before it's reinforced with essence. So we're going to make you strong. We're going to forge the weakness out of you. She poked her finger into his chest. The force of it surprised Huon, pushing him back a step. He surged a trickle of stamina, so the impact wouldn't leave a bruise. "Tell me, in the match next month, what are you going to do?" Huon bit his lower lip. "I'm going to win," he said, though he wasn't sure if he would. As strong as he'd become here, he still wasn't as strong as Jameson. The only reason he'd defeated him last time was because, well, Huon had cheated. He wouldn't be able to cheat now. "By the end of the day, you'll be saying those words with confidence." The legend shook her head. "I still can't imagine how you got here. A squire at your age. It's despicable." Huon lowered his head. She was right. There were so many things he wanted to do, so many goals he wanted to fulfill, but he was weak. He'd always been weak. He wanted to kill the Immortal of Fire, yet he was worried about being defeated by a squire. "I'm a squire too. If I had my way, I'd advance you tonight, but you must remain the same rank as your opponent." Huon raised his head, staring into Denasia's eyes. That's when he noticed their color for the first time. Silver, like her hair, like the metal of the arena. She wasn't the first Surgecaller in the queendom he'd seen with silver eyes. Many from Caralor seemed to have them, but hers were stronger somehow. "You can advance me tonight, in a month?" The legend waved a hand. "A month would be more than enough time. I've seen you fight. You may be weak, but you're nearing advancement." Huon shook his head. "That can't be right. I've only been a squire for a few months. To advance to—" "Do not contradict me, boy. If I tell you something to be true, believe me. You are not yet of a high enough rank to disagree with a legend. Remember that. Right now you are nothing. You know nothing, but by next month, maybe you'll know slightly less than nothing." Huon looked at the ground, not because he felt insulted by this woman's words. To be frank, he didn't care how she felt about him. He'd dealt with enough abuse in this place that her words just washed over him. An idea was forming. It was probably insane, but he'd had insane ideas in the past. When he'd advanced to Squire, it had been in the middle of a match. Then his life had been riding on the transformation. Now it might not be his life on the line, but it was close enough. His entire future was held in the balance. "What if I advance during the fight?" The legend smiled. Even her teeth were silver. "Maybe you do know something after all." She put a hand to her chin, the other folded at her chest. "That is an interesting loophole, one that I've seen used before, though there is a risk." "What's the risk?" Huon asked. "I'll be safe during the transformation." Garl had advanced during a fight before, too. "It may not go against the rules, but it goes against the spirit of the match. The victory will be upheld, but neither the prince nor this Immortal of Fire of yours will be happy about it." Huon bit the inside of his cheek. "Do we need them to be happy?" "Insulting Prince Ernan isn't exactly on my to-do list." Denasia's eyes became distant. "Then again," she lowered her voice, leaning forward, "I've never much liked royalty." She smiled once more. "That's why I'm down here, after all." Huon frowned. He'd never known how anyone else had gotten into this arena. He was almost curious enough to ask, though he didn't have time to learn her story. He needed to be training. Denasia straightened. "If we're going to do this, we must start now. Drop your veil. Let me examine you." Huon looked at his hand. He hesitated, as he always did before doing this, then pulled off his father's, Jacob's, ring. Denasia frowned. "You can't veil yourself without that?" Huon nodded. "Well, that simply won't do. When you win this match, remind me to show you how." Denasia narrowed her eyes. He almost felt her examining him, her touch at the edges of his perception. "You really are something, Huon." Her eyes gleamed for a moment, as though she was seeing something in him. I've instructed many students, and I've never felt someone your age with such little presence."
Huon lowered his head. Maybe her words were getting to him. Back in the Everlasting King's realm, he'd been weak, but he'd been singled out, too. Inara had taken him on, bringing him to the House of Tyrol. He'd been told he had potential. "I do have potential. If Denasia can advance me tonight, it won't just mean winning this fight. I'll be one step forward in my goal." Though, if he were honest, as much as he wanted to advance tonight, he didn't believe it could happen so quickly. Huon remained looking at the ground, still feeling her scrutinizing gaze upon him. "Can it be done?" "Do you know your intentions, Huon?" "My intentions," Huon thought. "Of course." When Liona had advanced tonight, she'd had to commune with the universe, something Huon still didn't understand, and declare her intentions. Huon knew what his intentions were. He'd known for a long time. Advance. Become strong enough to defeat the Immortal Seven and kill the Everlasting King. Topple the system that governs the realms and free the Surgecallers of oppression by the Surgeless. Huon set his jaw. No limits. Knight Kyla's words still stuck with him. Huon didn't know what his limits were. He didn't believe he could advance tonight so quickly, and if he held on to that belief, it would be his downfall. Instead, he had to hold on to his goal, his intentions. He stared into Denasia's silver eyes and nodded sharply. "I know them." Denasia's gaze seemed to tighten. Silence fell between them. She was examining his core, but if he hadn't known any better, he'd think she was examining his soul, too. "The people here think cores are souls. That's why they call Surgeless soulless." Huon didn't agree with them, of course, but there was something oddly piercing about her gaze. He didn't shrug from it. He straightened his back and held himself tall. Denasia nodded. "Good. Let's begin. Weapons are allowed in this fight. Both Prince Ernan and the Immortal of Fire wish for their contenders to use everything they can. No restrictions. Which weapon will you choose?" "Sword," Huon said, without hesitation. It was what he'd practiced with the most in these last few months, and he'd become accustomed to it. Denasia smiled. "So you do have a solid head on your shoulders, Squire Huon." It was the first time she'd called him by the full title, not just Squire or Huon, but both. Perhaps there was more than a month-long relationship here. His mind spun, thinking of plans for the future. If he were to win this match and stay in the arena, would she guide him along his path? To have a legend looking out for him, one that wasn't his father, would be a valuable asset. Denasia had him fetch one of the swords from the wall. He chose his favorite, a hand-and-a-half sword coupled with a shield like he'd been training with. "The shield is a good choice. Your opponent carries a two-handed hammer, one designed for a knight. A sword and a shield will be a good combination. You'll be able to block a strike and make one at the same time." Denasia acquired a sword and shield of her own. She held them like she'd been born with them in her hand. In a place like Arisalon, Huon could almost believe she had. "Shouldn't I be cultivating and surging? I haven't hit full Squire limits on my physical reserves." Denasia's shoulders sagged. Her weapons dropped to hang by her side. "Oh, so you know how best you need to be trained to reach knighthood, do you? I suppose you don't need me after all." She turned toward the training hall's exit. "Should I leave now, or are you going to let me instruct you without these incessant questions?" Incessant felt like it was going a bit far. He'd only asked one question. Huon gritted his teeth. Of course, she was right. Compared to her, he did know nothing. She was a legend, and he was not. "I'll listen." Denasia smirked. "Good boy." She assumed a fighting stance, her left leg forward along with her shield, her right foot back, sword at the ready. "She's going to spar me?" Huon swallowed, assuming a fighting stance of his own. He stood like this thousands of times, yet he suddenly felt awkward opposite her, like a child standing for the first time.
Surge everything you have and try to strike me.
Chapter 23. Huon had never sparred like this before. When he'd first met Byrne, he'd learned to cultivate breath and speed while performing a kata. When he'd fought in the arena, he'd learned to cultivate strength in the middle of a fight. And when training under Knight Kyla, he'd learned to efficiently cultivate his physical essence. But this was far more extreme. For Danasia, there was no divide for when Huon should cultivate and when he should surge. They were no longer in two distinct sessions. She had him do them both while fighting. Danasia had him cultivating only physical essence, as Huon didn't need to reach the limit in an elemental surge's reserve to advance to Knight. While cultivating one of the physical essences, he wasn't supposed to surge it until it reached its limit. Once his initial reserves had been depleted, he was forced to fight with his natural abilities, something he had great trouble doing. Danasia blocked a double-surged strength strike with ease. "Control, Huon!" She shoved him back with a swift push kick. "You have to learn control!" Huon stumbled back. He hadn't meant to surge strength, but he couldn't help it. His strength reserve still hadn't reached its limit. None of his physical reserves had. As he stumbled, he fought the urge to surge speed. Huon regained his balance on the third step back, his brow beaded with sweat, his breath ragged. Every day he pushed his natural abilities further and further. He had to cultivate the essence required to fill his core. He could complete dozens of handstand push-ups in a row, sprint from one side of the training hall faster than he'd ever thought someone with natural speed could. At times, he wondered if he was now naturally stronger and faster than he'd been as a single surging page. Yet, sparring Danasia, a legend with natural abilities while simultaneously trying to cultivate all 4 physical surges, that was on a whole other level. Huon grunted, pushing his legs as hard as he could to make them sprint at Danasia. A trickle of speed essence entered his core in those few strides, but he needed more than a trickle. He wasn't a page anymore, and if he wanted to win this match, he needed to learn all he could from this woman. He swung his sword in a wide arc at Danasia's head, gathering as much physical strength as he could. With a whip of her blade, she knocked his sword off course. "Not good enough. You can't use sloppy big strikes just because you're cultivating. I've seen your technique, and it's supremely adequate, not abysmal." Danasia kicked him back once more. "Learn control in everything, not just in your surges, in every move you make. Control! You must be able to cultivate even the tiniest of essence from your properly performed strikes, else I'm wasting my time." She stepped up to him, her face close to his, silver eyes wide. "Am I wasting my time, Squire?" "No, legend." Huon shoved a shield strike at her. She took it on the chest without flinching. Danasia smiled. "Good!" She stepped back, holding her stance. "Again!" Huon strode toward her, executing the most perfect strike he could muster and aiming it directly at her head. The only problem was he couldn't cultivate that strike. Usually the strength he would put into such a strike would come from surging, not from his natural ability. He couldn't do this like he'd done the fight with the fire surger back in Glenhaven's arena, performing odd movements to cultivate strength. He had to do it perfectly, and he had no idea how. "That strike was adequate, but you must cultivate. Again!" Huon dashed forward. Hours passed without Huon hitting his limit in a single one of his reserves. By the end of the day, he was exhausted, more exhausted than he'd ever been. He'd never gone this long without surging stamina. When Danasia called an end to the sparring, Huon was doubled over, gasping for air. "How am I supposed to advance tonight if I can't hit my limits? I only have 29 more days." He straightened up and looked over at Danasia. She looked relaxed, even bored. She hadn't broken a sweat the entire day, and he hadn't seen her surge once. Her natural abilities were worlds beyond his. He wanted to yell at her. She'd wasted a day. "A month is a long time, Squire. Don't question my methods." Danasia turned on her heel and left. Huon stood, blinking as she walked away. That was it? Others were still training in the hall, and they were done? He didn't have any matches until the one with Jameson. He could train all night if he had to. He'd done it before. She could lend him her stamina to keep him alert. When she'd called the end of sparring, he'd thought that meant they were moving on to other things. Her figure disappeared out of the exit. She didn't even look back. Huon shut his eyes. He tried to contain all the frustration he was feeling. Everything she'd told him before about not questioning her ran through his mind. She was a legend, and he was a know-nothing squire. She would know best what to do. Why was he doubting her so much? Because I've gone an entire day without making any progress. He clenched his fists. His entire body was so sore. He was tempted to surge stamina. The essence was within him, calling out to be used. He clenched his fists tighter. Control. That was one of the things she'd told him that made sense. He needed to develop better control. He let out a long breath, taking up his sword and shield once more. As he held them, his arms stung. His legs, too. His muscles were overworked, more than he ever remembered them being. Usually by now he would have surged stamina to heal them. His muscles would have reformed stronger. Now he just felt weak. But he'd be lying if he said he hadn't learnt anything. He may not have reached the limit for his surges, but he'd never been able to cultivate like that before. So efficiently, cultivating every movement, not just his breath. He hefted the sword, then moved toward one of the metal cylinders. He stared at it a moment, then shook his head. He shouldn't practice on that without surges. He walked back to where he'd been sparring Denasia, then noticed something strange. People were looking at him. Other contenders. The training hall was always packed at all hours of the day and night. There were over 1,000 surgecallers here, and many of them pushed themselves as hard as they could. But none of them ever paid him much attention, except to throw a few outsider or weakling slurs at him. They weren't staring, but they were glancing at him far more often than they would. Normally, he'd let the presence of other people down here drift into the background of his mind. Today felt different. He'd been singled out by 2 immortals in front of the entire arena. Even if the other contenders hadn't been there to see it, word traveled fast in a place like this. Huon shut his eyes again. Focus. Control. It didn't matter who was looking at him. It didn't matter what they thought of him. He was there to train, to advance. Denasia might be done for the day, but he certainly wasn't. Huon practiced his strikes. He couldn't perform a kata with a sword and shield. He didn't know any, but he made up his own sequences of movements, fighting imaginary opponents. One imaginary opponent. Jameson. With every strike, he cultivated something: strength, speed, stamina, breath. Huon kept at it, taking short breaks whenever he needed to. He couldn't surge his stamina, not until he reached his limit, so the breaks were longer than he'd like. His body felt so damn slow. As he was catching his breath, it reached its limit. His core felt fuller than it had all day. He was surprised breath had taken so long to cultivate. Usually he could do it quite easily, but his focus on cultivating the other physical surges had been so acute, it had made even that difficult. Huon surged breath for the first time since that morning. It felt euphoric. He stood straighter and, while still surging, went through every sword strike he knew, cultivating the other essences along the way. It felt amazing not having to breathe. Like everything was right in the world. He still wished he could surge stamina. His body was screaming out in pain. But pain he was used to. Pain was a constant in his life now. It didn't just come from cultivating fire. It came from every fight he was ever in. His tolerance for it had grown, just as Knight Kyla had said it would. So he gritted his teeth and kept going. As the hours wore on, he grew hungry, thirsty, and oh so tired, but he kept pushing as hard as he could. In the last 3 weeks, he'd had a fight every day. He'd thought he'd been pushing himself harder than he ever had. His skill had improved after every match, even if only in small ways. Liona had been right after that first match he'd had, when she'd said he'd never moved like that before. He'd thought he'd been pushing himself hard. He'd thought he'd been learning as much as he could. But this was different. When he hit his limit for strength, he practically collapsed to the ground. He put his sword and shield down and hugged his legs. His muscles didn't just ache. They stung. They screamed. They hated him as much as he hated them. But he'd done it. He'd cultivated enough essence to hit his strength limit just from sword and shield strikes. Well executed, at least by his standards, sword and shield strikes. He rocked back and forth on the floor for a moment, closing his eyes, feeling the pain, smiling through it. This morning he'd thought this had been impossible for him, and every hour that had passed, it had become more and more impossible. But he'd done it. Huon surged strength and stood smoothly from the ground. His body felt lighter than ever before, but he couldn't celebrate yet. There were 2 more reserves to fill. Chapter 24. Huon reached the limit for all 4 of his physical reserves, surging stamina, 7 breaths. How had he gone so long without doing that? If surging breath and strength had felt amazing, every ache and pain was instantly soothed. His fogged mind cleared. He felt alert, awake, rested. Huon looked around the training hall. He had no idea how much time had passed, no idea if it was night or day. Fortunately, the mess hall served food late into the night. He could still train. He had the energy to. But rest was important, even with access to stamina. Immortals might not need sleep, but squires certainly did, and they definitely needed to eat. He returned the sword and shield to the racks on the wall, then walked toward the exit, wondering how Leona's training was going. He'd been so caught up in his own training, he'd barely thought of her since that morning. How would she fare against Garl? What would happen if Huon won, but Liona lost? He'd be stuck here, alone, without her, and she'd be taken back to the everlasting king's realm. Every amazing feeling he'd gained from finally being able to surge his physical essence again fled. That pit of guilt formed in his stomach once more. This is all my fault. They could have turned back when they'd met Sir Galen. He'd even offered that option to them, or Liona could have gone with Jacob. She may not have been as free as she wished to be, but at least she wouldn't be oathbound. And what if the Immortal of Fire, or the everlasting king himself, wanted to make an example of them for leaving the realm? Huon tried to push the horrible thoughts away, but he couldn't. Liona is strong, stronger than me. She can do this. His stomach grumbled. He really should eat something. As he left the hall, head facing the floor as it usually was, someone stood directly in front of him, hands on their hips. "Where do you think you're going?" Denasia asked. "To have dinner?" Denasia tilted her head to the side. "It's past breakfast, and time to begin day 2 of your training." Huon blinked. He'd trained all through the night. I haven't left. I haven't eaten for 24 hours. I admire the dedication, but that's hardly my fault. Denasia pointed toward the training hall. Grab your sword and shield. Now! Huon swallowed. His mouth was so dry. He'd run out of water from his canteen more hours ago than he'd realized. You're going to make me train without letting me stop for food and drink? After he'd asked the question, he braced himself for her reaction. She didn't like being questioned, but he was so hungry. He might not feel as tired as he had before, finally being able to surge again, but his body needed sustenance. Denasia stared at him, silent a moment. Did you reach the limit of your reserves, using proper technique? Huon bowed his head. All 4. Denasia sighed. Fine. Get something to eat. Fill your canteen. She crinkled her nose. And bathe while you're at it. But get back here as fast as you can. You understand me, Squire?" She leant forward, placing her face in front of his. "I'm losing a month of my own training for yours. Do not make me wait." Huon backed up a step, bowing his head again. "I understand." Then he surged speed, sprinting down the hall before she had a chance to be more frustrated with him. Was she really angry that he'd spent the night training and managed to do what they'd been trying to get him to do? Or was she just naturally like that? Huon devoured breakfast. He didn't pause to look for Liona as much as he wanted to see her, to ask her how her own training was going and what her instructor was like. Wearing a fresh pair of martial arts robes and his stomach pleasantly full, Huon entered the training hall once more. He spotted Denasia instantly. Her silver hair stood out, gleaming in the light of the candles along the walls. "Squire," Denasia turned to him. "Nice of you to join me." Other contenders glanced over at the legend, some raising their eyebrows, though most minded their own business. Huon noticed more glances from the other contenders, but it was only now he realized he hadn't been getting the usual slurs. In fact, none of them had said a word to him since his match had been announced. Was it because he was in Denasia's presence? Were they afraid of her? Or was it because, like the warden had said, he and Liona would be representing the queendom in this fight, even if they were outsiders? He supposed it didn't matter. All that mattered was that he win. Huon stepped up to the legend. He bowed. It was probably better than talking, as everything he said seemed to infuriate her. "I did hope you would train through the night," Denasia said. Huon blinked, raising his head. "You did? Why didn't you instruct me to, if that's what you wanted?" Denasia frowned. "What did I say about questions?" Huon pursed his lips, lowering his head again. Did he really want to receive her instruction after the match? He bit the insides of his cheeks and kept his mouth shut. He had improved overnight. She was making him a better surgecaller. He just didn't know how it would make him a knight faster. It had taken a full day without sleep to reach the limit in each of his surges, something he could normally do in less than an hour. How would this help him? "All right." Denasia held out her own sword and shield. "We're going to do this again. Remember, Squire, you must control yourself. Not only how your body moves, or how you cultivate and surge, but your mind. Every thought must be intentional. You keep asking me questions when I've told you not to. Is that on purpose? Is that your intent? Or can you simply not control yourself enough not to?" Denasia shook her head. "Perhaps an issue for another day. Now, we spar." Sparring seemed like the wrong word. When sparring someone, they fought back. When Huon sparred Denasia, she made him attack her, but she never attacked him. Huon dashed forward, swinging his sword as perfectly as he could. She'd instructed him to expend his reserves prior to sparring today. Reserves he'd spent so long trying to fill, so he was back to using his natural abilities. Still, something felt different than the day before. It was small, but as he'd been training so much, he'd began to notice minute changes in the way he moved and the way he felt. The techniques, slashing, stabbing, shield bashing, felt more efficient. Huon finished a series of slashes. Denasia, of course, dodged each one with ease, then switched into throwing a spinning kick at her head. Every move he made, he felt a trickle of essence, not just one essence either. He was cultivating multiple essences at once. Strength entered him at the same time as stamina, as breath, as speed. Denasia smiled as she dodged and nudged his strikes away. She reminded him of a parent play-fighting with their child. 6 hours passed before he reached the limits of each of his reserves. It all happened so much faster than the day before. Huon had his veil down, so the legend could study his core. "Stop," Denasia said as he reached the last limit. They hadn't had a break more than a minute long since starting. He was about to surge stamina and breath when she grabbed his shoulder. "Wait!" He gritted his teeth. What for? He wanted to ask, but he was trying to control himself, so instead of arguing, he did as instructed. Breathe, Huon, she said. For a moment, Danasia breathed with him. It was strange, comforting. One thing we surgecallers often underestimate is the raw power of the human body, without essence. True, a non-empowered body is never going to rival one's surging, but our bodies are our base. We train to cultivate, but then we rely on the essence too much, and we only train to make cultivation more efficient. She shook her head. This is not the path to higher advancement. It is not the path to one day becoming an immortal. She gripped his shoulder tighter, almost tight enough to bruise. How far do you want to go, Huon? Huon pursed his lips, then raised his eyebrows. Danasia sighed. Yes, I want you to speak. Answer. He swallowed. I want to go farther than anyone ever has. Huon stared at her, waiting for her to laugh, but she didn't. Her face was serious. Danasia nodded. Good. That is the only acceptable answer. You may surge now. Huon's body called out to him, wanting him to surge stamina and breath, to surge everything, but he didn't let it control him. He was in control. Before surging, he counted 5 breaths, then double-surged stamina, pooling it around the most affected muscles and bruised parts of his body. Then he surged breath. Huon blinked. The world felt clear again. Danasia was drinking from her canteen. Huon sipped his own water, then took a moment to reflect upon her words and her question, one he was surprised she'd asked. He didn't think he'd been neglecting the powers of his natural body. He used it every day, after all. But she was right. Of course she was right. She was a legend. The human body was the base of everything they did. If he strengthened that, it would strengthen his surges, and the more efficient his body, the more efficient his cultivating. Everything. Huon looked over at Danasia. He wanted to see how quickly he could cultivate normally, without having to do it while sparring, but he returned to a ready position, waiting for her instruction. Does she think I can reach higher levels of advancement? Or did she ask that only to motivate me? Danasia stood across from him. Expend your reserves. It's time for more sparring. Chapter 25. After a week of intense training, Huon finally found Liona in the mess hall. They sat across from each other, dinner plates piled high. It was the first time he'd seen her since the warden had told them they could no longer train together. He was full to bursting with things to tell her. A smile had spread across her face when she'd seen him, a smile that had given him an odd feeling in his stomach, one that couldn't be attributed to his hunger. Huon had his own smile, one that was beginning to make his cheeks sore. How is your training going? Liona smiled, disappeared. She looked at her food. Huon bit his lip. Should he not have asked? I feel stronger than I ever have. Liona stabbed a fork at her food. Huon's forehead creased. That's good, isn't it? You said so yourself. Garl has been a knight far longer than me. What if it isn't enough? If we lose... Huon closed his eyes. He shouldn't have asked about training. He should have talked about something else, anything else. Of course, it would make her worry. It made him worry. If they lost this match, they might be executed. Over the past week, he'd grown more and more confident in Danasia's instruction. He still wondered if it was truly possible for him to reach knighthood, but his doubt diminished each day that passed. Huon wasn't so worried about himself. He was worried about Liona. Huon bit his lip again. He put his fork down and looked over at her left hand, resting on the table. His gaze flicked to her eyes. She still stared at her food, swallowing. He reached out and grabbed her hand. You can do this, Liona. Liona didn't raise her head, but her eyes came up to meet his. She nodded. I know. Huon let go of her hand. They finished their meal in silence. He didn't know what to say after that. He hated the way he'd made her feel. She'd had a bright smile, and he'd taken it away. When their plates were clean, a tall man called out to her from the end of the hall. He looked no older than 25, though it was hard to decipher the ages of those at higher advancements. The man had long, dark hair tied back and a serious look upon his face. Liona practically jumped off her seat. "Good luck!" Huon watched her walk over to the man, who must have been her instructor. Odd feelings swirled in Huon. When the two walked out of the mess hall, side by side, Huon stared hard at the man's back. Then he sighed. 3 more weeks. What if it isn't enough? Could he truly advance to knight after such a short time? If we lose, maybe he should speak to the warden, convince her they would be better off training together. Huon and Liona could drive each other forward. The Immortal of Fire might drag them back to the everlasting king's realm to be executed, yet here Huon was worried about getting to spend more time with Liona. "I'll see her again before the matches. We'll both win. It'll all work out." "You're fighting tonight." Huon blinked. "What?" Denasia raised her eyebrows. "In a normal match, not against Jameson." She clapped a hand to his shoulder. "Don't worry, we still have more time." They were halfway through his training. Another week had passed without seeing Liona. Her instructor must be keeping her as busy as Denasia was Huon. Huon drew his eyebrows together. He hadn't fought since the Immortal of Fire had come. Why now? He didn't ask the question. He'd learnt not to. She'd tell him if she thought he should know. "The warden thinks it wise for you to test your new abilities inside the arena. I agree. You can't spend your entire time sparring with me." To be honest, Huon looked forward to the opportunity to fight. He'd learnt so much training with Denasia. After only 2 weeks with her, he could cultivate almost every movement now, whether he was fighting or not. In 20 minutes of sparring with Denasia, using his natural abilities, he could fill every one of his physical reserves. He hadn't even known it was possible for a squire to do something like that, especially as his reserves had been growing in their limits each day. Denasia said he was close, real close, to reaching the true limits for his level of advancement. She was yet to teach him how to advance, to commune with the universe, but Huon trusted her now. "Maybe I'll finally win a match in this place, bring my score up." He hadn't thought about his score since training with Denasia. It was well below 0, but that didn't matter. He'd much rather be stuck in this arena than be taken anywhere by the Immortal of Fire. Huon stepped out of the gate, peering across the expansive arena to try and get a glimpse of his opponent. He couldn't see them clearly, but they looked to be a woman. "Surgecallers of the wonderful city of Carolor," the announcer began. "You're in for a spectacle tonight. We have for you 2 of the most average contenders you've ever seen in this hallowed arena. Both outsiders from the everlasting king's realm." Boos followed from the crowd. "Both training for the fight of their little lives. On the right, Huon the Weak, a squire. A squire." He chuckled. "That needs no more introduction. And on the left, Liona the Foolhardy, only 1 rung up the ladder in advancement. For the first time, we're restricting a knight's abilities. Liona is restricted to squire-level surges, all physical, no elemental." "Liona? I have to fight Liona?" Huon stared up at the box. The Immortal of Fire wasn't there, but the prince was, as always. The warden sat not far from him. Why were they making them fight each other? Huon wanted to spend more time with Liona. He'd gotten used to seeing her every day, and the last time, they'd barely spoken. But this was not what he'd had in mind. He closed his eyes, remembering when they'd fought last. Not just sparred, but fought. He'd been fully armed, yet it had ended with her taking his sword, holding the tip to his throat, shouting down at him. So much had changed since that day. The bell rang. Huon readied himself. This was not what he wanted, but when had life given him what he wanted? Liona was a knight. She'd always been more experienced and skilled than him. Refusing to fight wasn't an option, and not fighting to the best of his abilities would not only take away this opportunity for him to become stronger, something he needed if he were to defeat Jameson. It would no doubt make Liona absolutely furious. His core was full, with every physical surge and every elemental. She was restricted, but he wasn't. She'd be angry if he didn't do his best, but would she hate him if he won? Control. Huon blocked out his thoughts and focused. Chapter 26. The flow of the fight came faster than ever before. The crowd, his thoughts, the world, it all fled from his mind. The only thing that mattered was how he moved and how his opponent moved. Liona dashed toward him, double-surging speed, not holding any weapons, an unarmed fight. Not for me, Huon thought. As Liona ran, Huon dropped to the ground, slapping both hands to the earth. He surged, called the rock forth, melding it as it left the ground, holding an image of what he wished the rock to form into. He pulled 2 spikes, each as long as his sword. They were crude, but they were the best he could do in such short time. Denasia hadn't spent long developing his elemental surges, but she taught him a few things. Huon held his ground, surging flames into spikes. He put 1 foot back, 1 foot forward, and waited. Leona's gaze met the weapons, but she didn't slow down. This won't be the first time she's fought me unarmed. Fire essence pooled at Huon's fists. The spikes held up in a guard. She was 3 strides away. He punched the air, left, right, left. A fireball shot out each time. Liona dodged, bending and sidestepping. He shot 3 more fireballs, but not a single one hit her. She met him head-on, weaving through his strikes in a way he'd never seen her move. Liona dodged the spikes, striking out with swift kicks toward his midsection before getting in close, too close for his spikes to reach. She thrust a palm strike at his chin. He dodged it by a hairbreadth, dropping the spike in his right hand to shorten his reach. He surged flame into his fist and punched her in the gut. Liona took the hit, barely seeming to feel it. She'd taken it on purpose. His punch had given her the opportunity to sweep his leg. The ground came at him fast. Only a surge of speed let him throw out his hand to slow his fall. Were his body unenhanced, the act of stopping his fall would have broken his wrist. As soon as he hit the ground, he rolled thrice to his left. As he got to his feet, she was already on him. A smile spread on her face as she kicked at his chest, slamming him backward. It wasn't a malicious smile like he'd seen on other opponents. This was just joy. A smile he'd seen on her face a few times before when she was reveling in a sparring session. Huon couldn't help but smirk, even as he surged stamina to heal a broken rib. That kick had hurt, but pain, of course, was familiar. She definitely didn't need him to hold back. Even with his elemental surges, the fact that she'd been training far longer than him and was a knight meant he didn't stand a chance. Maybe if she'd had 1 less physical surge to work with, and maybe if she hadn't been receiving training over the past few weeks. Liona had improved just as much as Huon, if not more. That made him glad, even as he took another kick in his side. It meant they both had a good chance of winning this. Garl may have been a knight longer, but that didn't mean he would win. Jameson had been a squire longer than Huon, yet Huon was confident he'd be the winner in that match. There's no way I'm going back to the everlasting king's realm, not unless the Immortal of Fire drags me there himself, which he very well might. Who knows if he'd stick to the deal? The thought did Huon no good. Thinking. He was thinking too much. Liona had gained the advantage, pushing him back 1 step after another with her furious kicks. The remaining spike in his left hand barely did any good. He swung out at her, trying to catch her leg as it came up, surging flames into the rock. The rock spike impacted Leona's leg, but didn't feel like it was hitting flesh and bone. It felt like it was hitting another rock, one far stronger. It didn't just break, it shattered. Huon heard something crack in Leona's leg, too, but whatever it was, her stamina, even restricted to Squire level, would be enough to heal it. But it will take time, he thought. When her foot touched the ground, her leg faltered. Huon had seen a Squire faltering on an injured leg before, when he'd first seen Byrne all the way back in the Green Way, fighting that saber-tooth. He hadn't surged stamina to heal his leg until he picked up the Surge Gym with Knight-level essence. Huon had never understood why he'd waited. Maybe he knew he'd win without healing it, knew he didn't need to waste his stamina to defeat the beast. Restricted to Squire-level surges, with a break like that, the crack had been loud. It would probably take at least 10 seconds for her leg to bear her full weight. Huon wore a smile of his own. He dropped the shattered spike to the ground and surged rock right into his hands. The earth essence flowed through him, calling the rock from his feet, encasing his fists. He surged fire into them and struck at Liona with rock-hard flaming punches. Leona's eyes widened. She dodged the first 3, but took a hit on the jaw. Huon felt the flow of the fight in his bones, knew exactly where she would step. When she put down her injured leg, healed more and more by the second, his foot was there to greet it in a sweep. Now it was Liona who was going down. She didn't catch herself like Huon did. Instead, she dived into a roll, coming back to her feet a few strides away. She backed up 4 steps as he dashed toward her. On her last step, her leg no longer faltered. She planted it, turning the ball of her foot in the dirt, and smirked. The fight lasted 10 more seconds. Huon woke up in the infirmary. Chapter 27. At the end of Huon's last day of training with Denasia, she ordered him to get a proper night's sleep. When he woke, he felt like a different man. His reserve was full, his mind clear. He wasn't stressed, worried, or afraid. He was excited. His training had gone exactly as Denasia had planned. Today, Huon would reach Knighthood. Shuri padded to his bed, nudging his leg. He felt bad for the bird. Ever since the match had been announced, he'd barely been around except to feed her. Huon stood and scratched under the eagle's chin. He could no longer refer to Shuri as an eaglet, not when her head reached his midsection. Looking at her now, he couldn't imagine carrying her around. He smiled as she cooed. "They grow up so fast," Huon sighed, looking at her wings. Was she big enough to fly? He wished he could find out. "I'm sorry you're trapped here with me, Shuri. I promise we'll get out. Soon you'll be soaring through the skies." Once he became a knight, if he still had Denasia's instruction, it wouldn't be long until he advanced to champion. Then he could finally start winning some points in this place, finally adjust his score. First, he had to defeat Jameson. After 4 weeks of training with Denasia, he was stronger than he imagined a Squire could be. He could cultivate his essence more efficiently in a fight now than he ever could outside of one before. It was remarkable how much change a good instructor instilled in him. This is why we're so weak in the Everlasting King's realm. They don't want us to become strong, and so we don't. That was what Jacob had told him, at least. The Everlasting King didn't want more immortals. It made no sense to Huon. But he would win this match. He wouldn't be forced to return to the Everlasting King's realm, and he wouldn't go back there of his own will until he was strong enough, until he was an immortal. No limits. Huon clenched his fists, remembering what he was fighting for. It wasn't just his freedom. He wanted to liberate his people, and he wanted revenge. Before leaving his room, he sat on the floor. Shutting his eyes, he took a deep, natural breath. Communing with the universe was the only problem he might have in the arena. It wasn't as simple as thinking his intentions. He had to project them. It was strange. Denasia had explained it to him thoroughly, had walked him through it 100 times on his final day of training prior to the match. He still didn't understand it, but he should at least be able to do it. She had likened it to surging one's thoughts, their will, but thoughts didn't have essence. At least as far as Huon knew. His confidence waned. Communing with the universe was a hard skill to test. Denasia seemed to think he had it down. But it was the seemed that he worried about. If he tried it now and was successful, he'd advance too early. But what if, during the match, he couldn't do it? What if he shut his eyes, only to have Jameson crack him over the head with his hammer? Huon let out a breath. He could do this. No limits. He could be strong. He was going to succeed. Shuri nudged Huon's shoulder. He opened his eyes and scratched under her chin again. "It's going to be okay, Shuri." Huon wasn't the first to fight, as he'd assumed he would be. Instead, Liona and Garl were up. Huon stood at the rail, staring down at his friend, stepping out from the right side gate. The announcer's words barely registered in Huon's ears. Huon focused on his breath, cycling between surging and cultivating it to keep himself from gripping the rail too tightly. Liona had easily defeated him in their fight. He shouldn't be worried about her losing. He shouldn't. But he knew nothing ever went the way he wanted it to. As long as Huon advanced, he would win, but there was no way Liona would be able to advance to champion. That was just unimaginable. Of course, him advancing to knight had been unimaginable only weeks before. Even so, he doubted Liona was doing something similar. Garl stepped out at the other side. It was still strange seeing the man. He stared up at the stands, his gaze searching until it fell on Huon. The knight didn't look out of place, standing in the middle of an arena, but to Huon it was still the last place he'd expected to see the man, a man he'd never thought he'd see again. Huon hoped as hard as he could that Garl would lose. Would he throw the fight if he could? He would be under the Immortal of Fire's binding, ordered to do his best to defeat Liona. It didn't matter what he'd do of his own free will. Garl nodded minutely at Huon, then faced his opponent. Huon shut his eyes until the bell rang. Then he couldn't stop watching. The second the fight began, Liona dashed forward, but unlike in her fight against Huon, she could triple surge her speed. She moved fast, even for a knight. Liona had always been light on her feet. Her body was more compact, having far less weight to carry than Garl's. Their surges and advancement were at the same level, but she was likely to be just that little bit faster. A little went a long way. Garl surged earth. Huon couldn't feel the essence flowing through him. The man's veil was up, and here there was no barrier displaying his essence to the crowd like there had been back in Glenhaven. Still, he could imagine its strength. Before she reached him, he was covered in rock armor. Garl wasn't the only one surging elemental essence. As Liona sprinted forward, she gathered water essence through the air. Ice shards formed as if from nowhere, hovering with her. She didn't have a bow. She didn't seem to need one anymore. Instead, she held a sword. These fights were armed. The immortals who'd organized them hadn't wanted the participants to hold back. Huon forced himself not to look up at the box where those two immortals sat. The very thought of the Immortal of Fire being there prickled his skin. He hadn't looked at the box since he'd come to the stands, but he knew he was there. Despite not wanting to hear anything the announcer said, Huon had heard him mention the Immortal's title. Ice didn't only form in the air, it formed on Leona's sword. Garl hefted his axe, a two-handed, double-bearded beast of a thing. Like Knight Elian's hammer, it was a true knight-level weapon. Heavy, fierce. Leona's sword looked far too small in comparison, but Huon knew what a sword could do. She'll be faster, Huon thought. Hoped. The two knights clashed. Every ice shard thrust into Garl's rock armor. They penetrated the first layer of rock, but didn't seem to break through. Garl didn't try to dodge or nudge them away. He was focused only on Liona. As her shards stuck into Garl, she slashed her sword at his midsection. Garl slapped her strike away with his double-bearded axe, triple-surging speed and strength. He moved so fast, Huon's eyes struggled to follow. Maybe Liona won't have a speed advantage, Huon thought, but his thoughts moved far slower than the fight. Huon surged stamina and speed where he stood at the rail, so his mind could better track their movements. Liona was already coming in for a fifth strike, but every one of her hits was deflected. Garl seemed to be just as fast as her, but he hadn't tried to strike back. He just stood there, feet planted, encased entirely in his rock armor, but for the holes at his eyes, slapping away her sword. Wind gusted through the arena. A tornado began to form. Huon had seen how proficient Liona was with wind essence, but he'd never seen her perform a feat like this. The tornado formed quickly, and it was far larger than the tornado he'd seen before, back in Glenhaven, made by those twins in the arena. If Garl noticed the tornado forming, he didn't pay any attention to it. It grew larger and larger with each of Leona's strikes he deflected. Is she letting him deflect her strikes? Despite that, Huon could just barely track the two knights' movements. He couldn't help the feeling that Liona was better than this. As the tornado neared Garl, Liona leapt backward, high into the air. The swirling wind vortex crashed into Garl. Huon expected the man to be blown away, up into the air, but he was still as a statue stuck in the ground. The earth clung to him. He wouldn't be able to breathe in that tornado, but with the amount of breath essence a knight had, he wouldn't need to. But Liona didn't just stand there, watching as the tornado lashed at her opponent. She raised her arms, surging water essence, forming more shards of ice. Huon had never seen her juggle both elemental surges so effectively. Juggling physical surges was easy, intuitive, but elemental surges? Huon struggled to do that, no matter how much he trained. Liona was surging both wind and water at once. The shards of ice mingled with the tornado, and the statue of Garl began to falter. Were he not encased in rock armor, he'd be riddled with slashes from the ice whirling around him. He'd bleed out before his stamina could heal him. Even with the ice shards cutting through his armor, Garl didn't move from where he stood. Instead, he knelt on the ground. Ever more rock formed around him, reinforcing the armor, and the entire arena began to shake. Huon had no doubt that the arena could withstand far more than a knight surging earth essence, but even the slight vibrations that met him where he stood made him nervous. Will I truly be a knight soon? Huon thought. They seemed so powerful, but they weren't. Not really, not compared to everyone else here. The others observing in the stands, unless they were children, were all champions and above. No matter how powerful the knights were, they'd look weak to anyone from the queendom of Arisalon, and they'd be nothing against the Immortal of Fire. Huon had tasted immortal level speed and strength essence. He remembered being so fast as to feel like nothing, and no one could touch him. That was the power of an immortal. That was the power he needed, and more. The ground may shake from Garl's strength, but the world didn't. Huon gripped the rail, leaning in close, watching as rocks shot up, jutting from the ground at Leona's feet. The rocks looked just as sharp as her ice shards, but she was too fast for them, dodging each one as they rose. The distraction was enough for her surging to falter. Though the tornado of wind and ice didn't fall away completely, it fell away just enough that Garl no longer seemed bothered by it. Liona leapt in the air, dodging another sharp, jutting rock thrusting up from the ground. As she did, Garl finally moved from his spot. He bounded forward. It couldn't be called a dash or a sprint. He didn't move with the same grace and speed as Liona, not to say he wasn't fast. He was, especially compared to Huon. But his movements were more inevitable than fast, like a boulder rolling down a hill. As Liona came back to the ground, the earth-surging knight crashed into her. Liona went flying. She shot through the air, smashing into the barrier around the arena. Huon leant forward, his breath cultivation forgotten. He could see the pain in her eyes, hear the cracking of her back from all the way in the stands. She didn't make a sound. She was surging breath, and it didn't escape her. Garl was already bounding forward again, right for her as she slid down the wall. Liona landed on her knees, gritting her teeth. She must be surging as much strength and stamina as she could. The ground shook on each of Garl's steps. Wind gathered around the arena once more. Ice formed. Liona stood straight, working the kinks from her back, adjusting her stance. Huon had felt knight-level stamina before. He knew how quickly it would heal. He also knew it wouldn't be quite quick enough. The injury she'd sustained was far more than the injury Huon had gotten from Shuri's mother. Liona stood. Garl was less than a second away. He didn't have the double-bearded axe cocked, ready to strike. He didn't need to strike with anything but his mass. The wind blew in, carrying Liona out of the way, just in time. Garl crashed into the metal wall of the arena, looking dazed. Somehow, through it all, Liona had kept hold of her sword. She ran away from Garl, creating distance. Even with her knight-level speed, Huon could tell her steps were unsteady. But each step she took, they became stronger and stronger. The stamina was taking effect, healing her wounds. Ice shards formed in the air as she ran, following her like a school of fish. Garl turned, shaking his head. He bumped it on the metal arena wall as he'd crashed into it and walked toward her. In less than a second, the walk turned into a rabid sprint. He moved even faster than before. Earth essence surged up from the ground. Boulders rose into the air. Huon hadn't known a knight was capable of such things. Knight Elian certainly never showed such skill. Then again, Huon barely knew anything about knights. Liona turned to face Garl, then her head snapped to the side as if listening for something. She stumbled back, waving her off hand over her glazed eyes. She looked left and right. She's blind. Huon's eyes widened as he gripped the rail ever tighter, breathing rapidly. Of course. Why hadn't he thought of that? Garl was a knight. It stood to reason that he'd have access to more than basic surges, and the first beast he'd defeated as a knight had been the Midnight Bear. He must have harvested the thing's core and cultivated its essence. Garl could surge darkness, just like the Midnight Bear. Huon wanted to yell out her name, but what good would that do? It would only distract her. A hush ran through the crowd as Garl closed the gap from one side of the arena to the other. The spectators knew what had happened. It would be obvious to them. Still, Huon had to imagine that surging darkness was rare. At least, he hoped it was. Liona didn't run. Her head stayed to one side, eyes staring into nothing, ice shards hovering around her. When Garl was 3 steps away, she dived to the side. The ice shards dug into Garl's armor, but this time more force had been applied. Had she been holding herself back before? The ice shards made Garl falter. He could run fast, but turning around wasn't quite so easy. It took him 5 steps to steady himself, his rock armor threatening to make him fall. Garl ran at her again. Ice shards pushed from his rock armor by a surge of earth essence. Liona leapt out of the way. Again and again. Garl needs his strength for that armor, and she's exhausting it. Even without her vision, she was moving like a knight, fast and fluid. She could sense where Garl was. That speed advantage Huon hoped she'd have at the beginning of the fight was starting to come in handy. The fight was exhausting to watch. It wasn't quick and decisive. It was dragged out, a game of predator and prey, where the roles kept switching the more exhausted Garl became. He didn't look exhausted. He was still moving faster than Huon could manage, but there was a marked difference in the way he moved his bulk. He was running low on strength, and Liona, running from one side of the arena to the other, must have barely touched her own strength reserves. She never let up with the ice shards either, though she only ever struck him with them when he was in close. The advantage in the fight shifted. Liona, without being able to see, went on the offensive. Ice shard after ice shard, sword strike after sword strike, she whittled down Garl's armor. The honor-bound knight could no longer slap her strikes away. Instead, he took the beating, his own blocks ineffectual against her triple-surged strength. Liona had won. When Garl finally fell, Huon let out a breath and closed his eyes. She's safe. At least as safe as anyone could be in a place like this. All he had to do was win his match, and they would be safe here, together. Then they'd worry about increasing their score. Chapter 28. Huon stepped into the arena. He hadn't been able to see Liona after her win. He was shuffled off too quickly to his own fight. The stands were still packed. Huon didn't understand it. Why would so many people show up just to see two squires fight? Huon and Jameson would look like children to these people. But this wasn't about squires fighting. This was about two countries, and neither wanting to look weak. Huon didn't care about that. He didn't care who looked weak. He just wanted to stay here, become strong, take his life back into his own hands. As Huon walked through his gate, Jameson walked through the one opposite. Huon was stronger than he'd ever been. He could do this. He could advance. He would advance. But what if it wasn't enough? What if he was still forced to go back? Huon shut his eyes and shook out his limbs. He needed to purge all doubt. Right now he needed to focus on one thing: his intentions. I will become strong. I will rival the strength of the Immortal Seven. I will defeat the Everlasting King. I will liberate the Surgecallers in my realm. I will be free, and so will they. Huon opened his eyes. He tightened his grip on his sword hilt. Jameson was smiling. The man thought he would win. He thought he was stronger than Huon. When they'd met, Jameson had been so nice to Huon. He'd believed in the same things, or Huon had thought the man had. Jameson had suffered at the mercy of the Surgeless and hadn't been able to do a damned thing about it. Yet here he was, wearing armor with the Immortal of Fire's symbol on it. He wasn't a knight. He wasn't honor-bound, yet he was likely oath-bound to the Immortal, too. The last time Huon had seen him, Jameson had been worried no one would want him after what happened at the House of Tyrol. How was he now working for Blaze? Blaze knew who he was from when we met him in the deep wood. Perhaps Blaze had sought him out when he'd discovered Huon and Liona had escaped. Huon let out a breath. The announcer was talking, but he couldn't focus on it. All he saw was Jameson, and all he heard were the same words running through his mind. Become strong. Defeat the Immortal Seven and the Everlasting King. Free the Surgecallers from the Surgeless rule. Become strong. Become strong. Become strong. The bell rang. Jameson dashed forward, double-surging speed. Huon dropped to the ground, sitting cross-legged. He forced his eyes shut as Jameson bounded toward him. As fast as Jameson was running, he'd be able to cover the distance in seconds. That was all the time Huon had. Jameson's stomping footfalls and the thought of the man's hammer smashing through his helmet and into his skull pierced Huon's concentration. Huon let out a breath and ran his intentions through his mind. Commune with the universe. Surge your thoughts into the ether. It felt like minutes were passing, though he knew that couldn't be true. The footfalls became heavier. They echoed through his mind, one after the other. Thud, thud, thud. Huon breathed deeply. Focus. I will become stronger than anyone ever has. Something clicked in his mind. His thoughts felt louder, more substantial. He pushed on. I will defeat the Immortal Seven and the Everlasting King. I will liberate the Surgecallers from the Surgeless rule. I will free... Something smashed into Huon's head. Metal clanged on metal. He was slammed into the ground, skull ringing like the arena's bell. Huon's head clouded with pain. Panic flooded his mind. He wanted to surge everything he had, his stamina, his speed, get up, fight back. But he couldn't. He had to finish this. In that split second, he fought every instinct he'd built over the years, every instinct that had kept him alive. He projected his intentions. I will free them all. Essence surged out of him. He felt it, a hardened shell encasing his body. And he heard the thud, thud, thud of Jameson's hammer smashing into it, trying to crack it open. But he wouldn't be able to. Once a Surgecaller's advancement began, nothing in the world could stop it, not even an immortal. The thudding ceased. Huon didn't know if it was because the transformation was overwhelming his senses or because Jameson gave up. He didn't care. He'd done it. He was advancing to knighthood. There was no way he wouldn't win this fight. Chapter 29. Huon's mind cleared. His body, his core was changing. Time passed. He didn't know how much. The hard casing around him cracked. He pushed out of it, like Shuri breaking out of her egg. The pain in his head was gone. His intentions ran through his mind, over and over, the goal becoming more solid, more real than it ever had before. And his core was full to bursting, the power itching to get out. A smile spread across Huon's face. He'd done what he'd thought impossible. He was a knight. Huon searched the arena looking for Jameson. He almost felt sorry for the squire. He was going to make quick work. A hard casing of essence, roughly the length and width of a man, sat on the opposite side of the arena. Huon wasn't the only one who'd managed the transformation. Jameson was advancing tonight. The crowd was silent, staring down at them. Even the announcer wasn't saying anything. They all knew what was happening. Had something like this ever happened before? One contender advancing in a fight might be possible, but two? Huon wrung his grip on his sword hilt. Blaze, this is his fault. The Immortal of Fire must have gotten Jameson ready to advance, then held him back to fight Huon. It was unlikely they'd expected Huon to advance, but it didn't matter. They were ready for this, and Huon wasn't. He let out a long breath. Focus. This doesn't change anything. I can still fight. I can still win. The casing cracked. Huon triple-surged speed, dashing toward Jameson. He closed the distance in less than a second, hoping to catch the newly minted knight before he could gain his bearings. It wasn't exactly honorable, but Huon didn't care about honor. He cared about winning. As he ran, he surged flame and strength into his sword. He brought it down in an overhead swing upon where Jameson's head would emerge. Jameson's arm, holding Knight Elian's hammer, burst out to block the strike. He smiled at Huon. We are finally evenly matched. Huon jumped back, creating distance as the other Surgecaller broke out of his shell. How had Jameson moved so fast, been aware even before breaking out of that shell? What kind of training had he been through? All the confidence that Huon had gained from advancement threatened to leave him completely. Control! Huon surged earth, rocking the arena floor. The power of his surge surprised even himself. He stumbled ever so slightly as he sprinted at Jameson again. Jameson stood stock still. The rocking of the earth did nothing to him. As Huon ran, rock armor formed around Jameson. By the time Huon was in range, the rock armor had already fully formed. They clashed. Huon had never felt so much strength in his arm, not since using immortal-level essence in the deep wood. Yet his strength wasn't enough. Jameson met his strike with strength of his own. They'd advanced to Knight at the exact same time. Their reserves were both full, and their powers would be evenly matched. The only difference would be in their skill. Everything Huon had learnt over the last few days, the efficiencies of cultivating while fighting, didn't help him. What use was more essence right now? The fight would be over before either of them ran out of their reserves. Even as Huon lashed out at Jameson with strike after strike, he surged fire, sending waves of flame at the other knight. The flames heated the rock armor, but did nothing more than that. Huon had access to different elemental surges, but he didn't think to use them. Fire was his strongest, followed by earth. He couldn't think right now, not if he wanted to win. And using the other surges required concentration. Fortunately, despite Jameson having received more training, he seemed to be sticking with using his earth essence. Rock encased Jameson's hammer, making it even heavier than it had been before. But it didn't stop him from swinging it. Huon's sword may have been faster to maneuver, but he was barely able to slap away Jameson's strikes. Good thing Huon had a shield. Jameson wielded his hammer with two hands, bashing it against Huon's shield, over and over. The impact knocked Huon back each time, vibrating through his body, through his bones. Surging stamina kept Huon's mind clear, and his body felt stronger. It could take the punishment. There was no time to register every change the transformation had brought him, to relish in the victory of advancement, but there would be soon. Huon pushed forward. His surges made him feel unstoppable. He struck out at Jameson, blocking every one of the man's hammer blows with his shield, thrusting out with his sword, shooting fireballs whenever he could. Huon's body moved so quickly, so gracefully. He kicked at Jameson's earth-reinforced chest, pooling fire essence into his boots. The flame that surged from him should be strong enough to melt through rock, even rock reinforced by night-level essence. The kick contacted. There was a sharp, sizzling sound. Jameson grabbed Huon's leg. Big mistake. Huon surged ever more flame through the contact point, further melting Jameson's armor. Except Jameson was unfazed. Huon's leg in one arm, he flipped the grip of his hammer in the other. Then he brought the head down on Huon's knee. Even surging stamina, the pain was intense. Huon screamed. He pulled his leg back, but earth essence surged out of the hammerhead, wrapping itself around Huon's leg, locking it down. When the rock was solid, Jameson shoved Huon backward. Huon put his leg down, stumbling with the extra weight, surging strength and speed. He could handle it. He could move faster than he ever had as a squire, but he couldn't move faster than Jameson. Huon surged earth essence of his own, but somehow his own essence couldn't interact with the rock around his leg. He should be able to break it, melt it, something, but it was locked onto him. This is a knight technique, Huon thought. How in the world did Jameson already know how to perform it? Jameson raised his head, standing 10 feet away. I'm sorry it has to be this way, Huon. You should never have run away. He walked forward, a slow, natural speed walk. Huon backed up, pooling fire essence into his leg, hoping the heat could melt the rock. Jameson's walk turned into a run, then he triple-surged speed, his hammer high, arcing down in an overhead swing. Huon blocked as many strikes as he could. His perception flared. He could feel where Jameson would strike next. No doubt Jameson could feel the same from Huon, but heightened perception wasn't enough. The rock around Huon's leg made it impossible for him to keep up. Jameson knocked Huon's shield from his hand. The strike had left him open. Huon thrust his sword into Jameson's side, but it did nothing. The rock armor was too durable, too strong. Huon couldn't break through with one strike alone. Jameson smashed his hammer into Huon's chest, making him stumble back. Huon lost control. Anger flared in him. He couldn't lose. He wouldn't lose. He screamed, triple-surging flame, pooling it around his mouth. He breathed fire. Jameson's eyes widened. A rock helmet formed over his head as the flames flowed. The flames will blind him, if only for a second. Huon dashed at Jameson, barely having time to think about the technique he'd just performed. But Jameson, even blinded by the fire, still managed to block Huon's strikes. Then Jameson stomped on the ground. He can feel where I am, Huon thought, but the realization did him no good. The earth came up to greet him, gripping his feet in its clutches. Then a hammer crashed into Huon's helmet, again and again, until, despite how much stamina Huon surged, the world went black. Chapter 30. The binding burned. Huon stared at the circle on his wrist. Inside it, the symbol of the Immortal of Fire had appeared, a dragon upon a shield, the red dragon. After the fight, he'd woken to Blaze staring down at him, a terrifying way to wake. Huon didn't see Warden Farenz again, or the legend Danasia. He felt the newfound strength within him, the strength of having advanced to knight. Huon had done what he'd thought impossible, but it wasn't enough. I am sorry, you know. Huon looked over at the man sharing his cell. They were confined to Huon's quarters. He didn't know why. He'd expected to be carted right off by the Immortal of Fire the second he woke, but Blaze had left without a word. Maybe he's speaking with the Immortal Prince. Jameson wasn't smiling anymore. His rock armor was gone. He now wore the red martial arts robes he'd arrived in. Huon looked away. Sure you are, he pursed his lips. I still don't understand why you didn't come with us. Jameson scoffed. Really? Still? Don't you remember what I told you?" His voice became calm, eerily calm. "I didn't want to be oathless. Being oathless means being hunted forever. Look how far you came. You left the realm. You came to this place I never knew existed. You thought you were free of the everlasting king's realm, didn't you? Yet he found you. The Immortal of Fire found you." "I almost did it," Huon whispered. "But you failed. You're right about the Surgeless, about the way things are run. But it doesn't matter. You can't fight the system." Huon raised his head and stared at Jameson. "So what? You embrace it?" "I became valuable. I never wanted to be treated like I was as a page again. I'll do anything to be safe, Huon." "I noticed." Huon lowered his head and shut his eyes. He didn't want to talk to the man ever again. Why had they been placed here together? What was the Immortal waiting for? He'd lost. It hadn't hit him. Not yet. At least Liona won. Even that thought hurt. Wherever he was going alone, but he wouldn't wish this on her. He wanted her to be free. He was glad she was free. Would he be able to see her before he left? Would he be able to say goodbye? Shuri nudged Huon's shoulder. He reached out, scratching under the bird's chin. Tears threatened Huon's eyes. He surged breath, lest Jameson hear it quiver. He didn't want the man to hear him cry. He didn't want Jameson to know how much pain he'd caused. Not that it mattered. Huon recalled what the Immortal of Air had said after Byrne had destroyed Crowley's compound. There will have to be an example made. Huon shifted where he sat, turning his body away from Jameson. He scrunched his eyes closed harder, but couldn't fight the few tears that escaped. His wrist ached. Bound by the Immortal of Fire. Images assailed his mind, memories, his village, the flames, his mother. It was happening. It was finally happening, the thing he'd been afraid of since that day. The Immortal of Fire was going to kill him. Huon kept his eyes closed until footsteps sounded outside his door. Soft footsteps. He recognized them. At least some part of him did. Blaze. Huon looked at the door as it opened. The Immortal of Fire stepped through, wearing his gleaming red armor, an indecipherable look on his face. His gaze rested on Huon.
"I will not go after your friend. The laws between our lands no longer permit it. Her freedom from the everlasting king's realm and my pursuit has been granted."
Blaze walked toward Huon until he was standing above him, far too close.
"You, on the other hand, are coming with me."
Blaze smiled.
"Kneel."
Huon moved from his bed and knelt on the metal floor. He didn't fight it. What was the point? All that would get him was pain and his binding. The Immortal of Fire drew his sword. It glowed red, like his armor, as if it had spent time in the fire. Fire essence wafted off it in waves.
"Congratulations are in order. To think mere months ago you were a page."
Blaze lowered the sword. Huon wanted to step back, but he stood his ground. What use was fear to him now? His fate was out of his hands. He wouldn't cower. He wouldn't beg. Blaze wouldn't listen even if he did. The flat of Blaze's sword touched Huon's shoulder. He felt the heat through the red martial arts robes he'd been forced to wear. The robes, reinforced with essence, didn't burn, but Huon's shoulder did. He surged a trickle of essence to the area.
"This is called an accolade. It is an ancient tradition, not used since my youth."
Blaze touched the sword to Huon's other shoulder.
"It bestows honor upon those who receive it. Knighthood is the first step toward true power. Rise, Sir Huon, Knight of the Realm."
Huon rose. He tried to keep his face steady, but couldn't fight a frown. What was this? Why would Blaze bestow honor upon him after what he'd done? Huon swallowed. He had questions, many questions. Working with Denasia, he'd learnt not to ask what was on his mind, but now he couldn't hold back. "Am I to be executed?" The Immortal of Fire smiled.
"No, Knight Huon. Your fate does not include an early demise."
He turned to Jameson, instructing him to kneel as Huon had, and repeated the accolade ritual. When the ritual was complete, Blaze walked toward the door.
"Come, both of you. Huon, bring that sky eagle of yours. It's time we returned to the realm."
Huon looked at Shuri. The everlasting king's realm was the last place he wanted to be, and the last place he wanted to take Shuri. But Huon wasn't going there to be executed. Your fate does not include an early demise. What did the immortal mean? Why had he performed that ritual? The binding burned as Huon lingered in his cell. He closed his eyes, felt the pain. "I'm not going to die. Not today." Huon called for Shuri to follow, then walked after the Immortal of Fire. The course of his life had changed once more. "Liona," he thought as he walked down the arena's metal halls. "May we meet again." Chapter 31. Shuri did not like being on the back of a dragon. Neither did Huon. On leaving the arena, Huon was granted the gear he'd had when he'd been admitted. He left his armor, on the Immortal of Fire's instruction, but took back Knight Kyla's sword. It belonged to him now. Knight Huon. There hadn't been time to wrap his head around that. Sir Huon, the Immortal had called him. The title was familiar now. The boy knight had introduced himself as Sir Galen. Perhaps the everlasting king's realm and the queendom of Arisalon shared a common history, if one went back far enough. All these thoughts fled Huon's mind as the dragon rose into the air. In one hand, Huon held on to a strap on the red dragon's harness. In the other, he held on to Shuri. She'd screeched upon seeing the red dragon. Huon didn't blame her. The beast was unbelievably huge, too big to land within the city. Blaze had commanded Huon to force Shuri onto the red dragon's back, something which pained Huon to do. After the dragon had been in flight for a few minutes, Shuri calmed, her gaze searching the skies. What was she thinking in that mind of hers? Did she know this feeling instinctively, the feeling of flight? The last time Huon had flown, it was clutched in Shuri's mother's claws. This time, at least nothing was trying to kill him. The Immortal of Fire rode high on the red dragon's sinuous neck. He was quiet, stoic, eyes on the skies. Jameson wasn't far from Huon. There wasn't all that much room on the dragon to be far from him. He'd tried talking once or twice, but Huon didn't respond, nor even look at the man. The thwoosh of the red dragon's wings filled Huon's ears. He'd been terrified of this creature since he was 14, had nightmares about it even to this day, and here he was, riding the damned thing. Huon turned where he sat, tightly gripping the strap. Carolor was a distant dot on the horizon. Your fate does not include an early demise. He didn't understand the Immortal's words, but if it meant he wasn't being executed, he should be using this time productively. He shut his eyes and pushed out his perception. The wind essence up here was plentiful, as thick as the air was thin. There must have been an abundance of wind essence atop the Shuren Mountains. At the time, Huon's perception had been too dull to recognize it. But Jacob had taught him to cultivate wind and water. As a knight, Huon felt the essence more acutely. Wind essence, in its cultivation, was similar to fire essence, though it wasn't simply a matter of breathing it in.
"Have you ever tried holding the wind in your hand?"
Jacob had asked him, when Huon had been learning to pull the first trickle of wind essence into his core. When cultivating fire, all he need do was endure pain. Earth required patience and trust in the world to hold you rooted. Water was more flexible, and required flexibility in turn from the Surgecaller. Wind was about force of will. Right now, Huon's will was not a force to be reckoned with. As easily as he felt the essence, cultivating it was another story. Shuri nudged him. Huon opened his eyes and looked at the bird. The eagle cocked her head at him. He blinked. With his night-level perception, he could more easily examine Shuri's core. There was wind essence in it. He'd never seen that before. Being up here must have caused her natural cultivation instincts to kick in. She was a surgecaller too, after all. Her wings shifted, expanding slightly, a question in her eyes. Her feathers were blue now, like the sky. "You want to fly?" Huon whispered to her. She cocked her head to the other side. Huon opened his mouth, ready to warn her. She'd never flown before. What if she couldn't yet? He looked down, something he'd avoided. It was a long way to the ground, as long as the drop from the Shuren Mountain's highest peak. What if she could fly and didn't come back? Leona's gone. I can't lose Shuri, too. Except he didn't say a word. He just nodded, letting her go. Shuri's claws dug into the red dragon's saddle, keeping her from falling. Slowly she spread her wings. The wind caught them, trying to force them to and fro, but she kept them steady. When her wings were fully extended, she looked at Huon. Then her claws let go. Shuri hovered above the red dragon. Then she surged wind, flapping her wings, and rose high into the air. She teetered briefly, the heavy winds catching her, but she caught on quick. She was doing it. She was flying. Despite all that had happened, despite where he was going, Huon couldn't help but smile. Back in the cell, he'd wondered if Shuri would ever see the sky again. Now she soared through it, keeping pace with the red dragon, flapping her wings and surging wind essence to keep up. Maybe it would be better for her to fly away now. Shuri didn't owe Huon anything. Huon had killed her mother. Huon stared over at the Immortal of Fire, Blaze, the man who'd killed his mother. If Shuri knew what Huon had done, that he'd been proud at the time to fell the beast, she would hate him. She would peck his eyes out. But Shuri didn't fly away. After a few minutes of hovering above the red dragon, she dropped back down and nuzzled against Huon. Her body shook a little as though she were cold. She's scared, he thought. Scared of flying? But it seemed like more than that. The eagle looked into his eyes. Did she understand what was happening? Shuri nudged the underside of his wrist, where the binding was. Huon blinked. She does understand. He didn't know what the implications of that were, but he was glad she'd stayed with him. He scratched under her chin, and she stopped shaking. The red dragon increased its speed as it went, making it impossible for Shuri to take to the air again without getting left behind. They passed over the Shuren Mountains, over the deep wood, the green way. It all looked so small up here. Then Glenhaven's walls and towers came into view. Huon tried to spot the ballistae atop the towers from up here. Riding on the massive red dragon, feeling its raw power beneath him, he couldn't imagine a weapon powerful enough to stop it. I'll be a weapon powerful enough. One day. They flew into Glenhaven. Huon gazed down, trying to make out the streets, wondering if he could spot Crowley's compound. He saw the arena he'd fought in, only one of many in this place, the library, even the House of Tyrol. The everlasting king's castle towered over everything. It seemed like the dragon was heading right for it. Huon swallowed, dreading the thought of meeting the everlasting king. Then the red dragon flew past the castle, toward a smaller castle some distance behind it. The castle's grounds were expansive, with no greenery to speak of. The place was dark, blackened, ashen. The dragon sat down in the grounds. The world felt strange, like it was still moving. Shuri, come! Huon stood, triple-surged speed and strength, then jumped. He landed with a great thud, surging stamina a split second before touching down. But his limbs didn't need healing. His body was far more durable as a knight than it had been as a squire. Shuri glided to his side. Jameson landed nearby. Huon avoided his gaze.
Jameson, the Immortal of Fire said from atop the red dragon, show our new disciple to his quarters. Give him garls.
The dragon extended its giant wings once more. Huon raised a hand, blocking his eyes from the wind, but it only took a moment for the dragon to launch and disappear into the sky. "I forgive you, for how you left me," Jameson said from beside him. "I understand why you did it." Huon stiffened. He wanted to draw his sword, but there was no point. His binding stung at the thought of harming the man. Instead, he gritted his teeth. "I should have broken more than just your leg." The words came out unbidden. He didn't know if they were true. His fists were clenched, and he shook with fury. Jameson forgave him? Huon hadn't done anything wrong. If anyone needed forgiving, it was Jameson. And Huon would never do that. "Fine." Jameson strode past Huon, straight toward the castle. The castle didn't look so small anymore. Not now it towered above them. Shuri tilted her head, stared at Huon, then chirped, though her chirps these days were taking on a screeching quality. She nudged him once, then extended her wings and lifted off, soaring around the grounds. At least someone's having fun. Huon didn't have to follow Jameson. The Immortal of Fire hadn't ordered him to, but what else was there to do? Cross his arms and stand in the grounds all day? Huon sighed, crossed his arms, then caught up to his once friend. Had he really meant what he'd said about breaking something else? Huon hated to admit it, but part of him understood why Jameson had acted the way he had. And maybe Jameson was right. Huon wasn't free, as much as he wanted to be, as much as he'd tried to be. The Immortal of Fire had found him. Liona is free. She made it. Huon thought about her as he walked. How long would she be forced to fight in the arena? How long would it be until she gained her true freedom? Did she miss him like he missed her? Jameson led Huon into the black stone castle. Huon trailed a hand against the wall as they walked through the hall, feeling the essence within. He couldn't see any surge gems embedded inside, like in the gates to Glenhaven, but surge gems weren't required to infuse something with essence. These walls reeked of fire essence, which meant they would be resistant to the touch of flame. They'd heat up, but they wouldn't melt. A dragon wouldn't be able to burn down a place like this, like it could burn through natural stone. Huon wondered if that were a precaution, if the Immortal was worried about accidentally setting his own castle ablaze, or if it were something else. Had this castle been built to withstand other fire surgers? Other dragons? Huon sometimes forgot just how old this realm was, just how old the Everlasting King and the Immortal Seven were. He touched his shoulder, where Blaze had placed the glowing red sword. Accolade, an ancient ritual. How long ago was ancient? Hundreds of years? Thousands? Jameson led him down a dozen hallways and up spiral staircases all the way to the top of a tower. Shuri was still outside, flying around the grounds. For a moment, Huon wondered if she would simply fly away. Panic set in his gut. They weren't in the wilds anymore. If she flew away, someone in Glenhaven might try to kill her and harvest her core. I'm going to have to put a harness on her, like Alana's raptors, so people know she's been claimed. The thought left a sour taste in his mouth. Shuri wasn't his to possess. He would set her free in a moment if she wanted it, and if he knew she would be safe. But a harness might be the only way to keep her away from harm. Jameson left Huon in his quarters without a word. Huon stepped into his new room. Once again, the course of his life had changed. Once again, it was completely out of his hands. Why can't anything ever go to plan? Huon moved to the window and opened the shutters. The wind essence was strong up here. Not as strong as when soaring through the air atop the dragon, of course. He wasn't ready to try to cultivate wind again. His mind was still turning. What does Blaze want with me? Why? Why aren't I being punished for escaping? Huon leant on the stone windowsill. He should see Shuri from up here. Her screeches echoed through the grounds. No one else was around. No surgeless attendants. No pages. Just empty, ash-black grounds. The sun dipped. Huon's stomach grumbled. But he didn't care to eat. He could go without it. Besides, he wasn't hungry. Watching Shuri fly should have lifted his spirits, even if just a little, but it made him feel cold. She looked so free, and he wasn't. He sat on the bed, pulled up his sleeve, and stared at the binding. Then he crawled atop the covers, became small, bending up into the fetal position, grabbing his knees. Huon shut his eyes and cried himself to sleep. Chapter 32. Huon woke to the thwoosh of the red dragon's powerful wings. For a long while he didn't open his eyes. He thought he was dreaming. That sound was a familiar aspect of his nightmares. Then he remembered where he was. The nightmare no longer only happened while he slept. Huon opened his eyes and slid off the bed. He strode toward the shutters in his small tower room and threw them open. The Immortal of Fire dismounted his dragon. His gaze locked onto Huon the second Huon looked down at him. Huon touched Jacob's ring. How had the Immortal sensed him looking? He's an immortal, that's how. Blaze pointed at Huon and spoke.
Come.
Huon felt the pull on his binding to do as commanded. He'd felt this pull before from every Oathmaster he'd had in the past, but there was something different in the Immortal of Fire's command. Something stronger and familiar. Huon had slept in his martial arts robes, his red martial arts robes, the ones he'd burn if he could. He ran down the tower's spiral stairs, the command's strength making him surge speed to reach the Immortal faster. Had Blaze projected his will, like Huon had when he'd declared his intentions to the universe? Was that why it had felt different? Huon knew little of what the higher advancements were capable of. He knew knights could gain access to different types of surges by taking the cores from beasts and cultivating whatever essence they found inside. But beyond that, he knew nothing. One day I'll be strong. One day I'll know everything there is to know. By the time Huon reached the Immortal of Fire, Jameson was already there. The knight stood straight, arms behind his back. No one else was here, just Blaze, Jameson, and Huon. Huon gritted his teeth. He had questions, dozens of them, but he didn't ask any. He didn't care about the Immortal, what he thought, what he wanted Huon to do. He had to be here. There was no fighting that, but he would only speak when commanded. The Immortal of Fire looked at Huon.
Assume the ready position, like your friend.
Huon gritted his teeth. He almost did it, but there was a loophole. Jameson was not his friend. Huon, arms crossed at his chest, didn't move. Blaze smiled.
Assume the ready position.
Huon fought the binding, counting in his mind. He lasted only 3 seconds. The Immortal of Fire began to pace.
This is a unique time. The everlasting King, our almighty Lord, Blaze said the title in a clipped tone, has tasked me with a new mission, one I must see to personally. This means I will soon have very little time to hunt Oathless. However, the number of Oathless in the realm grows by the week. He raised an eyebrow at Huon. An old acquaintance of yours has been rather busy.
Burn. A sudden worry hit Huon. What if Blaze asked about Huon's father? Jacob, he corrected himself. His name is Jacob. Huon hated Jacob. The man deserved to be punished for what he'd done. But, for some reason, the thought of seeing him captured didn't sit well.
There are others out there to hunt Oathless, but the wealthy houses put little effort toward the cause these days. There isn't enough profit in it. My fellow immortals, along with their honor-bound, are currently needed for other matters.
He stopped pacing, turning on his heel to face them.
So,
he smiled.
I am creating a team.
He pointed at Jameson, then Huon.
The two of you will be my first Oathless hunters.
His smile widened as he looked at Huon.
You have personal knowledge of Oathless. That will be invaluable.
Huon clenched his fists, held folded behind him. It was all he could do not to scream. Hunt Oathless? For the Immortal of Fire? In his worst nightmares he'd never imagined this. Blaze stepped up to Huon, bending forward to meet him at eye level.
Tell me, who do you know who are Oathless?
Huon ground his jaw shut. He stared into the Immortal's eyes. The binding burned. Searing pain ran up his arm, through his chest, around his neck, all the way to his head, where it pounded, forcing the words out. Huon gasped. Knight Liona. Knight Burn. His squires. And... He shut his eyes. My father. Legend Jacob. Huon wrenched his eyes back open to see how the Immortal reacted. The Immortal of Fire straightened.
Jacob,
he said slowly, as if tasting the word.
A legend. I thought your father was dead.
So did I, Huon thought. He's supposed to be, Jameson said. Huon told me he'd died as an honor-bound knight.
How is he alive?
The Immortal asked. Huon didn't bother fighting the command this time. I don't know. The Immortal leant back, raising his chin.
It's a good thing you can't lie, else I wouldn't believe you.
He began pacing once more.
How could an honor-bound break their binding and fake their own death?
He frowned. Huon couldn't decipher Blaze's age. He didn't look over 1,000 years old. But when the Immortal frowned like that, it tore deep lines through his smooth face. Some of those hundreds of years came through.
Knight Jacob was honor-bound to the Immortal of Strength. Out of the 7, he holds the most honor-bound, but he would never let one free. He couldn't let one free.
Blaze didn't look at Huon or Jameson. He seemed stuck in his own world, talking to himself.
Perhaps. No. Can't be.
Huon stared at the ground. Why was he feeling so guilty? He owed nothing to Jacob. Besides, the man was bound to be caught eventually, especially if he was trying to recruit more Surgecallers to his cause. Jacob doesn't care about me. He sent me into that arena because he thought I was weak, because he didn't care enough to train me himself.
There are very few ways to break a binding, the Immortal of Fire said. Death, of course, is the most common. The second is the Oathmaster speaking the break word. And the third has not happened for over 1,000 years, before the everlasting king was even born. He shook his head thrice. Impossible.
There's a third way to break a binding? Huon's eyes widened. He stared intently at the Immortal, waiting for him to elaborate. How had Jacob escaped being bound? Jacob had never told Huon how he'd escaped. He'd simply said it was a story for another time. But if Jacob could escape his binding, could Huon?
I must leave.
The Immortal of Fire strode toward the red dragon. He waved behind him.
Train amongst yourselves.
Blaze leapt into the air in a great arc, then landed lightly on the dragon's back. The dragon let out a fiery breath from one massive nostril, stirring from its slumber. A moment later, they were gone, just a dot in the sky. Your father is alive. I don't know what to say to that. Jameson's eyes were on the ground. Did you volunteer? Huon asked. What? To hunt Oathless, to hunt Liona, to hunt me. We don't have a choice in anything we do, Huon. Jameson walked away. I thought you would know that by now. Huon shut his eyes as Jameson's footsteps receded into the distance. Oh, he'd had a choice. He could have escaped with them the day Inara died. Instead of hunting them, he could have joined them. Huon surged breath. When he opened his eyes, he flinched. Shuri stood an inch away, head cocked to the side, staring at him. How did you sneak up on me? Huon asked. Shuri wasn't usually so quiet. He scratched under her chin and she cooed softly. "I'm glad you're able to fly out here. One of us should have a little freedom at least." His binding ached. The Immortal of Fire, his Oathmaster, had commanded him to train. The longer he stood here, the more pain would come. He wanted to leave this place, head to the library, try and find some scrap of information on how to break his oath binding. If there was another way. Jacob had done it, after all. Maybe Jacob would come for him. It wasn't something Huon had considered before, and he didn't wish to be indebted to the man. A man who thought he was weak. A man who seemed to barely care for him, but he had saved Huon from the Immortal of Fire before, even if he'd killed an innocent to do it. It was a small hope, but it was something. Maybe I won't be stuck like this for the rest of my life. Then again, maybe he would. He'd gotten free before. It only ever seemed to lead back to this. Chapter 33. Training was the last thing on Huon's mind, but the command forced him to do it. He headed to his room and grabbed Knighthood's sword. He looked for a shield, but got lost in the castle's long hallways. The longer he looked, the more pain the binding brought, so he went back onto the grounds and began to train, examining his core before he started. His reserves felt deep, powerful. Knight. I'm a knight. It seemed impossible. Yes, he'd seen 13-year-old knights, but for so long after receiving the call, he'd been stuck as a page. To gain knighthood so soon after becoming a squire, it was unheard of. At least it was in the everlasting king's realm. Huon's reserves were still relatively full. He hadn't cultivated anything, not even breath since advancing. Too much had happened. Being oathbound, it was all still running through his mind. But he cleared his head as much as he could and focused. Everything Legend Danasia had taught him would still help, even if it hadn't beaten Jameson. The way she'd taught him to cultivate, to focus on his natural body, it all made sense. So he followed her instruction. Instead of testing his surging abilities as a knight, he expended his physical essence and began cultivating it again. He still didn't know any sword kata, and he had no one to spar, no one but Jameson, and he wouldn't spar Jameson unless commanded. Knighthood's sword in one hand, Huon stood in the ashen grounds. It felt strange without a shield. He knelt, touching a hand to earth. His perception spread, and the abundance of information overwhelmed him. He felt more than just the ground beneath him. He felt beyond the castle walls. Shutting his eyes, he cut through the noise, narrowing his focus. I'm a knight. I can do this. Huon surged earth, calling rock from beneath the surface. He triple-surged, changing the rock's form, imagining it as he wanted it to be. When he opened his eyes, he held a shield crafted from stone. He tested its weight, then imbued it with the wind essence he still had in his core, making it as light as the shields he was used to wielding. It wasn't often recommended to make weapons and shields lighter, as they packed less impact. Wind essence was usually reserved for heavy armor. Satisfied, Huon began training. The first few strikes took him by surprise. They were too strong, too fast. He stopped, examining his core again. It felt like he was surging essence, but his core was still empty of his physical reserves. He'd known his natural abilities had improved, known his transformation had granted him a better base, but he didn't think he'd notice it so easily. He felt drastically stronger than before. Huon began again, slashing out at thin air, at imaginary opponents. Jameson, Blaze, their faces kept shifting between the two. Shadow fighting wasn't the same as sparring, but it would have to do. Each strike brought him a trickle of essence, strength, stamina, speed, breath. He pushed his natural body as hard as he could, discovering its new limits, moving more smoothly than he'd thought a natural body could. If I can move like this, without surging, how strong is a champion's natural body? A legend's, an immortal's. No wonder he wasn't able to come close to defeating Kali in a match without surging back at the School of Heavenly Fire. Huon trained all day, Finding he didn't need many breaks, his reserves took far longer to fill than they had as a squire. It wasn't until night had fallen that each of them reached their limit. As the sun dipped behind the Immortal of Fire's castle walls, Huon's stomach grumbled. He'd been training on no food. In fact, he hadn't eaten since before fighting in the arena. He was surprised his body was still functioning as well as it was. He knew the higher one advanced, the less often they required sustenance, but he barely felt hunger's effects. He wanted to stop training, to go find the kitchens, see if there was any food in this place. But when he thought about stopping, his binding burned. He'd been commanded to do this until the Immortal of Fire returned. What if he never does? What if I train like this until I die? His physical reserves now full, Huon surged stamina and breath, trying to clear his mind of those thoughts. Blaze wouldn't do that to him, or to Jameson for that matter. Would he? Then again, the last time Huon had met Blaze, with Liona and Jameson back in the deep wood, the Immortal had forgotten they needed rest. What if he'd forgotten this? It had been so long since the man had been a knight, he might not realize they couldn't just train for days on end. Another hour passed. Huon, his mind slowly becoming exhausted, but his body still feeling surprisingly fresh, practiced his night-level surges. He'd used them before, of course, back in the arena after he'd advanced. Was that really only a day ago? But he still didn't have a feel for how strong he was now. Triple surging speed, Huon ran through a sequence of strikes and blocks. It wasn't a kata, but he repeated it a few times that day. He moved through it like the wind. He performed the movements over and over. The second run-through, he surged strength along with speed. The third, breath. The fourth, stamina. So much strength, so much power. He felt unstoppable in those movements, like nothing could stand in his way. But those feelings, they were the furthest thing from the truth. He felt strong, but that didn't matter. Yes, he was far stronger than before, but that hadn't helped him when he'd really needed it, because Jameson had been just as strong, stronger. It wasn't enough. It would never be enough. By the time the Immortal of Fire finally returned, Huon's physical reserves had been depleted. He'd gone through the series of movements over 100 times, becoming better, smoother, faster with each repetition. Huon collapsed to the ground when the red dragon touched down, the Immortal of Fire jumping off his back. Blaze strode past Huon, a determined look on his face, then paused and stared at him.
"You haven't eaten today."
Huon shook his head. The Immortal sighed.
"Come, I'll show you to the kitchens. Next time, remember, when I tell you to train, I don't mean at the expense of everything else."
Huon didn't say anything. He still refused to speak to the man. Every time he looked at him, he saw the Immortal standing over his mother. He saw the light leave her eyes. If he didn't become angry at the sight of Blaze, he'd be doing her a disservice. He'd be dishonoring her memory. Dinner was an awkward affair. Apparently, despite Huon's previous assumption, there were other people in the castle. Huon and Jameson sat at a long dining table. The room was massive, the size of Lady Helene's throne room. The stone walls were the same black as the rest of the castle. There were no candles. Instead, Blaze seemed to think fire into being. Fireballs hovered around the room, illuminating them in a flickering orange light that did nothing to pierce the darkness of those black walls. The few servants of the castle brought them over a dozen plates of food. Blaze didn't speak. He just ate. A lot. When was the last time he sat for dinner? Immortals, as far as Huon knew, could go weeks without food or water, but they still needed it. Huon tried not to look at the Immortal. He hated seeing the man's face. Instead, he focused on his own food. Meat, potatoes, soup, bread, cheese. He'd never had so many options. His eyes darted from one plate to the next, until he finally settled on eating whatever was closest. This was not where he ever imagined being, sitting at the same table as the Immortal of Fire, the monster from his dreams.
You will be my Oathless hunters.
Huon shuddered thinking those words. How could he accept food from this man? The taste of the potato he chewed on turned ashen as his thoughts darkened. All his goals, everything he dreamed of doing, it was all so hopeless. Maybe there was a third way to break an oath binding. Maybe Jacob had done it somehow, or had it done to him. But could Huon really expect Jacob to come save him just because the man was his father? What if this was his life now, forever? What if he died with the Immortal of Fire as his oathmaster? Huon continued eating, forcing himself to chew. He'd endured a lot in his life. He could endure this. Not like I have a choice. Chapter 34. Huon woke to the Immortal of Fire standing at the foot of his bed. He sat up with a start, staring at the man, breathing hard. No, Huon surged breath. I won't be afraid anymore. He glared at the Immortal. What?
I have our first mission.
Huon lowered his head. His first mission, hunting Oathless. He closed his eyes.
We are hunting your father.
Huon's eyes snapped open. My father? You know where he is? The Immortal of Fire smiled. It was not a pretty sight. It wasn't that the smile didn't meet the man's eyes. It was that it did meet the man's eyes. It was genuine in the way that Garl's smile always had been. That didn't sit right with Huon. A man like the Immortal of Fire shouldn't be able to smile like that. He shouldn't be able to express happiness at all, not after all the horrible things he'd done.
I have some ideas.
The Immortal strode out of Huon's room, leaving the door open behind him. Huon stopped surging breath, breathing naturally. His father wasn't innocent, neither was Byrne, yet the very thought of capturing them for Blaze twisted Huon's stomach. I don't have a choice. Huon got out of bed. Less than an hour later, Huon was leaving Glenhaven on foot. Riding the Red Dragon would have been faster, but it was far too conspicuous. He wasn't sure where they were going. The Immortal of Fire didn't share his plans, but the direction they headed was familiar. The Green Way. That was the last place he'd seen Byrne, sitting in that clearing, waiting for Huon. That was where Huon had discovered his father was still alive. Jacob. His name is Jacob. Huon had to stop slipping into thinking of the man as his father again. They sprinted along the roads, Huon and Jameson triple-surging speed and stamina as much as they could before having to slow and cultivate. There were no rest breaks. The Immortal was always ahead of them, far enough that Huon had to squint to see him. He wants us to push our limits, Jameson said, obviously surging breath so he could talk at the speed they ran. He's making us stronger, even as we travel. Huon kept his eyes forward, focused on the dot that was the Immortal of Fire. Jameson kept trying to talk to him, kept acting as if nothing bad had happened between them, as though they were still oathbound to the House of Tyrol. We're not friends, Huon wanted to shout. We never were, we never will be. But he didn't say a word. Maybe if he kept silent long enough, Jameson would get the point. Days passed as they ran, never breaking for rest. Huon entered some kind of trance. He pushed his abilities to their limits, never wanting to fall behind Jameson, never wanting to give the man the satisfaction. His night-level body could handle far more than Huon had realized. When they finally reached the Green Way, his core felt strained, his head heavy with exhaustion. Not the physical kind. His body still felt fresh, the stamina he surged keeping it that way. And even through the mental exhaustion, he felt more alert than he would have as a squire. He'd been a knight for less than a week, but he couldn't help but wonder what the next advancement level would feel like. Do champions ever rest? Do legends? How must it feel to walk in an immortal's body? Does everyone below them look like insects? Is that why the Immortal of Fire showed no remorse for all the innocents he'd killed, because they meant nothing to him? Huon would never be like that, no matter how strong he became. The Immortal of Fire waited at the edge of the tree line. He stood like a statue, hands behind his back, staring into the forest. Huon wondered how far the man could see. Huon's own sight had improved as he'd advanced, along with his ability to quickly perceive things. He'd noticed it the moment he attained knighthood. Neither Huon nor Jameson spoke as they approached the Immortal, and Blaze did not greet them. Huon put his own hands behind his back. How much did Blaze know about the whereabouts of Jacob? The man said he had some ideas. How accurate were they?
"This was the last place you saw burn."
The Immortal of Fire didn't turn to face Huon. "Yes." "You already know that." Huon had been questioned thoroughly the morning before they'd left, on everything he knew about Jacob and Byrne, about his thoughts, his feelings, all of it. He couldn't lie. He couldn't hide from the questions. He had to sit and endure them while Jameson watched.
"Then this is the best place to start."
Blaze spread his arms wide, closing his eyes. He breathed deeply through his nose, not that he would need to. No doubt his breath reserve could last forever. As the Immortal inhaled, the leaves in the trees moved, drawn toward him. Then the branches shifted, the grass swayed, even tree trunks moved, like a great surge of wind was being blown through the forest. But it didn't feel like wind. Huon narrowed his eyes. The wind essence wasn't thick enough. This was something else. The Immortal's breathing ceased.
"There are people inside the Green Way."
He tilted his head.
17.
Blaze stepped into the forest. He can sense how many people are in there? Huon's nose crinkled. Not sense, smell. Blaze could surge his sense of smell. What sort of beast had the Immortal stolen that from? Huon followed after Jameson. The Immortal had been hunting people for centuries, as far as Huon knew. It wasn't surprising he had an ability like this. It was disturbing, though. Huon touched his ring. A Surgecaller could veil their core, but mask their scent? Huon had never thought to do such a thing, except, perhaps, when evading beasts. The forest felt different to how Huon remembered it. His new senses, his heightened perception, brought in so much more than before. No forest was ever silent, but the Green Way had always felt more serene than others. Except when he was being attacked by a saber-tooth, of course. He'd always been able to hear the chirping of birds, the swaying of branches, leaves fluttering in the wind, but now he could hear so much more. He could smell more, too, not on the same level as Blaze, but there were more scents, ones he couldn't identify, sweet scents mingled with foul ones and bitter ones. A buzzing filled his ears, and his nose pinpointed its location by the smell of honey. A beehive hung high above them. Did all nights take in so much? There hadn't been this many things to hear back at the Immortal of Fire's castle. Now all the different sensations made it difficult for him to focus. Jameson's head was turning on a swivel, looking from one place to the next. He must be feeling it too. Huon let out a silent breath and narrowed his eyes. He needed to focus. He needed to filter out all the irrelevant noises and smells and leave only on what mattered. But he didn't know what mattered anymore. He had no control over his actions. Why bother trying to control this? The Immortal paused. His head rose, and he sniffed the air, nostrils flaring. He turned sharply to the left.
"This way."
What were the odds of Blaze finding Jacob here? Huon had been in the Green Way many times over the years. He'd barely come across a soul until Byrne. Jacob wouldn't be hiding out here. What does it matter if he is? Huon followed the Immortal of Fire through the Green Way, wondering if the man would set this forest ablaze too. He would do anything to catch his mark. That much was true. He's bound to someone, just as I am. Not that that changed anything. The noises of the forest didn't dim, but they grew more tolerable. He was becoming accustomed to his new senses, just as he'd become accustomed to how his body moved. As they walked in silence, he wondered about how far he'd come. He'd met Byrne here only a few months ago, as a page. The last few months, more seemed to happen through them than the last 4 years. He'd advanced further than he'd thought was possible for himself back then. He'd become a knight. He may be nothing compared to people in the queendom of Arisalon. He was certainly nothing compared to the Immortal of Fire, but he was growing stronger. Huon gripped the hilt of his sword, stared at the back of Blaze's head, and tried to look at his situation differently. He was oathbound once more. Oathbound to the man who'd killed his mother, the man he wanted revenge upon. As terrible as that was, this could be the opportunity he needed. Huon cringed. Even thinking this way felt wrong. What else could he do? He forced himself to continue down this line of thought. He wished to become an immortal. It was the only way he'd be able to attain his goal, to get his revenge and free the Surgecallers in the everlasting king's realm. He needed to be free to do that, but he also needed to be strong. He couldn't control what he was forced to do while oathbound, but he could become stronger. It was possible to advance quickly. He'd demonstrated that. He'd already proven there were no limits. He'd seen champions his own age, legends only a few years older than himself. How long would it take him to become an immortal? Right now, he was in the position to observe another immortal's strength. Perhaps he could learn something from this experience. Except the everlasting king doesn't want more immortals, does he? Isn't that why, after all these years, there are still only 7? Huon shook that thought from his head. He didn't know what the everlasting king did or didn't want. All Huon knew was what he wanted, and what position he was in. No limits. He would keep pushing, keep striving, no matter what he was forced to do. He wouldn't give up. He couldn't. Something invaded his focus. Huon narrowed his eyes, trying to figure out what had changed. Had it been a noise? No, a scent, carried on the wind. Sweat, human sweat. He'd smelled it enough times to recognize it. It came from the direction Blaze walked toward. As they neared, Huon got the impression they were heading toward a small group of people. He sniffed the air again. A group of 3. If Huon were to change his mindset, he would need to let himself start asking questions. He wasn't sure if the Immortal of Fire had the same disdain for questions as Danasia, but there was only one way to find out. "Who are we after?" Huon asked. Jameson's head snapped toward him, brow furrowed. Blaze's face remained stone-like.
"Anyone who might know anything. It is not unusual for Surgeless to bring their Oathbound here for hunting, especially core merchants. They tend to stay for weeks before returning with a fortune in their packs. If they've been here a while, they may have seen something."
They may have seen something. It seemed the Immortal's plan was to wander around the Green Way, asking everyone he came across if they'd seen some Oathless. He's an Immortal. He must have a better plan than that. The Immortal of Fire, 2 knights at either side of him, walked into a large clearing. A tent was set up, and the remnants of the night's fire sat beside it. 2 men and 2 women snapped their heads toward the newcomers, hands reaching for weapons. The women both wore bandoliers, where the men did not. The moment their gazes rested on the Immortal of Fire, all their eyes widened, hands falling from weapons. The men dropped to kneel, but before their knees hit the ground, Blaze raised a hand.
"Stand!"
The men glanced at each other, then did as instructed. The women, they must be their oathmasters, stepped forward. One lowered her head, eyes darting side to side. The other woman, red-haired with a scar below her eye, creased her forehead. She couldn't stop staring at the Immortal. Blaze stepped up to her.
"What are you doing in the Green Way?"
"Hunting beasts." The red-haired woman bobbed her head at a pack on the ground. Something glowed within, showing through the thick fabric. The immortal raised his chin. He stood 2 heads taller than the woman and stared at the oath-bound men with their heads lowered.
These are yours.
The women exchanged glances. Our husbands, immortal. The immortal's eyebrows rose.
Husbands. Unorthodox, though legal.
Huon frowned. Would his mother have bound Jacob had he survived? Had he returned from his honor-bound service?
I have a few questions for the 4 of you, but before I ask them,
Blaze nodded at the men.
Wrists.
The men raised their heads. The women glanced at each other. Huon stared at the 2 men. He was no longer blocking out his senses, and he could tell that the 2 men weren't breathing. I'd be surging breath talking to an immortal. Except it wasn't just the men who were surging breath. It was the women, too. Something was wrong. A surgecaller surging breath in this situation was one thing, pure instinct, but a surgeless? That would be a waste of a surge gem. And Oathmasters were too greedy to be wasteful. The men pulled down their sleeves, not slowly nor fast, but without hesitation. It was a practiced motion. Oathbound were used to such inspections. Huon had had enough of them himself. They each had bindings. Huon stared at the red-headed woman, the one with the scar. It made sense that she had a scar. Surgeless were less likely to be able to surge stamina when they were hurt, if she hadn't had a surge gem handy. But surgecallers were far more likely to be in fights, and they scarred too. Huon barely thought about it anymore, and he rarely looked in a mirror, but he knew his face was marked, scarred by fire. The last thing Huon wanted was to speak up, but the Immortal of Fire had been around for a long, long time. He knew exactly what parameters to set when instructing his Oathbound. As Huon's suspicions grew, his binding burned. He held eye contact with the redhead and hated himself for what he was forced to say. Check their wrists. The other woman's head rose. We are surgeless.
Do it.
The immortal's voice was deep and powerful. Both women's heads dropped. Then they pulled up their sleeves. Huon blinked. Their wrists were bare. He stopped surging, breathing normally. As the redhead pulled her sleeve back down, the immortal spoke.
Wait.
Blaze stepped toward her, lowering his gaze to meet hers. He grabbed her wrist, then raised his other hand. Water appeared from nowhere.
Let us be sure.
The woman's eyes widened ever so slightly. Her posture shifted. She was still surging breath, but it looked like she was surging strength now, too. It was a subtle shift, but Huon recognized the way it affected her body. The oath-bound men and the other woman did the same. They were all surging. Blaze must feel this, Huon thought. He knows. Are they just nervous because of who he is? Water flowed to the underside of the woman's wrist, brushing where a binding would be, washing the area clean. After a moment that stretched on, a black circle appeared.
Oathless,
the immortal said. And Huon didn't need his advanced senses to hear the smile in his voice. The immortal's grip on the woman's arm strengthened, his fingernails digging into her skin, drawing blood.
This will be good practice.
Chapter 35. You can't run from an immortal, not if they have you in their sights. The other 3 were frozen where they stood, the blood drained from Huon's face. His breath caught in his throat, so he surged it once more. This was his fault. These people just wanted to be free. Was this how Jacob had kept hidden all this time? Him and whoever follows him? His knights were free, but his squires, they were oathbound. Were those men squires? Were they all working with Jacob? Or were they just people who'd managed to hide in plain sight all this time? The red-headed oathless woman didn't try to pull her arm back. She was definitely surging strength now. She wouldn't be able to look the immortal in the eye otherwise, but she was smart enough not to fight. Mercy! The word was forced, almost like a curse. She hated being subservient, begging. Huon knew the feeling. The Immortal of Fire let go of the woman's wrist.
Mercy is not something I have the ability to grant.
He put his hands behind his back, folding them neatly. Blaze turned and stepped away from the woman. He was smiling. The man enjoyed this. Of course he does. He's a monster. He killed my mother, burned my village. Huon's body stiffened. Control. He didn't let himself surge strength. He didn't let his anger reach the surface. Control.
I can, however, give the four of you a fighting chance.
The Immortal of Fire's smile grew.
I will count down from 3. When I reach 1, you will run. Then my knights will give chase. 3.
The men glanced at each other.
2.
The woman's posture shifted.
1.
They ran in 4 different directions, all surging speed, triple surging. They were all knights. The Immortal of Fire's smile fell away.
Catch them!
His voice turned to ice.
Hurt them until they surrender.
If they don't surrender, Jameson asked.
Kill them.
Huon stumbled back a step. The force of the order made whatever tenuous control he had over himself falter, then disappear completely. Kill them. Out of every order an Oathmaster could give, it was the one he feared the most. Embrace this life. Embrace it to grow strong. Learn from the immortal. How could Huon embrace this, killing people for not giving up? For wanting to be free? Jameson dashed from the clearing after one of the men. Huon stood his ground as long as he could, the binding burning his wrist, up his arm, forcing its way into his mind. Kill them. His body surged speed and strength. Huon didn't want it to. He didn't want any of this, but he had no choice. He could still hear their footsteps. He narrowed his hearing, focusing in on one of them. The steps felt heavy, desperate. One of the men, his boots slapping the ground without a care to be silent, only the wish to be as far from that clearing as possible. Huon had run like that before. He was good at running. His feet moved. He was sprinting after those footsteps, through the trees. It didn't feel like it was him moving. It felt like he was an observer, stuck in his own mind, watching, just watching. Yes, this isn't me. I'm not doing this. I would never do this. This is someone else. Someone else. The man Huon chased was a knight. Had he been honor-bound, or had he avoided that fate, oath-bound to his wife? If one of them was truly his wife. It didn't matter. Either way, the man would have been a knight far longer than Huon. But that didn't mean he could get away. Huon felt himself gaining. He still heard the other man's frantic footfalls, their steady, stomping rhythm growing louder with each second that passed. Huon's feet knew the forest. His body was efficient, his natural base strong. The man's footfalls grew louder. Each step vibrated through Huon's mind. Thump, thump, thump. Huon could smell him now. Sweat, fear, a glimpse of silver through the trees, the man's chainmail armor. Huon's legs worked harder. He didn't want them to. They did it on their own. He could see the man completely now, hear his steps as if they were his own. Maybe I won't be able to defeat him. Maybe I won't have to kill him. What if he killed me instead? Huon drew his sword. Halt! The knight threw a wide-eyed glance over his shoulder, not slowing for a moment. Huon surged fire, throwing a ball of flame at the man, who dodged it smoothly, even with his eyes back on the trail. The man ran right at a tree. He jumped off one leg, then kicked off the trunk, flipping backward in the air over Huon's head. Flames fell from the sky. Huon blocked them with his shield. Huon whirled, swinging his sword at the man as he landed. The man gripped 2 short, thin blades Huon hadn't seen him draw, and swiped the strike away. His eyes were still wide, the fear draining his face of blood. "We only want freedom!" Flames surged into the knight's daggers. Triple surging speed, those daggers were fast. Huon had never faced someone who could move so quick. Huon gritted his teeth, blocking strike after strike and backing up. I don't want to hurt you. I want you to be free. Huon stomped the ground. It shook, the impact throwing the knight's balance off a fraction, just enough to create an opening for Huon to get through. The man may be fast, but Huon had the advantage of reach and a more powerful swing. Huon triple-surged strength in a perfectly executed overhead strike, not only drawing on his surge for strength, but his natural body, as Danasia had taught him. The man managed to block, but it took both his blades. Huon bashed him in the side of the head with his shield. Blood briefly poured from a wound healed a second later, but it was enough to make him stumble twice. "Concede!" Huon kicked the man in the chest, surging flames through his boot. "Give up!" He struck at the man's side. His sword was once again turned away, but more weakly. The man was fast, skilled, but Huon had been sparring a champion for hours each day for the past month. This man had been hunting beasts. Humans were far more dangerous than beasts. Huon sunk into the flow of the fight, gaining ground with every strike, making the man falter again and again and again. But the man wouldn't give up, no matter how many times Huon yelled at him to. He wouldn't give up. "This isn't my fault." Huon slashed the man's leg. "This is not my fault." He surged flames into the man's face, the burning heat briefly blinding the knight. Then something crashed into Huon's side, sending him sprawling to the grass. A woman, eyes wild, striking down at him not with weapons, but thrashing fists, pummeling his head with powerful strikes that dug him into the ground. Huon pooled stamina essence into his head, surging as much of it as he could, trying to bring his arms up to block, but they were pinned at his sides by her knees. He caught a glimpse of the woman's face through her frantic strikes. Her mouth was open, twisted in some screeching shout he couldn't hear over his pain. But it was the red-headed woman, the one with the scar under her eye. The world grew dimmer after each strike, his vision blurring with blood that refused to stay inside him. He was vaguely aware of the man shouting something, trying to pull her off him, trying to get her to run. "At least I won't kill them," Huon thought, as all the light in the world began to leave. His eyes closed. No limits. No. Huon forced his eyes open. The woman had paused, just long enough for the stamina surging through him to kick in. Her arms were raised, hands gripping something. One of the man's thin blades. She brought it down. Huon saw its trajectory in frightening clarity. He was about to die. Chapter 36. As the thin blade was a split second away from stabbing through Huon's skull, a hammerhead flashed from out of nowhere, flying through the air and smashing into the woman's head. The red-headed woman went down. The weight lifted from Huon's arms, and though his stamina was running low, essence pooled to the wounds her pummeling fists had created. The world brightened, his head clearing, sound returning to his ears as a ringing he hadn't realized was there ceased. Jameson sprinted at the woman, retrieving the hammer he'd thrown, rage lighting up his face, blood splattering his armor. There were two others, Huon thought. Did they surrender? Or... Huon surged strength and speed, struggling back to his feet, the world still righting itself. Jameson was fighting the woman and the man both, only just holding his own against them as the woman was disoriented. Huon's sword was still tight in his grasp. He hadn't been able to move, but it had never left his grip. His binding burned as he hesitated, spurring him on. Neither the knight nor the red-headed woman were looking Huon's way. I asked him to surrender. Huon's binding seared. He refused. He stepped forward. I have no choice. I am a slave bound to the will of the Immortal of Fire. He gripped his sword hilt ever tighter. With the strength of his surge, the hilt bit deep into his skin, bruising it, breaking it. Huon didn't surge stamina. He deserved to be in pain for what he was about to do. Huon thrust his sword through the knight's back. Huon hadn't seen anyone die since he'd been at the Glenhaven Arena. Then there had been a field around the place, allowing the spectators to see the Surgecaller's essence as it surged through their bodies. Now Huon had night-level perception, and though he couldn't see the man's essence before he'd run him through, the knight could no longer hold on to his veil. The sword had gone right through the man's core. Essence poured out of him, flooding Huon's senses. He stumbled back. The sword came with him, still held tight in Huon's grip. The knight slumped to the ground, eyes wide open and cold. The sword was slick with blood. Huon stared at it. Couldn't stop staring. Until the red-headed woman whipped her head to the side. She saw what must have been her husband lying on the ground and screamed, a hoarse, ragged cry. She tried to go after Huon, but Jameson stopped her. Dead. Huon's jaw slackened. A croak escaped his throat. He was covered in blood, too much blood. Jameson's chest heaved up and down. He was breathing, cultivating. Huon narrowed his hearing until all that existed was the rhythm of Jameson's breaths, growing slower and slower. He feels it too. Huon wrenched his head up to look at Jameson, the man who'd betrayed him and Liona. His eyes were not cold, like Burns would have been. He wasn't overwhelmed with rage, like when they'd fought after Inara's death. Instead, his eyes were downcast, darting between his hand holding Knight Elian's hammer and the woman whose skull he'd bashed in so hard she couldn't recover from it. The other two surrendered. Jameson's gaze slowly rose to meet Huon's. I thought... The hammer dropped to the ground. The thud reverberated in Huon's head. I just killed a man. Huon threw down his own weapons. He no longer had an active command. Until the Immortal of Fire found him, he was in control. Wasn't he? He sank to the ground, surging water from his core. He still only had a basic grasp of surging water. Even now he was a knight. But he could surge it. Water flowed onto Huon's palms. He tried to clean off what was there. Over and over he cleaned, but there was too much. Too much. I'm a murderer, just like the Immortal of Fire, just like Byrne, just like Jacob. But this hadn't been his choice. He stopped cleaning his hands and pulled down his sleeve. He stared at the binding on his wrist, clenching his left fist. Then he clutched the binding with his other hand and surged fire. The pain seared. Melted off. He controlled his core, preventing his body from surging stamina. Get it off! Get it off! Get it off! Someone was yelling, grabbing at him, but he surged strength even as he was tackled to the ground, still clutching at his wrist, flames surging, skin melting. Get it off! Get it off! Huon's mouth was open, his throat burning as he screamed, but he barely felt it, barely heard his own words. I just want to be free. Want to be free. Stop. The command hit Huon like a stone thrown at his head. His entire body froze, and his core stopped surging. Even his mind went blank. The Immortal of Fire knelt in front of him. Breathe, Knight Huon. I understand what you are feeling. It is never easy to take a life. Blaze looked over at the fallen knight. The man lay with his legs tucked up under him at an awkward angle, his back not quite flat on the ground. His face was angled upward, mouth open, eyes open. He looked surprised. This will not be the last. Our duty is hard, but it is our duty. There was no smile on the Immortal's face, no creeping grin or look of satisfaction. His eyes weren't cold. His forehead was creased, eyebrows pinched together. Blaze stood, fast, turning from Huon. We do what we must. He spread his arms to either side, one palm facing the dead woman, another the dead man. Then he surged fire. Huon didn't shield his eyes. He took the pain. He didn't know if he could move yet. He didn't want to. He didn't care. The brightness, the heat of the flames whitened his vision. When it was over and Huon could see again, there were 2 large craters filled with ash where the dead Oathless used to be. Their bodies had been incinerated, their memories, their lives gone. I killed a man. The Immortal of Fire walked back through the trees.
Come, we have new Oathbound to question.
Huon walked as though a puppet, following the man who'd killed his mother, the man who'd commanded him to kill. He couldn't feel his legs move. He didn't remember standing. He felt small, empty, broken. Chapter 37. The other man and woman knelt beside their tent, back in the first clearing where they'd encountered the Oathless. They were covered in blood. There were no cuts or wounds Huon could see. Their stamina would have healed everything. Their heads rose as the Immortal of Fire and his two Oathless hunters stepped in from the trees. Their gaze darted from the Immortal to Jameson to Huon, then searched behind them. The woman smashed the ground with her fist. She opened her mouth as if to yell, but no sound came out.
You may speak now, Blaze said, but no screaming, please.
You killed them.
The woman looked at Jameson and Huon, gaze resting on their blood-stained armor and their hands. Huon stared at her numbly.
You killed my sister.
The woman's voice sounded oddly subdued.
I will never forgive that.
The Immortal of Fire folded his hands behind his back and walked around the man and woman.
That is understandable. Forgiveness is one thing I cannot command from you.
He raised his chin.
What are your names?
The two exchanged a glance. The woman spoke.
Yilda and Aaron.
You are husband and wife?
Yilda's lips formed a thin line.
Yes.
Good. You will advance well together, and your bond will only grow in my service. Shame your sister was too stubborn to concede.
If hatred had an essence, it would be radiating off the look Yilda gave the Immortal of Fire. A quiet, deep part of Huon, the part that was still himself, understood her pain, felt the hate. I killed a man. The thought was a faint one, barely reaching the top of Huon's consciousness. Blaze kept pacing, making a slow circle around the two.
Do you know of other Oathless?
Silence stretched. Both Yilda and Aaron's heads were down. They were shuddering, fighting their bonds, but they couldn't fight for long.
Yes,
Aaron gasped out.
Dozens.
The Immortal of Fire stopped. He stood behind his new Oathbound, and a smile slipped onto his face.
Dozens?
Aaron's shoulders drooped.
He's amassing an army. All we want is freedom. Freedom for all. But you won't give us that, will you? You can't. You're a puppet, just like the rest of us.
He didn't shout. He, like Yilda, had been commanded not to, but there was a cold, harsh quality to his voice. Every word had weight, but that weight put no visible pressure on Blaze.
This is turning out to be far easier than I thought.
The Immortal looked at Huon as he asked the question.
Who is amassing the army? What is his name?
Jacob.
Aaron shut his eyes.
His name is Jacob.
The Immortal's smile grew.
Tell me everything.
The two spoke ceaselessly for an hour, detailing the names of every Oathless they knew. It wasn't just Oathless they mentioned. There were squires, even a few pages, who were oathbound to the higher ranked among Jacob's people. They called him the Savior. The way Yilda and Aaron spoke, they worshipped him. Jacob, the Savior, was the head of a resistance far larger than Huon had imagined. Huon had seen the man in action, heard him talk of a stronghold, a new society. He wanted the same thing as Huon, but he had no scruples as to how to get it.
Where is this stronghold? Is it within the everlasting king's realm?
The Immortal's question had been intent and focused. He no longer smiled, his face taking on a blank seriousness.
The stronghold is...
Aaron scrunched his eyes shut.
Beneath Lake Lorelar, in the Oran Valley to the west.
The Immortal let out a deep chuckle.
Under our noses, all along.
In Huon's time in the wilds, he'd never been to Lake Lorelor. He'd read about it when he was a child, but it was on the other side of the realm, past Glenhaven. That side of the realm had always felt too populated to get close to. Though Glenhaven was the largest city in the Everlasting King's realm, the second largest, Camhaloth, lay to one side of Lake Lorelor. The stronghold was underground.
Will he be there, this savior of yours?
He's on a mission outside the realm, Yilda spat, but he will return before the next full moon. Blaze crossed his arms in front of him, wrapping his fingers on one arm. He peered at the sky, though it was still daylight.
Tomorrow.
Blaze closed his eyes. His lips parted, then joined together as he whistled at a pitch Huon couldn't hear. Mere minutes passed before Huon's night-level hearing perked to the whoosh of wings in the distance. The red dragon was coming to its master. The Immortal of Fire is going to kill my father. The thought drifted through Huon's mind, but it no longer affected him. He wasn't in control anymore. All his emotions, his rage, his thirst for revenge, his desire to liberate the Surgecallers, it was meaningless. He'd killed a man. He hadn't wanted to. He'd tried to fight it, but he couldn't. There was no point. I have no life anymore. The Immortal of Fire didn't return them to his castle in Glenhaven. Instead, he flew for Lake Lorelor, or rather, Camhaloth. Huon knew a little bit about Camhaloth, but he hadn't thought about it for a long time. From his books, he remembered it was the original home of the Everlasting King. The man was born in the Oran Valley more than 1,000 years ago. It must have been where he'd invented surge gems, where he'd become strong. Had he dueled the Immortals in Camhaloth? Huon could ask. Blaze had lived through it, after all. He would be 100 times better than any history book. But of course, Huon didn't care. Even if he did, he wouldn't ask the Immortal of Fire. The red dragon flew past Glenhaven, leaving it in its wake. Huon barely glanced at the city. He barely did anything but hold the grips on the beast's great saddle. At one point, he looked at the drop, high enough to kill a knight. He'd not be able to heal his wounds after falling that far. The dead couldn't surge. What if he let go? What if he let himself fall? The mere thought made his binding burn. That was not a path Oathbound could take, no matter how much they wanted to. A small, deep part of Huon was glad for that. But that part was no longer in control. No part of him was. He looked at his hand, gripping the saddle. They hadn't washed. He was still covered in the man's blood. It wasn't just on his hands. It was on his armor and had dried into his ringmail. He'd defeated a knight. Once that might have made Huon proud. Stabbed him in the back. No pride there. No anything. He didn't even know the man's name. Camhaloth looked older than Glenhaven. Its castle had been built to last. The stonework was stark gray. No flourishes, just hard rock. It was once the Everlasting King's castle, but now the Immortal of Strength resided within the fortress. The red dragon perched atop the castle's tallest tower. The city sprawled out beneath them. The old stone walls that had surrounded the castle were still there, but the city spread farther than the upper town. What had this place looked like when the castle was built? It was older than the Everlasting King, older perhaps than the Immortal of Fire. Huon remembered the Immortal's words.
I was a legend of Lundholm, a champion of Trawul, a knight of the realm of Arisaveth.
Had this castle been within one of those realms? There was still so many cities within the realm Huon hadn't seen, so many places he'd avoided. How many Surgecallers were in Camhaloth? How many were in Glenhaven, Tarlank, Bolin? It doesn't matter. They're all just slaves. Blaze slid off the red dragon's leathery back, smoothly landing on the stone floor. He called for his Oathbound to dismount as a man walked out of the tower door. The man wasn't as tall as Blaze, but he was far broader. He wore no armor, and his clothes barely obscured his voluminous muscles. Huon had seen a drawing of the man and instantly knew who he was. Even if he hadn't seen that drawing, he'd know. The Immortal of Strength. This is a man I wanted to kill. Huon stood straight, folded his hand behind his back, and stared straight ahead, awaiting his next command.
Blaze!
The Immortal of Strength's voice was so strong it vibrated through Huon. The man took the Immortal of Fire's forearm in a grip that looked like it would have crushed anyone else's bones. A Surgecaller greeting.
Fortimer?
Flames swept out of Blaze's hand, engulfing the other man's forearm in fire. Fortimer wrenched his head back and laughed loud at the sky.
What are you doing on this side of the realm? Hunting Oathless?
The Immortals let go of each other's forearms. Fortimer nodded.
Of course you are. Come, let's get your people cleaned up.
He peered at Huon and Jameson, then at the new Oathbound, Yilda and Aaron.
They're awfully bloody.
Huon walked through the halls of Camhaloth's castle without looking at the portraits, murals, and delicately woven tapestries. His gaze slipped over the rows of swords and the standing suits of full plate armor. He felt the strength essence through the floor. The place reeked of it. Every inch of the stone had been reinforced. They were to stay long enough to bathe, eat, and rest. In the morning, the hunt for Jacob would begin. Huon stared at the ceiling in the quarters he'd been given. The room was pitch black, the walls solid stone, no shutters, no line of light beneath the chamber door. Not even his night-level eyesight could pierce the darkness. He could have made light, surged flame, lit a candle. But a puppet doesn't need light. A puppet can live in the dark. Chapter 38. Huon stepped outside of Camhaloth's castle at dawn. He hadn't slept a wink. That small part of himself, the one that still had feelings, had kept him awake. The courtyard was huge, and every inch of it was packed with honor-bound. Lines and lines of surgecallers stood at attention, facing forward. A man walked their ranks, the Immortal of Strength.
Today we head outside of the realm once more. The everlasting king has presented us with a mission. There are those in this world who do not know the benefit of his realm. We have long fought with them, skirmished with them, even allied with them. But this will be like it once was, in the days of yore, when the everlasting king was first toppling queens and kings and taking their thrones. He is not satisfied with what he has, and it's our job to give him more. You have each been recalled into service because you're the best surgecallers this realm has to offer. Now we march. Now we prove that on the battlefield.
The Immortal of Strength pumped his massive fist into the air. His honor-bound did the same in frightening synchronicity.
Our destination lies past the Huron Mountains.
Fortimer raised his chin, and Huon's jaw tightened.
The queendom of Arisalon will finally fall to the everlasting king's rule.
Huon's mouth parted. This was what Blaze had meant when he'd said the other immortals and their honor-bound had other tasks to perform. The everlasting king is expanding the realm. Liona. The honor-bound marched. Some wore full plate, like the suits of armor Huon had passed walking through the castle halls, like the armor Jacob wore. Some wore ringmail and other leather. Their weapons were more individual and varied than their armor, halberds and swords, bows and crossbows. He even saw one man carrying a simple wooden staff. Huon stood there as every surgecaller left, until the courtyard was empty, and it was just him, slack-jawed and staring. Liona was supposed to be safe. She'd won. Why had the Immortal of Fire bothered going all the way to the queendom of Arisalon to get Huon if he'd known they were just going to invade anyway? This will be a long, long war, and the Immortal of Fire was just doing his duty as it was commanded of him. He was hunting Oathless wherever that took him. The small part of Huon, the one that had been locked inside since he'd murdered that man, retreated again. It didn't matter that the everlasting king was invading Arisalon. Not to Huon. There was nothing he could do. Huon had to let go of his goal, of his dream, of everything. Huon followed the Immortal of Fire out of Camhaloth's castle. They couldn't see Lake Lorelor from the ground, but Huon had seen it from the top of the tower. It wasn't as large as the ocean. He'd been able to see the other side, but it spread farther than he'd imagined it would, and the waters were dark, deep. When he'd survived in the wilds, he'd always avoided swimming in the water. He could have surged breath, dived far down, caught fish, but who knew what beasts lurked beneath those depths? Jameson walked beside him. He'd become quiet since killing the red-headed woman, almost as quiet as Huon. But he'd chosen this life. He should have expected this to happen. The new Oathbound, Yilda and Aran, trailed behind them. They had sour looks on their faces, but Blaze had commanded them not to talk. They'd spent too much time complaining, according to him. Huon noticed they wore new armor and had been outfitted with better weapons. Huon didn't have many thoughts. He didn't need to have his own thoughts anymore. But idly, he wondered why the 4 knights were on this mission. Jacob was a legend, and Yilda and Aran had told them about the dozens of other Oathless that would be at the stronghold. There weren't just knights, there were champions. But there were no immortals. Blaze didn't need them. He could take out the entire stronghold on his own. He wants to make us cause pain. He wants to make us kill, just like the surgeless Oathmasters command us to do what they're unwilling to do. So does he. Huon kept his eyes forward as they walked through Camhaloth's marketplace. The scents from the spice and food merchants' tables met his advanced senses, so he narrowed them, focusing on cultivating and surging breath, focusing on surging and cultivating stamina, speed, and strength in all his small movements. It didn't matter to him that he became stronger, filled his core, or benefited from the cultivation. But the Immortal of Fire had commanded him never to miss an opportunity to train, so he had no choice. Huon barely registered the looks people gave them at the sight of the Immortal of Fire. Was it wise, being so visible? They were trying to surprise Jacob, weren't they? What if Jacob had agents in the city? Wouldn't they see Yilda and Aran walking with the Immortal known for hunting Oathless? He glanced at Yilda and Aran again and blinked. The man and woman walking behind him were not Yilda and Aran. They looked similar, but it hadn't just been their armor and weapons that had changed. How had he not noticed? Huon's forehead creased. They sounded like them. Illusion essence. Blaze had disguised them. He'd already thought this all through. When they left the city, they sprinted toward the lake. Another thing Huon thought would have been suspicious, but they weren't the only ones doing it. There were plenty of surgecallers out here, training in the open fields beyond the outskirts of the city. Huon couldn't see any beasts. The area was far too populated. There was a large dock with dozens of boats moored to it. More boats were out on the water. Huon wondered how many of those fishermen were surgecallers, probably all of them. A surgecaller would be far more efficient than any surgeless, and it would be a waste to hire a surgeless to do a job a surgecaller could do, free of charge. The old Huon would have been angry at this. He would have bitten his cheek, stared at the back of the Immortal of Fire's head, and cursed the existence of the everlasting king. The new Huon just kept walking. They stepped onto the dock, wood creaking beneath their feet. The Immortal of Fire headed toward a longboat that looked like it would fit at least 10 people. It was made from smooth wood and a carving of a fist at its bow. The Immortal of Strength has a boat? Huon couldn't imagine why an immortal would even need a boat. Couldn't he just dive into the water right now? Couldn't they all? A knight with a full breath reserve could survive down there for well over an hour, more than long enough to access any underground stronghold that lay beneath. The Immortal of Fire leapt right from the dock and into the boat. The whole thing rocked as he landed, but seemed perfectly safe. Much like the castle, it reeked of strength essence. Huon imagined nothing short of an immortal could pierce its hull. The others followed suit, all easily leaping onto the boat. Huon was the last. When he landed on the smooth wood, the world swayed. He'd never been on a boat before. He didn't lose his balance, of course, but it felt oddly disorienting. Blaze unfurled the sails, then surged wind. They were on the water in a matter of seconds, moving faster than a squire's double-surged sprint. Yilda and Aran had told Blaze in great detail how to get to the stronghold. It was on the farthest side of Lake Lorelor to Camhaloth. Somehow, Jacob had built a series of tunnels down there, or he'd found them. Yilda and Aran couldn't agree on that. Their squires and pages lived down there, rarely leaving the stronghold except to train in the wilds. How many people am I going to have to kill? Huon shut his eyes. He let out a natural breath, quietening that small voice in his mind. He would kill as many people as he was commanded, and it wouldn't touch him. He wasn't in control anymore. Blaze will want to take them as Oathbound. He won't kill unless they refuse him. The longboat reached the other side of the lake. The Immortal of Fire stood on the boat's bow, eyes narrowed, gazing about. How far could he see? Could his vision pierce the deep waters? Could he see the entrance of the stronghold, even from up here?
The coast is clear.
Blaze looked at his Oathbound knights. He nodded at Huon, then pointed down at the water.
You first.
Huon didn't hesitate. He didn't even step onto the edge of the boat. He dived right over the side, surging breath as he broke the water's surface. He hadn't been submerged into water in a while, not since he'd bathed up on the Huron Mountains, in the pools lower down in the mountain, where it wasn't cold. And before that, when he'd been in the river stream in the deep wood, hiding from the Immortal of Fire. He could sense the water essence now, more strongly than before. His core was full of it already. The last time he'd surged it, the day before, cleaning the blood off his hands. Huon shook his head and looked around. If there was a beast down here, he'd rather be aware of it sooner than later. His vision adjusted to seeing underwater easily. A school of fish swam past, parting to flow around him. The waters darkened as he dived deeper and deeper, and a pressure built in his ears. He had to surge stamina to get rid of it. The Immortal of Fire had warned him about that. A knight's body should be enough to withstand it, even without surging, but the pain would be immense. I deserve pain. It was that voice again, whispering in his mind. The one that still had feelings, the one that still wanted things. With every passing moment, that voice became easier to ignore. There were splashes above him. 1, 2, 3, 4. The Immortal of Fire swam past him in seconds, overtaking and leading the way. His red-hot armor boiled the water around him, fire essence mingling with the water essence. Huon followed, swimming deeper, the pressure building. He hadn't imagined the lake would stretch so deep. The farther down they went, the stranger the creatures became. There were some shapes down there that almost looked as large as the red dragon. But as dark as it had become, he couldn't tell if the shapes were beasts or just large rocks, until one shifted and dirt was thrown up through the water. Definitely a beast. Was there such a thing as a water dragon? Perhaps it's good I can't see. Heat sparked at the lake's bottom, the Immortal of Fire grabbing their attention. He'd found the hatch. There were other entrances, according to Aran and Yilda. A page, even with a full reserve of breath, couldn't make this dive without using a surge gem. The pressure was too much. Huon kicked, surging speed and strength to propel him even deeper. His mind rebelled to being this deep, even though it knew his body could handle it. It felt wrong, unnatural. No matter how strong surgecallers were, humans weren't built to be this deep underwater. The Immortal of Fire stood on the lake's bottom, earth clinging to his feet to keep him from floating away. On the ground beneath him was a circular metal hatch. Huon was the first to arrive, floating just above the Immortal. When the others came, Blaze opened the hatch. Chapter 39. The moment the hatch opened, all the water around Huon was sucked down into the hole. The Immortal of Fire didn't move, kept fast to the ground by the earth he'd surged. Huon, Jameson, Yilda, and Aran were pulled straight through. They were sucked into a small, circular stone room. Huon surged strength, stopping himself from smashing into the floor, where another hatch was only barely visible in the lack of light. By the time the Immortal of Fire swam down to meet them, the room had filled and the water had settled. The Immortal of Fire surged a fireball to hover over his palm and brighten the room. The fireball had an odd quality to it, one Huon couldn't pinpoint. Huon blinked. "It's burning underwater." Blaze shut the hatch. 2 holes on either side of the floor opened, and the water drained. A page definitely wouldn't survive this. Huon surged a trickle of stamina to continuously heal his ears. When the water was gone, his ears felt better. He felt essence, he couldn't identify the kind, activate. Something built into this place counteracted the pressure. Huon touched the stone and closed his eyes. He couldn't tell what it was. There was still so much he didn't know. Not that it matters. The Immortal of Fire knelt by the second hatch, hand on the handle, ready to twist.
"If they refuse to surrender after you've beaten them to the ground, kill them. Leave anyone above night to me."
His gaze rested on Huon.
"I don't want to kill your father, but I will if I have to. The realm is changing, fast. The everlasting king needs every able-bodied surgecaller at night and beyond to serve in his honor-bound army. If your father complies, he may be spared execution. Perhaps if he sees you, he'll want to survive."
Blaze almost sounded as though he cared, though it would be hard to tell from the blank look on his face, which, as the moment passed, turned into a smile.
"Time to hunt some Oathless."
Huon didn't say anything. He hadn't been commanded to speak, so he remained silent. Jacob wouldn't care if Huon was there or not. He'd left him to rot in that arena, wanted him to suffer, to become stronger. And Huon couldn't imagine Jacob agreeing to become a slave again. Blaze opened the other hatch, then disappeared down it. Huon peered through to the tunnel below. The tunnel was made from stone, just like the room Huon stood in. Jacob couldn't have built this place. That would be impossible, wouldn't it? He's been gone since before I was born. He had time. Huon dropped down into the hall. His boots slapped the ground, echoing off the stone walls and down the tunnel. Blaze had not commanded him to be stealthy, and so he didn't care if he was. Part of him wanted these people to escape. They won't escape. Not for long. Huon drew his sword. There's no escaping this fate. The others joined him. Blaze marched down the tunnel at their head, Huon and Jameson side by side, following him, and Yilda and Aran behind, still wearing faces that weren't theirs. What must they be thinking, forced to attack, maybe kill their friends? The first surgecaller they came upon was a young boy, no older than 10. His eyes widened when he saw them. He wouldn't be used to seeing strangers down here. He'll be oathbound. He won't be able to surrender. The Immortal of Fire halted, peering down at the boy, who was frozen in fear.
"Spare the bound, if you can."
Blaze kept walking. Huon stomped the ground, surging earth to encompass the boy's feet. He knew the tightness of the rock would hurt, but at least the boy would be spared. "I am nothing. These deaths won't be on my hands. I am not in control." The boy snapped out of his frozen fear, struggling against the rock. He must have been surging, but he was still too weak to break it. Had Huon really been that weak, only months earlier? When he was sure the boy wouldn't escape, Huon walked after the Immortal. The 4 knights made easy work of the surgecallers they came upon, all squires or pages. Huon became better at shutting off that voice inside. He blocked out the screams, the shouts, the begging. He didn't kill anyone. He didn't need to. The Immortal of Fire kept walking. He'd killed a champion, seemingly with barely a thought, when the woman refused to surrender. She'd been burned to ash, killed where she stood. The ash fell, making a pile that seemed far too small for a full-grown human. The woman should have surrendered. Then they stepped into a large hall filled with people, dozens, just as Yilda and Aran had said. They'd been sitting down for breakfast. It reminded Huon of places he'd been before, the House of Tyrol, Crowley's compound, but more peaceful. Until the Immortal of Fire and his Oathless hunters stepped in, of course. The entire room shifted. Everyone shot up from their tables, some faster than others. A man sat at a table down the far end of the hall, his armor old and battered. He stood slower than the rest, not bothering to surge. Creases lined his forehead as he stared at the Immortal.
"You shouldn't have come here." Jacob stepped forward. "I will fight you alone. A duel. 1-on-1. Let the fight decide the fate of my people."
The Immortal of Fire tilted his head to the side, wearing a broad grin.
"I already know the fate of your people. They will be enslaved, as you will be enslaved. We are surgecallers, and it is our fate to be bound by others."
Blaze walked between the long tables. The surgecallers who'd stood barely shifted, not wanting to move, but obviously not wanting to be closer to this man.
"I cannot control my fate as much as you cannot control yours. If you, Savior, surrender, your life will be spared."
Blaze half turned and motioned toward Huon.
"You might even get to fight by your son's side if you cooperate fully."
Jacob's gaze rested briefly on Huon. His eyes showed no recognition, and his expression remained the same. Did he not care that his son was here? That he'd been taken from the arena? Did he not care? Huon held his breath. He wasn't surging it or cultivating it. He was just holding it, like a surgeless might when they were nervous. Huon didn't care. He didn't have control. Why would he care? And he hated his father, Jacob. He hated Jacob. The man had abandoned him twice now. Why would Huon expect that to change? Jacob met the Immortal of Fire's eyes, stepping closer to him.
"I will not surrender."
He raised his chin.
"You will beg me for mercy when this is through."
The Immortal of Fire laughed. He laughed. It didn't sound right. In fact, it sounded horrible. Huon shuddered until it was over.
"I am an immortal. You can't have been away from society so long as to forget what that means."
Blaze spread his arms wide, encompassing the hall.
"You may be strong among these children, but compared with me and those like me, you are nothing. You will know that soon."
The Immortal of Fire dashed forward so fast Huon could no longer track his movement. Huon had tasted that speed before, but watching it now, it seemed impossible. Huon stood frozen, knowing the fight wouldn't last long, but he couldn't stay frozen forever. A man was running at him, a dark-haired man with cold eyes, carrying a spear. Burn. Chapter 40. Huon's vision narrowed. He became blinded to what was happening in the rest of the hall. All he could see was burn. The man who'd befriended him in the wilds, taught him how to properly cultivate, taught him his first kata, taught him what it was like to have a friend. And he was the first person to give Huon a taste of betrayal. Huon shouldn't hate Byrne. Byrne had been the reason he'd escaped the House of Tyrol, the reason he'd become oathless again. The man was a murderer. And he'd done it while oathless, by his own choice. He'd killed people, not at someone else's command, not against his will, but because he'd thought it was the right thing to do. Huon gripped his sword hilt tight, holding his shield in front of him. This would be their first fight on equal footing. Both knights. Even if Byrne had had years more training, he wouldn't have the rage that filled Huon's heart, that brought his feelings back into focus. Control. Huon tamped down his rage, remembering what he'd been taught by Danasia. But he didn't know if he could control himself anymore. He didn't know what he wanted, what mattered. His feelings, the ones he'd bottled up since murdering that man, had flooded right back the moment his father had refused to surrender, then at the sight of Byrne. Byrne was a few steps away. He thrust out his spear, the head surging with flame. Huon blocked it with a shrug of his shield, surging strength to push the spear out of the way. Byrne felt so much slower than the last time they'd fought. Huon surged fire into his own weapon and stomped the ground, surging earth. The tables and all the plates rattled and rocked, but Byrne was unfazed. He blocked every one of Huon's strikes, and with his spear, he had far better range. Huon gritted his teeth. He'd been commanded not to kill unless someone wouldn't surrender, and that command forced him to speak now. "If you surrender, Byrne, you will be spared. If you don't—" Huon didn't want to kill Byrne, did he? He was filled with rage, but why? Why was he mad at Byrne? For the betrayal? Or was he mad because Jacob had taken the man under his wing while completely abandoning his own son? Huon wasn't a murderer, not by choice, but the itch to kill this man only grew the longer they fought. He didn't want Byrne to surrender. The fight raged around them. Jacob must have been defeated by now, but Huon couldn't tell what was happening. He couldn't use his perception on anything but Byrne. Neither of them had been able to land a strike on the other. They'd been fighting close combat, not using their surges long range. Huon surged fire from his shield, punching fireballs at Byrne, but they were easily blocked or controlled by surges of fire from Byrne. They were evenly matched. Huon tried to create distance between them, but he couldn't. Byrne hounded him every step he took. There was a wall behind Huon, and he was running out of places to go. He felt the flow of the fight, knew where Byrne's strikes would fall, but he was only just fast enough to match them. It didn't help. Huon tried to focus his mind. What had Danasia taught him? Control. How could he control himself? He had no control. He was a puppet of the Immortal of Fire, and, by extension, the Everlasting King, and nothing more. If Byrne defeated him right now, what would it matter? What would be the cost? Byrne wouldn't kill him. Jacob would not allow such a thing, even if he didn't actually care about his son. It was obvious he didn't want him dead. Though even that, Huon wasn't sure about. Still, he doubted Byrne would kill him. Byrne didn't look angry as they fought. The cold look on his face, the one he'd worn when he'd watched his Oathmaster die back in the Green Way, wasn't there anymore. It was replaced by a look of determination. He wasn't going to surrender, and he didn't want to lose. Huon's rage started to fade. He couldn't maintain it, not in a fight like this. The more the rage left him, the more he felt like himself again. Huon didn't want to kill Byrne, and that anger he was feeling, it wasn't at Byrne. He was angry with his father. Control. Huon triple-surged stamina, even though he wasn't injured. He used it to clear his mind. He forced himself to remember what it was like fighting Danasia. When he'd fought Jameson, he'd been sure he would win, until Jameson had advanced to Knight 2. Now he wasn't sure he would win. He wasn't sure of anything. I have no control. Huon blocked another strike. My life is no longer my own. But that wasn't true. He had some control. He could control his own thoughts, and he could control how he fought. Byrne would be enslaved no matter what happened. The Immortal of Fire, if he hadn't already, would defeat Jacob and capture everyone here. Though Huon might not be able to control the outcome of the fight, he could control his own performance. No limits, perfect strikes, full control. Huon loosened his grip on his sword and shield, rolling his shoulders as he stepped into one of Byrne's spear thrusts. Turning his body to avoid it by less than an inch, he created an opening. This close, his sword was barely any use. His shield, on the other hand, was another story. He executed a perfect shield bash at Byrne's head. Only Byrne must have seen it coming, because his head wasn't there anymore. He held his spear in one hand. The other hand had gone for a dagger. He must have kept it slipped under his belt behind his back. Byrne triple-surged strength, and the dagger slid right through Huon's armor. Pain burst around the wound. Huon triple-surged stamina, pooling essence where he'd been struck. He tried to step back, but Byrne had dropped his spear, throwing his arm around Huon's neck. He pulled Huon close, wrenching the dagger deeper into him. "I don't want to hurt you," Byrne whispered. Huon gritted his teeth, triple-surging strength, trying to push out of Byrne's grasp, but the man was too strong. How was he so strong? Technique. He had Huon in a lock he couldn't get out of using strength alone, not when their levels were so closely matched, and Byrne had been a knight for months longer than Huon. They weren't on the same level, as much as Huon wanted them to be. Huon kept fighting. He had no choice. He'd been commanded to. He pushed against Byrne with everything, trying to wriggle his way out of the hold, stamina constantly surging to the wound that wouldn't heal, the blade piercing deep inside him. "Why did you kill those squires?" Huon gasped, blood falling from his lips. "Why didn't you spare them?" "There are always casualties in war. You must know that by now. You lost your mother. Our war is a just one, Huon. You know it is. You feel it in your bones. You know what it's like to have freedom, just as your father knows. Keep fighting, Huon. Don't give up. Don't give in." Byrne pushed Huon back, pulling his dagger free. The wound began to heal. The pain slowly dissipated as the stamina essence was finally able to complete its work. Byrne dropped the dagger. It clattered to the ground. Huon looked around the room. Jacob was still standing. He breathed heavily, chest rising and falling, staring down at a man in red armor. The Immortal of Fire lay motionless on the floor. Chapter 41. Huon's heart froze. He looked from the Immortal back to Jacob, then he pulled the bracer off his forearm and stared at the underside of his wrist. The binding was still there. Blaze was still alive. Jacob stepped over the Immortal of Fire as if he were stepping over a stone in the middle of the path. Jameson, Yilda, and Aran were incapacitated, maybe dead, lying on the ground. Huon had been commanded to fight. His binding burned, demanding he move, but he resisted it, standing his ground. Now Blaze was unconscious. The binding's pull wasn't as strong as it had been, or maybe Huon was better at fighting it. Jacob stepped right up to his son, putting a hand on his shoulder, clasping so tight Huon couldn't back away. "You are supposed to be in the arena." I know. I heard." Huon frowned, looking past Jacob, at Blaze lying still. "How? He's an immortal—"
"I have learned many things in my travels, things I will one day teach you."
Huon swallowed. "Will you kill him?" He moved his left arm, facing the oath binding at Jacob. "Will you free me?" Jacob raised his chin.
"If you defeat Byrne."
He stepped aside. "No weapons. Hand to hand." Huon shuddered. He clenched his fists. His weapons, they'd fallen to the ground when the dagger was in his stomach. He hadn't even remembered dropping them. "Why? I am your son. Why do I have to keep proving myself to you?" Jacob's forehead creased, and he shook his head.
"It's not me you must prove yourself to, Huon. It is yourself. Tell me, are you ready to do what is necessary? Are you ready to kill to save the world? This is a war. The everlasting king must die."
He pointed at the Immortal of Fire. "His 7 must die. And they will, soon. Why don't you kill him now? Why do you show him mercy?"
"It is not a mercy to leave one of the 7 alive. They are slaves, as you are. They have just been slaves far longer. Tell me, are you ready?"
Huon gritted his teeth so hard he felt them chip. He didn't surge stamina. He needed that pain. It helped him cut through the noise. "There must be a better way." Jacob sighed.
"There isn't."
He closed his eyes, dropped his head.
"If you defeat Byrne, I will free you. If you do not, then I will leave you in the Immortal of Fire's service. You will realize what it's truly like to be one of the everlasting king's pawns.
You will realize what needs to be done, at whatever cost, to defeat him, to turn this realm to good." "He made me," Huon gulped, then surged breath. He couldn't cry, not in front of Jacob. "He made me into a murderer." "Then perhaps you are closer to understanding than you think." Jacob stepped aside. "Prove yourself. Show me you're my son." Huon shut his eyes. He didn't want to fight anymore. He just wanted to be free. He just wanted to leave this place and find Liona, get her out of that arena, somehow, before the everlasting king and his honor-bound army swept through the queendom of Arisalon, leaving every Surgecaller bound or dead. He didn't want to fight, because maybe his father was right. Maybe the only way to defeat the everlasting king was to be like him. Maybe he had to be ruthless. Ruthless, like when he was in the wilds, hunting, trying only to survive. Kill or be killed. The pain in his binding compelled him to open his eyes, compelled him to move. He assumed a fighting stance. Byrne did the same. "One fight," Huon thought. "One fight, and I can be free of this binding." Jacob wouldn't bind him, not now Huon was a knight. It would be far easier to escape a legend he wasn't bound to than an immortal he was. How had Jacob defeated an immortal? How had he become oathless in the first place? Huon pushed those thoughts down. Thinking wouldn't help him. He needed full control to regain the flow of the fight. He needed to win. Huon shifted his weight onto his lead foot, triple surging speed. He dashed at Byrne. Byrne dashed at him. They leapt into the air. Huon surged fire. Still a few feet away, he punched 3 times, sending a fireball with each. Byrne met the fireballs with his own, and the flames canceled each other out, fire essence bleeding into the air. They crashed into each other and fell, both landing on their feet. Even surging strength, Huon's knees twinged. He pooled stamina to them to keep them from buckling. Huon tried to punch Byrne. Byrne dodged and pushed him back 2 steps. "This is why he told me to fight," Huon thought. "He knew this would happen." Huon used the distance, sending a series of kicks. He threw a front kick with his left, a side kick with his right, then flowed into a spinning heel kick straight for Byrne's head. They each moved 4 times faster than their natural speed, but just as when they'd fought with weapons, Byrne matched him, strike for strike, dodging, blocking, or countering every move. Then Huon landed a sweeping kick right into Byrne's legs. Only Huon's kick went through Byrne's legs, as if they weren't there at all. Illusion essence. Something knocked Huon in the side of the head. Dazed, he got pushed back. No. He'd come so far, from page to squire to knight, yet he was still too weak. "No!" Huon yelled, surging everything he had. Water flowed from him in wild bursts. Wind thrust out, hitting the tables, knocking over food and cutlery. The earth shuddered, and fire burst forth wildly, catching everything nearby. Huon swung his fist at Byrne, using every ounce of energy he had, along with his essence. His reserves were getting low. He needed to be swift. He needed to catch Byrne unawares. He needed to end this. The sudden surge of all 4 elemental essences distracted Byrne for a split second. He didn't see the swing coming. Huon's knuckles bashed into Byrne's skull. Crack! "Surrender!" Huon yelled, punching him again. Another crack. Byrne stumbled on unsteady feet. "Surrender!" Crack. Stamina surged to Byrne's wounds, trying to knit them back together, but Huon's fists fell faster than the stamina could heal. "Surrender! Surrender! Surrender!" Crack, crack, crack. Blood spurted from Byrne's head, each strike coming too fast for him to recover. Huon had won. He should stop, but he couldn't. The Immortal of Fire's command had been clear. Beat them until they surrender, and if they don't, kill them. If Jacob didn't stop the fight, Byrne would die. No! Huon wasn't a murderer. He could stop this. He'd fought the binding before, never for long, but he'd delayed commands. If Huon defeated Byrne, he'd be free, but he didn't want to kill again. Not if he could stop it. Control! Huon yelled, clenching his fists tighter than before. He called upon every ounce of strength within him, not strength essence, his own strength. The strength that was there even when his core was empty. The strength that had helped him survive on his own for so many years. The strength that had pushed him to advance even when he'd thought it impossible. Huon stopped surging. Everything. He'd done this before, not surged when his body ached for it. Danasia had taught him how to do this, forced him to. Huon couldn't stop his fist from smashing into Byrne's head. He couldn't focus on resisting his binding in more than one way, but he could do this. Huon's body slowed, his strength diminished. Each punch he threw did less and less. Slowly Byrne's head wounds began to heal, his eyes refocused, the glaze disappearing. He dodged one punch, two. Then Byrne caught Huon's wrist and threw him to the stone floor. He locked Huon's arm behind his back, pulled his shoulder out of its socket. A scream released from Huon's lips, but he didn't let his body surge. He felt the pain, focused on it. Pain he could handle. Pain brought focus, cut through the noise. He fought against the hold, as his command demanded of him, but without surging, he couldn't break it. All his struggling did was bring more pain, more focus. "I'll see you again, son." Byrne let Huon go. Huon took a breath, then whirled around, the command urging him on. But Byrne was gone. His father was gone. All the Oathless and their Oathbound had disappeared. Huon sat in the middle of the hall, alone. The Immortal of Fire was still unconscious, lying on the ground by the head table where Jacob had defeated him. Huon struggled to his feet, holding his arm. He unfroze his core, letting the essence free. Stamina pooled in his shoulder. Huon grabbed it. With a wince and a swift pop, he snapped it back in place. The hall was quiet. The silence was almost painful. It felt like the pressure of being deep underwater. Huon stepped over fallen chairs and smashed plates, picking his way through the mess until he stood over the Immortal of Fire. The Immortal lay as still as the dead. Did I do the right thing, sparing Byrne? Now Huon would be stuck in the Immortal of Fire's service for who knew how long. I would have won that fight. Jacob would have let Byrne die. Huon looked over at Jameson. The man was stirring. Yilda and Aran were close by, still breathing. They'd all been left alive. Why? Did Jacob know those two were his people? The illusions on their faces still held. Huon clenched his left fist. The binding, the one he'd tried to burn off, was still there. I could kill Blaze right now, as he slept, if it weren't for this damned thing. That's what he wanted, wasn't it? And had he killed Byrne, the Immortal of Fire would be dead. Huon had changed his mind so many times. I won't kill. I will. I won't. I'll leave this place, find Liona, travel far, far away. But he couldn't give up. He knew that now. He didn't know if Jacob was right, if the only way to win this war was to kill innocent people, but Huon would walk the best path he knew. Footsteps sounded, shuffling close by. "Is he?" Jameson asked. Huon, without turning, moved his arm toward where Jameson stood, showing the binding. "He's alive." "Do you believe me yet? That I'm sorry?" Huon lowered his head. "I don't know." He looked at Jameson. The man had wanted to kill him, but he'd just been afraid, hadn't he? "You were free." "I didn't know how to be free." The Immortal of Fire shifted. His eyes snapped open. They widened briefly, then he shot up to a sitting position.
"He's gone, isn't he?"
Blaze stood, and he stumbled, grabbing a table. How could an immortal stumble? Blaze frowned, the lines in his forehead hinting at his age.
"My core is empty. This doesn't make any sense."
He shook his head, as if dislodging cobwebs inside his skull. He stared at Huon and Jameson.
"Never speak of this."
The command reverberated up from Huon's binding and right into his mind. The Immortal swept down the hall, becoming steadier with each step.
Follow!
Huon stood his ground, fighting the urge to move for as long as he could. Jameson started walking instantly. Yilda and Aran got to their feet, following the immortal even as they healed their wounds. Blaze reached the end of the hall and stopped. He turned, staring directly at Huon. Huon hadn't moved, eyes fierce. His whole body shook. He surged strength to bolster his resolve, surged earth to hold his feet down.
I said follow!
Huon gasped, took a faltering step, then started walking. The Immortal of Fire whirled back around, cloak sweeping through the air. As Huon walked, he smiled. He'd been able to fight the command for longer this time. It was hard, and it hurt, more than having a sky eagle's talons in his back, more than his shoulder being pulled from its socket, but it was worth it. Each time he fought, it seemed to grow just that little bit easier to resist, like his mind was adapting, like his core was. He hadn't noticed it before, but resisting felt familiar, like how it had felt when he'd communed with the universe, almost as though he was surging, but not something as substantial as his essence, surging his will. As Huon left the stronghold, he once again wondered how Jacob had broken his binding. Had he resisted too? Did he know Huon could? Maybe I am in control, after all.
Epilogue.
The Immortal of Fire didn't speak on their return journey. He had them sit on the red dragon, then he flew in absolute silence. They passed the Immortal of Strength's honor-bound army. From atop the red dragon, the army looked like insects crawling in a giant mass over the landscape. Sprint marching. Huon stretched his vision as far as he could, spotting the Huron mountains in the distance, toward the queendom of Arisalon. 1,000 thoughts ran through Huon's mind. That small part of him, the one he'd shoved down, the one that had feelings, was once again in control. Well, in as much control as he could be in right now. The dragon flew as fast as it ever had, gaining speed with each flap of its giant sinuous wings. I can fight the binding. Huon tried to focus on that thought, but other things kept intruding. I killed a man. My father abandoned me again. And how had Jacob defeated the Immortal of Fire? How could a legend do such a thing? Maybe Jacob isn't a legend. Maybe he's an immortal too. Huon shook those thoughts away. Even if Jacob, his father, had saved him, he wouldn't want to join the man. Jacob no longer cared about innocent lives. He only saw his goal. Huon couldn't be like that. Not caring about innocent lives was how his mother had been killed, how his village had been destroyed. He wouldn't turn into the very thing he wished to fight. That he was sure of. That he knew. What if I don't have a choice? The red dragon flew over Glenhaven, then kept going. They weren't returning to the Immortal of Fire's castle. They were heading toward the Huron mountains, toward the queendom of Arisalon. Huon was about to fight as an honor-bound knight in the everlasting king's army.